A man, covered in blood, let out a piercing scream, either from pain or from surprise. He was ready to lose consciousness at any moment. He held in his hand a small golden ball, called the Holy Grail. To obtain this magical item, he had to go through a long and difficult journey. This golden object granted the wishes of anyone who possessed it. But to obtain it, many people died. However, the Holy Grail was never associated with the word good. These are two completely different, incompatible concepts. The new owner of the Holy Grail closed his eyes and pondered, and after some time he opened his eyes and revealed his palm. His furrowed brows and thoughtful look were alarming. Suddenly his voice filled with unprecedented power, and he began to loudly utter words. With each spoken word, a sense of might and anticipation of something great lingered in the air. At that moment, a dazzling light flashed. The light emanating from the Holy Grail illuminated everything around, giving the surrounding world an unreal glow. The Holy Grail, animated by the voice of its new owner, began to fulfill his most cherished wish, and bright light filled the space around him. "Excuse me, boss, can I leave early today?" said Kim Yun-chae, who had been working here as an assistant for a long time. His boss asked what happened, and Kim replied that he wanted to get home as soon as possible. Clear embarrassment could be seen on his face. The boss let his subordinate go without a problem, as he was his best employee. Kim thanked him and went home to his beloved wife and daughter. On his way home, he decided to stop by the flower shop, where he was considered a regular customer. He bought flowers and headed home. Returning to his small apartment, he immediately noticed that the light in the living room was off. Nobody reacted to the arrival of the owner. Taking off his shoes and throwing his coat on the couch, he entered the room. Kim put the flowers and a soft toy on the table. After changing his clothes, he began to cook dinner. 20 minutes later, the dish was ready to be served. Laying out all the dishes on the table, it was evident that he had prepared not only for himself, but also for his wife and daughter. Throughout the dinner, a framed photograph was in front of his eyes. The photo depicted 3 smiling people hugging each other: his young wife Yun-jae and a little girl of 2 or 3 years old. Sincere happiness was visible on their faces. Kim began to talk to the photograph. "I tried to cook this for the first time, but I couldn't do it. Sorry that I couldn't cook better on such a memorable day. Sorry that I can't be with you," he said, getting up from the chair. His head began to hurt, and his body became relaxed, clumsy. Heaviness overwhelmed him. Without cleaning up after himself, he went to take a shower. All the while he bathed. His mind was in total chaos. Kim emerged from the bathroom. Dressed and with his hair not fully dried, he went to his room. There stood a wooden table. After drying his hair a bit more with a towel, he sat at the table where a notebook and a pen lay. Without any hesitation, he opened the notebook and flipped one page. Half of the notebook was already filled with small handwriting. It was his diary. Day after day, he used the notebook without fail. And now, holding the pen in his hand, he was filling it. September 14th, he wrote the date and paused for a moment. Then he began to write, "Happy birthday." After the first line, it became much easier for him to continue writing. Sitting in front of the portrait of his wife and daughter, he talked about his daily life. "Today, I came back from work much earlier. Didn't I promise? I told you I'd come home earlier and cook a delicious seaweed soup." He finished his first thought, raised his head, and looked at the photograph on the table. Was the soup tasty? There was no answer. There couldn't be. Because his wife was dead, as was his dear daughter. They were killed. The criminal was never found. They were killed by a serial killer who had 12 victims. The police couldn't catch him and properly punish him for what he did. Kim continued writing in the diary. He mentioned that the soup turned out somewhat bland and that he couldn't eat it. He also added that he brought flowers for them. Kim, as if telling his child and beloved what he did during the day. He wanted to hug them tightly and never let them go again. Communicating with them through the diary, he felt that his girls were with him. Though the closeness was ethereal, still better than nothing, he continued writing about buying a plush bear for his daughter Mina. "Mina, what do you think? Do you like it?" A chilling shiver ran through his entire body, causing his hands to tremble, making it impossible to write anything, and his eyes blurred. His head drooped because it was so hard to keep it up. Kim so wanted to hear their voices. He wanted to see their faces and talk to them. But the harsh truth that they were dead forced him to return to reality. Nevertheless, he talked to his once alive family. True, it was very difficult to do, especially today, because today he alone celebrated his wife's birthday, leading a dialogue, of course, with himself. Something inside shuddered at the realization of reality. 6 months had passed. He thought it would get a bit easier over time, but with each passing day, it became harder for him to hold back his sadness. A sadness that had been accumulating since the loss of his loved ones, weighing down on him like a snowball. And now, left alone, he was essentially doing the same thing, pretending everything was fine. Tears, long held back, streamed from his eyes. "I want to see you. I want to see you," he wrote and loudly repeated, starting to get stuck, and began to draw the same thing over and over in his diary. "I want to see you." After a while, he came to his senses, wiped the tears from his face with his hands, stopped writing, and looked at the diary. His entries had changed. His hand hovered over the notebook. Frozen. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He looked at his diary entries that he had kept up until today. Suddenly, as if an alien force had erased all the words he had written in the diary, the missing letters began to swirl around him, rising upwards, scattering like dust particles. He couldn't believe it, and just watched bewilderedly at what was happening around him. Soon, all these letters disappeared. He frantically flipped through his diary, which now had nothing written in it. "This is magic!" exclaimed Kim. All the entries he had faithfully kept for these 6 months, memories of his girls, all of it was erased. Kim wished this incident was just a dream. But, if it's not a dream, how can it be understood? Is it even possible? Thinking about this, he continued to carefully examine the diary, checking page after page. Flipping to the very beginning, he discovered a message on the blank first page of the diary. "You can meet them again. Your wife and your daughter." He looked at the notebook in surprise, not understanding what was happening. It was a magic he couldn't explain. The next day, he came to work and again approached his boss to ask to go home. The director was concerned. He wanted to know what was happening, why his best subordinate, who had always been an example to others, suddenly started leaving work early. The boss wanted to know what was happening. Kim lowered his head and said nothing happened. He would try to make sure this was the last time, and after the boss let him go, he went home. When he arrived home, he immediately sat at the table. Before him lay his yellow diary, in which all entries had been erased the day before. At first, he thought it was a dream. Letters disappearing before his eyes, blank pages. Such things don't happen in reality. And in his state, it was easy to confuse dreams with reality. However, several days had passed, and this strange dream did not fade. He couldn't find the strength to get rid of the diary, especially after reading that entry. "We can meet again." These words constantly spun in his head. He began to recall that strange things happened after he started keeping the diary. September 14th, I started the diary. September 8th, at Sedang Station, a bus and a van collided. People died, and 6 were injured. September 19th, a cancelled contract was reinstated. September 17th, everything happened exactly as described, down to the smallest details. And this was the second problem of the diary, which simultaneously frightened and fascinated him with its mysterious accuracy of predictions. He began to reread the lines in the diary dedicated to the 18th again and again. Today, there will be an important event. The entry in his diary said that on this day, he would enter the hidden world, into this other world, completely different from reality. And this was just the starting point in a series of stories written in the diary. Stories that could never happen in reality. He silently watched the clock, waiting for a miracle. Rereading the notes, feeling an incredible surge of spirit. If these really are records from the future. Time stretched slowly. As always when you're waiting for something special. Minutes stretched into hours, turning hours into days. And the chronometer shamelessly lied, showing the passage of just 1 minute. Finally, the hour hand pointed to 10. The world changed beyond recognition before his eyes. Strange sensations, difficult to quickly adapt to. The world had turned upside down. Or was it a dream? Everything was spinning so much that his consciousness decided to rest earlier than usual without hope for a quick return. It was a dream. Who knows? Opening his eyes, he looked around, frightened or perhaps amazed. Where am I? Why is there a children's playground in the park? Forest. Is this a forest? Forest! A huge playground and hundreds of confused people, with endless rows of trees around. There were many people around him, just like him. If all the stories in this diary are true, only Kim knows what will happen next. This was no longer the world he was born into. Attention! The training is about to begin. This strange announcement further confused the people. They looked around, trying to identify the culprit of this prolonged joke. Hey, who's that? What's happening? What kind of joke is this? Where am I? Where is the forest from here? Kim also pretended to be surprised with the diary in his hand, trying not to stand out too much from the crowd. He knew after reading the diary that he would end up in a parallel world where there would be a training. The world Kim had entered was like a game where one had to pass trials. The announcer's voice informed that they had to choose preferred weapons. If not chosen within a minute, a sword would be provided as the primary weapon for training. Kim thought about taking a pistol but chose a sword. Many people dreamed of a pistol. However, for some reason guns were not available. Instead, they were given a bow without arrows. Then the voice said, "Zombies are gathering. Fight each other to protect yourselves." No one understood what zombies they were talking about. The first enemy figures emerged from the forest. Their bodies were rotting and smelled bad. Moving slowly, they slowly approached the crowd of people. Only one person stepped forward to meet them, impatiently swinging a sword. The approaching monsters frightened the people with their angry growling. "Hey! Where are you going?" Someone's words flew to his back. "There are things scarier than zombies." Kim put the sword in front of him. In such moments, the main thing is to choose the right stimulus in time. Sadness from loss, hope for a new meeting, the desire to survive. Fire lit up in his eyes. It's too late to be afraid. It's time to act. His legs carried him towards the enemy, and although his heart was pounding like crazy, his mind was calm. Killing zombies is not easy. It's useless to hit them in the bodies. Then he understood why they were called zombies. They don't feel pain. They have no fear. Their weak spots were the head and neck. A tip from the diary came just in time. You need to strike at the neck. And when the first zombie died, a system message dropped out in front of his eyes. You have gained 1 experience point. For the one to slay the zombie, a tribute has been gifted. You have earned an achievement. We praise your strong resolve. You have earned an achievement. All stats have been raised by 2 points. Several messages rang out in his head, and a strange sensation immediately engulfed his entire body. The increase was not great, but it was still felt. His increased confidence called him to continue the fight. "I'm sorry," he said, finishing off the second zombie. The first time, he didn't have enough strength to completely chop off the zombie's head, and the wounded monster continued to pull its bloody fingers towards him. He continued until his head flew to the ground. You have earned 1 experience point. Strength increased by 1. With each successful attack, the ability to wield a sword also improved. Loud shouts began to be heard behind. While he was fighting at the forefront, the zombies got to the main mass of people. Many of these monsters scared so much that they froze in place, unable to make a swing with a sword. And some didn't even have swords. Not every modern person will just take a sword like that and want to chop off a humanoid creature's head, even if it looks as terrible as these zombies. The head of another zombie this time was immediately separated from the body. The number of zombies near him was rapidly decreasing. You have gained 2 experience points. Stamina increased by 1. You have slain 58 zombies. As the one who hunted the most zombies, we respect your skills. You have earned 100 achievement points. Your weapon will become sharper. You have earned 2 freedom stat points. Kim was very tired, but thought it was because of stamina stats. He was very surprised. All the information appeared in his head. It said it'd be presented as a game, but this is crazy. Character's personal stats. Strength, 15 vitality, 14 agility, 15 defense, 14. For the first murder, he received 14 units of characteristics at once. His courage was well rewarded. This increase greatly helped him in the fight against the rest of the zombies. However, already for their murder he was given increases not to all characteristics. Only strength, agility, and vitality have grown a little. But on the whole it's not bad. Kim appreciated the results of his work. From the diary, he learned that magic was the most important characteristic of all. Of course, it was impossible to ignore other indicators, but in the future, It will determine his overall strength. Now he needed to decide how to use the free reserve. After a little thought, they were invested in power and magic. Although the latter was important, strength and dexterity were more necessary during the training. A great start, even if it was the result of using hints that the others didn't have. 198 have survived. The 2 stage of the tutorial will now begin. The rules are very simple. In 4 days, only the 100 people who have earned the most achievement points will survive. Damn it! Where am I? What is this place? Can someone explain to me right now what is going on? People were shouting, running around the trees and not realizing that they were wasting their strength. People couldn't believe this was happening to them. They were trying to find answers to their questions. But there were no answers to this question. They received further instructions. There are 2 ways to earn achievement points. The first way is to go out and slay the various monsters in this parallel world. The second method is much simpler than the first. If you kill someone, you will be granted half of the achievement points they have earned. This caused even more questions and panic among the crowd. Casting interested glances at each other, everyone thought about this option, calculating their chances. Killing one half guarantees the survival of the other half, plus a risk reward. And who doesn't want to increase their chances of life? That was a bigger reason to think about it. And looking into the eyes of a neighbor, each of them understood that he was thinking the same thing. The second stage of training began, and everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen next. No one dared to do anything. People were confused by the tone in which the second method of obtaining achievement points was announced. It was as if someone behind everything that happened here was enjoying this process. The second stage of training exactly coincided with the information underlined from the diary. So far, the diary has not failed him. Events happen exactly according to the scenario described in it. Hey, aren't there more than 100 people left here? Someone's voice rang out. Maybe we'll do the right thing. We don't have to fight monsters. Opinions were divided, and the situation quickly began to deteriorate. More and more people came to the idea that it would be easier to get rid of half of the people than to wander through the forest in search of their death. I don't want to die either. And who wants to die? Hey, what are you doing? Don't come near me. People were already on edge. Now just a little bit is enough, and the battle will begin. Stop! Before it's too late! No need to kill each other on someone's whim! One daredevil shouted. Hearing his voice, hundreds of eyes stared at him. If you don't want to die, you can kill monsters. Remember the first method. They can earn experience points. You say that because you fight monsters well, someone from the crowd said with bitter mockery in his voice. Kim replied with his sword on his shoulder. I didn't say it would be easy, but in terms of complexity, it's not much different from killing people. The conditions of the second stage cannot be changed, but you forgot about an important detail. There should be exactly 100 people left. They will be needed for the next stage. Otherwise, the conditions would be different. If you start killing people, you won't be able to stop. Then, in the next stage, everyone will die. We don't have enough people to go through the next stage. Think carefully. People were surprised by his words. They also understood that it would be difficult to stop after the start of the bloodbath. There was no guarantee that the killings would stop just because the right number of people remained. The tension in the crowd began to subside. Many have thought about their future. After finishing his speech, Kim turned his back on them and confidently walked into the forest. Alone. Hey, where are you going? A woman standing next to him shouted after him. To survive, he answered without looking back, quickly disappearing into the forest. Chapter So. Kim was walking straight in a predetermined direction, although like the others, he was here for the first time. Wait for me, a voice came from behind him. That woman. He recognized her face immediately when he finally deigned to turn around at her shout. She was the one who was interested in where he was going. The woman barely caught up with him, and now she stopped, trying to catch her breath. Do you mind if I follow you? The girl asked, looking hopefully into his eyes. No, he replied confidently, shaking his head. But why? Wouldn't we be better off together? I'm used to being alone. I can help you. You'll be a burden. Tell me, how many zombies have you personally killed? He asked with a grin, looking at the clean sword in her hands. Well, this is... Confused by the question, the girl began to stutter and could not answer anything. You were probably just hiding behind others as they killed them instead. Am I right? If you just plan to hide behind others in order to survive, sure, do whatever you want. Your tactics may work, but not on me. Find someone else. After these words, they parted. Kim quickly walked further into the forest, and the woman remained standing in place. 3 days before the tutorial ended, somebody discovered the dungeon. It was found by someone venturing near a cliff. It was there, just barely allowing a person to crawl through. It must be here somewhere. Kim looked around and cautiously approached the edge of the cliff, located at the very edge of the forest. The cliff is not the best place to look for adventures, and any ordinary person would just turn around and go to another place. But there was one little secret kept here. When he saw the cave, he headed there. Without hesitation, Kim climbed inside the cave. He was able to enter that dungeon late enough. The monsters there were much stronger than the zombies he met for the first time. But if he got there on the first day, it would be impossible to survive. This meant that it was dangerous here, very dangerous. But high risk guarantees a good experience. Another rule from the games borrowed by the hidden world. Kim continued to squeeze through the rocks, holding his sword at the ready. At first, the entrance was so narrow that it could barely fit one person, but after going a little further, it became wide enough. The light of crystals charged with incomprehensible energy dimly illuminated the path, inviting uninvited guests to pass on. Why are they glowing? It's probably a valuable thing. It's a pity there's not a word about it in the diary. Kim stood at the entrance for several minutes, waiting for his eyes to get used to such lighting. Gradually, the outlines of the new interior became clearer, and it became easier for him to navigate in space. Someone shouted from the depths of the corridor. They were no longer zombies. He was starting to fight these bugs. Every blow of his sword hit something solid, knocking him back. Finally, with a lucky blow, he managed to cut the annoying beetle in half. The first monster he met in the dungeon was a carnivorous beetle. His shell wasn't particularly strong, but it was tenacious. It did not die immediately. Many of his legs were still moving, and although his body was already cut, it felt like it was preparing to jump and was about to grab his neck. Deciding not to wait for his last attack, he, with a deft blow of the sword, took off the monster's head. You got 10 experience points. Defense increased by 10 points at once. Compared to a zombie who gave 1, the difference was significant. If he had known this was going to happen, then even if his stats hadn't improved, he would have been gaining experience points like crazy. At the end of the training, you could get good rewards for them. 10 points from the monster. That alone was enough to risk his life here. Moreover, with the growth of characteristics, the danger to life decreased, but the experience still grew. Something particularly important, he said, peering intently into the depths of the cave. This was what he originally aspired to. The desire to get it was so strong that it forced him to abandon the creation of a team and run straight here, hoping that this time he would be the first. You have earned I0 achievement points. You have earned 10 achievement points. You have earned 10 achievement points. Agility has risen by 1. Oh yes, agility is already 19, Kim said. A fight with 2 opponents at once exhausted his strength terribly. By this time, he had managed to kill more than a dozen monsters, and every time one of his characteristics grew, he felt more confident and stronger. If at the very beginning, even from one opponent there was a sense of danger, now he was able to cope with 2 at once. But this time it was a little dangerous. He froze and froze. Is it the moss ants' turn now? After the carnivorous blogs were the moss ants? If he were to compare them, the ants are weaker, but they never move alone, making them incredibly dangerous. Looking closely, Kim noticed the strange behavior of the beetle. The beetle was looking at the bread that was in his pocket. Without thinking twice, Kim threw bread into a flock of beetles. They fell for bread as bait and were distracted. Kim began to destroy the insects one by one. The characteristics that he had pumped up before helped him feel the force in his blows. You have earned 5 achievement points. This was the first time he was attacked from 2 directions at once. Not slow zombies, but fast and flexible insects. His reflexes helped him avoid getting bitten by them. Looking around, but saw 6 more insects that surrounded him, he was determined. Without hesitation, with a deft sword stroke, he cut one in half. Distracted by the battle, Kim did not notice how suddenly one of the insects stabbed him in the back. It was very painful, but the endurance he had received before allowed him to continue the fight. Adrenaline and rage swept over him, another accurate sword strike, and one less insect. 3 more enemies remained on the battlefield. Kim, after carefully looking around, decided to act more cunningly. At the moment when the bugs began to attack him, ducking, he allowed them to collide, and with a deft movement of the sword, he cut 3 insects with one blow. It was a great shot. It seems that everything is over, lying on the ground and arriving in shock. Kim looked at his defeated enemies, but it was impossible to relax. There were fewer enemies, but victory is still a long time away. The only remaining, and was jumping on the ceiling in confusion for a while. Perhaps it was because all of his relatives had died. It wasn't difficult to finish him off. You have gained 5 experience points. You have earned the moss ant's strength and flesh. Will you accept this skill? The messages about the skill greatly pleased him. Naturally, he agreed to learn this skill. The strength of the moss ant effect. You can get the strength and durability of moss ants. Strength +3, damage resistance +2. He had good luck. It was his first time fighting the moss ants, and he got a skill. He only learned later that getting a skill from the tutorial was like trying to pluck the stars from the sky. He earned a skill, an E-rank skill at that, in the 2nd stage of the tutorial. If assume the skill grows as his proficiency increases, then skills become invaluable. If it's as in the diary, then a few other people should enter the dungeon tomorrow. Now it's time to rest, but it was not worth delaying with him, even despite the wounds. He took out his diary and began to read. Kim wanted to look even further into the future, but the pages of the diary did not turn over. Did I really write all this? Was the only question that interested him. And although the answer to the question seemed to be asking itself, he just couldn't believe it. I couldn't yet. It seemed too incredible even now that he had already become a participant in these stories. September 15th. There was a major accident when a bus and a van collided near Sedong Station. 2 people were killed and 8 were injured. A complete coincidence. It was on that day, leaving work, that he witnessed a serious accident at Sedong Station. However, he did not know the number of victims. September 16th. The terminated contract has been renegotiated. The reason was the case with the rich man. And indeed, it was he who was responsible for the contract, which had already been announced that it had been terminated. The sensitive details of his imprisonment could not be known by others. The events described in the diary always revolved around him. At the time, he didn't know if it was the Holy Grail or something else equally valuable. The current story was interrupted at this line. Probably, since it was mentioned in the diary, it was an important thing. The Holy Grail. His eyes shone dreamily. What can he do? Looking through the rating, a strong man, more than 2 meters tall, frowned with displeasure. Am I only the 2nd? He didn't like the fact that someone was able to get around him. Since childhood, he wanted to be the first and achieved this at any cost. People who had ever seen him, befriended or feuded with him, called him simply, Big Guy. Once in this world, he immediately realized that his place was here. Experiencing difficulties with the law in the real world, he had long dreamed that he would be able to impose his own rules on the world. He was ready to kill for this. An ideal world for a person who is able to force his way up. Enraged, he grabbed the head of the man standing next to him, squeezing it like a rubber pear. Having lost consciousness, the man fell to the ground like a sack and stopped even shaking. Isn't it obvious? Remember that man? A pleasant female voice sounded from behind the big guy. That's it, the big guy said, smiling happily. He was flattered that in front of the others he was being paid attention by a beautiful girl who was ready for anything at his first word. Due to his strength and difficult character, he quickly adapted to the conditions of the hidden world. And some of the people had the hope that following him, it would be possible to live a little longer than the rest. The big guy didn't promise them anything, but his clingers didn't have any other alternatives. Ah, that's the guy, the big guy replied, nodding. He did not immediately remember the case when Kim rushed first into the crowd of zombies, and then carried some nonsense about mutual assistance. She pressed her breasts against his arm. Feeling her touch, the big guy's mood immediately began to improve. And I know where he went. As if by chance, Iris said, looking with interest at his reaction. For her, There was no particular difficulty in reading the thoughts on the face of the big guy. Opening his eyes wide, he innocently asked, "Where to?" "If I tell you?" She snuggled closer to the big guy's hand before voicing her price. "That guy, give him to me." She pointed with her finger at the still-living person lying a few meters away. Iris looked with contempt and pity at the man who asked not to kill him, and she thought where she would strike the first blow. Another step to finding your own strength. A little more and you can throw this lustful bastard. She was pretty sick of playing the obedient girl, ready for anything. "He's yours," the big guy said with a gentle smile. Inside, he was bursting with pride for the decision he had just made. In return for the life of a Weezer, he will receive the life of a person who beat him in experience points. Lots of experience points. He made the right decision. And also, she will be able to satisfy his little personal request. In the end, it was her own fault that she was twirling her delicious hips in front of him. Picking up the sword, she did it with all determination and hatred. Meanwhile, Kim continued to explore the cave and gain more and more experience. After a good swing, the ant's body fell apart under the blows of the sword. "You have earned 5 achievement points." The last fight had pretty much exhausted him. The enemy became smarter and used new techniques. It could only mean one thing. The end of the dungeon is already near. He raised his hand and touched his forehead, after which a status window appeared. The statistics were pleasing to the eye. Kim laughed, pleased with his success. It's only been a couple of days, and he's managed to achieve so much. Magic is slightly lagging behind, but so far tolerable. Hunting in this dungeon did not disappoint him. Local monsters regularly added experience points to his piggy bank. He shook his head, examining the remains of the ants. Fortunately, this time only ants were caught, and there were no carnivorous insects. With each step deeper into the dungeon, the difficulty of the opponents also increased. Carnivorous insects hiding in the crevices of the walls began to be regularly encountered. Where does this cave end? It seemed to him that he had climbed quite far into the depths. Several times he had to decide in which direction to go next, because the path developed, gradually turning into a maze. The diary was mysteriously silent about this, leaving it to solve such problems itself. Gradually, even the pairs of insects encountered ceased to pose any threat. And all this is due to increased agility and defense. At some point, a strange thought occurred to him. If there are so many ants here, then there is their nest, that is, an anthill. And who is the main one in the anthill? "Queen of Ants," Kim said, and began to listen carefully to the sounds around. "You have found the Moss Ant Queen boss." Like ordinary ants, there were always soldiers' guards around her. Many soldiers. Many guards. But the message didn't say anything about them. I wonder why. Kim tried to calculate their approximate number, but could not. There were a lot of them. He sat up from an unexpected thought that occurred to him. This queen is very big. He slowly crawled to the far corner of the cave. What? And does this count as an ant? He began to get noticeably nervous. He noticed that her body filled almost half of the space in this rather big cave. Suddenly, the antennae of the ants actively stirred, and some of them went to the place where Kim was hiding. An enemy has been detected, an enemy who threatened their queen. What should I do now? He rolled his eyes in fright, listening to the noise of many ant legs. A plan was urgently needed. He remembered that today is the 6th day of training, and tomorrow people will come to the cave. It was impossible to miss the boss. After looking at his stats again, he noticed that he had 2 times more stats than other people. He thought that he could try to kill the Queen of Ants, but his train of thought was interrupted by a daily message. Announcement for everyone. Check out the rating of the 2nd stage. Everyone will be awarded according to the places they occupy in the ranking. Experience points are being verified. Reward received: a 3-day supply of food, and 8 units randomly distributed according to characteristics. Strength increases by 2, vitality increases by 2, dexterity increases by 3, magic increases by 1. Now the internal dispute has resolved itself. Having become a little stronger, it was possible not to postpone the fight with the boss for later. 8 units of characteristics obtained for nothing instilled in him confidence in victory. There was also enough bread to lure ants. Go ahead. Setting himself up, the man ran straight towards the boss. Ants immediately noticed him. Pulling out their wings, they all rushed towards him, swinging the sword with terrifying speed. Parts of the ants' bodies kept flying up into the air and falling to the floor with characteristic sounds. From now on, the ants ceased to be opponents for him. Too slow, they were only suitable for careless gathering of experience. After finishing with the boss's guard, Kim cast a glance in the direction of the queen. To his surprise, she remained motionless. What is she waiting for? The man asked himself when their eyes met. But there was no longer any fear of the enemy. Rather, it was impatience before a new fight. The monsters that stood in his way every time flew apart, chopped into pieces. But even seeing him approach, the queen did not move. He didn't understand why, but it didn't matter now. He was filled with courage and fought his way through her guards. However, the number of ants for some reason did not decrease, but even grew. Is it really her fault? Is she calling them? He asked himself. It was only now that he realized what tactics this boss had chosen. The queen's size was a deception. Her real weapon was her voice and fertility. A smile appeared on his lips. If that's all she can do, I'll have to go through thousands of monsters. This circumstance pleased him rather than alerted him. Additional experience that you don't need to run after. 5 experience points increased. Such messages were already starting to annoy. Each swing of his sword claimed the life of one monster, but their flow did not dry up. Oh, yes, the man rejoiced, continuing to systematically mow down the ants one by one. The ant queen still hadn't moved. Survivability increased by 1. Just in time. At such moments, he was ready to exchange 2 or 3 units of strength for a unit of vitality. The fatigue that had already begun to bind his body receded. The queen continued to call her children. It's time to reverse the situation. A new message rang in his head. The level of your moss ant's strength and skin skill will increase. In protracted battles, this happens. Thanks to the number of enemies killed, skills are also growing. After improving the only skill, it became easier to fight moss ants. Their behavior has changed. They began to seem scared and sluggish. The remaining ants stopped attacking him. Perhaps it was due to the number of their brothers he had just killed. They huddled against the walls and did not want to fight anymore. Kim screamed and began to get closer to their queen. Noticing where he was going, the ants attacked again, after he cut down the queen's last guard. Now that her army had dried up, he was left alone with the boss. Looking around the battlefield, he could not believe that he alone could defeat so many enemies. We finally met, he smiled, and cautiously approached the Queen of Ants. The Queen of the Ants sadly shouted something back to him. Perhaps it hurt her to see how many of her cubs he killed right before her eyes. A ruthless robber who destroyed innocent creatures. I'm sorry, but I need your life too. He intercepted his sword before striking. Kim struck a series of blows, continuing to beat her huge body from different sides. The Ant Queen was helpless. She could only move, but she didn't have enough space or speed to resist the enemy. There was no one to protect her anymore. But even so, he didn't manage to kill her right away. For several minutes, he methodically stabbed with his sword, trying to get to her insides. The long-awaited message came unexpectedly. He could not figure out which of the blows ended the life of the boss. Meanwhile, the search for him continued. The big guy at the head of the group got angry every time they met the corpses of monsters. If at first he thought that he was accidentally overtaken in the ranking by some low-down guy who was a little lucky. That now, with each new pile of corpses, he began to see in him a formidable opponent, with whom it was dangerous to joke. "Why is it so difficult to find a way here?" he shouted again and again when he met another fork. The big guy thought that if Kim fought alone in this cave, he would be very tired, and this is an easy prey for him. They carefully examined every cave where they encountered the remains of monsters, and they were glad that no one was left alive, because otherwise they would have to kill them themselves. They had already made mistakes several times at the forks, but the thought that he could get the first place in the ranking did not leave him, and they continued to search. You have defeated the Moss Ant Queen, boss. Achievement completed. Moss ants will no longer spawn in the dungeon. All stats increase by 1. You have gained 250 experience points. He was also given another new skill. Kim was very happy with the new skill. An active skill. If he in a tight spot, this could even save he life. And to think it'll grow stronger depending on her magic. This would mean its potential lies in how much he raise he magic stat. Right now, if you use this skill as an addition to the damage resistance characteristic, the body will be able to become so hard that even a blow with a cold weapon will not be able to cause damage. The real reward was hidden in the room, the passage to which was hidden behind the huge body of the boss. This dungeon was a dangerous element in the training stage. Was it worth risking your life for a reward already at the second stage of training? The power in the hidden world had three main sources. The first is statistics, the second is skills, and the third is items. Stats are the fundamentals. The people in this world can gain superhuman status just from stats alone. Skills are the magics that can keep these superhumans in tow. These magic-consuming skills are impossible for any regular person to cast and are highly desirable. And finally, items. They can raise your stats just by having them equipped, and sometimes even grant you certain skills. Even if you're a normal human, you can gain unprecedented strength from just an item. That's why items are so important. "Is this it?" said Kim. He was expecting a beautiful and preferably huge chest. And here. How will a good armor or a sharp sword fit here? Perhaps jewelry could be hidden there. Maybe a ring that raises the characteristics by several units. A strange object of unknown purpose glowed dimly in his palm. Closing his eyes, he stretched out his hand and muttered softly, "Evaluate." Soon after, information about the item he received appeared in his head. "That's..." The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Excellent!" Smiling broadly, he urgently hid the received treasure. And then, suddenly, he felt tired. His knees gave way treacherously, forcing him to sit down and rest. The big guy at the head of the group got angry every time they met the corpses of monsters. If at first, he thought that he was accidentally overtaken in the ranking by some low-down guy who was a little lucky. That now, with each new pile of corpses, he began to see in him a formidable opponent, with whom it was dangerous to joke. "Why is it so difficult to find a way here?" he shouted again and again when he met another fork. They carefully examined every cave where they encountered the remains of monsters. And they were glad that no one was left alive, because otherwise they would have to kill them themselves. "What is it?" The big guy couldn't believe his eyes. In one of the caves, a huge battlefield unfolded in front of them. Corpses lay in heaps around the perimeter. How is this? Who is capable of such a thing? Hundreds of corpses terrified the entire team. Even the big guy, seeing this picture, felt fear. And when they saw the giant body of the Ant Queen, there was no trace of their courage. Suddenly, the big guy saw that a stranger was staring at him intently. Barely restraining his trembling, he did not look away. They looked at each other, assessing the situation. The big guy, as always, showed his evil look, and Kim was calm, but surprised. There was not only a big guy, but also people who also looked at him with the desire to kill him. According to the diary entries, there shouldn't be people here right now. Even if they could find the entrance to the dungeon, they shouldn't have gotten into this part so quickly. The boss room cannot be accessed immediately after entering the dungeon. There's something wrong here. This is very different from the entries in the diary. He looked at the woman peeking out from behind the big man. He immediately recognized her as the one who had chased him a couple of days ago in the forest. Only she knew where he went. She's the one who brought these people here. So, while he was enthusiastically looking for an entrance, someone was watching him. It's all because of this woman. The future has changed. He wasn't careful. He wasn't paying attention. He thought badly about what he was doing and how. And as a result, now the future may differ from the diary entries. But then that's not the only thing he changed. Knowing in advance about the stages of training, he already deviated from the line of the future described in the diary. The changes went right after the meeting with the zombies. Until now, he had believed the diary and had come to this place. However, if his actions can change the future, is it worth continuing to trust the diary and follow its prompts? While Kim was sorting out the problems of the time continuum, the big guy was counting the corpses of ants in the cave. With each new dozen, he was seized with more and more fear. Looking at each other, They assess their chances and damage. I don't think he's very tired right now. The big guy frowned at the stranger's smile. Apparently, he had already had time to rest, which means they were too late. The big guy looked at the corpses behind the stranger and asked a stupid question. You coped with them alone? His voice was unnaturally trembling and was a tone higher than usual. The people behind him noticed it immediately. And this whopper? Isn't that their queen? The big guy asked. Kim just nodded in response. Well, I have to go. I'm done here already. He had been hunting here for 2 days, and on the last one he planned to take a different path where monsters could still remain. Inside the bully, greed struggled with the instinct of self-preservation. He understood that the danger was as high as ever. Now, this best piggy bank of all will just leave, taking with him a huge amount of experience points. Chances like this are rare. But is this attempt worth his life? If he overestimates his strength, it will only entail a stupid death, and the transfer of accumulated experience points to the enemy. The big guy looked at him in silence, realizing how much he had been mistaken in his expectations. His competitor turned out to be many times more dangerous than one might have thought. Weaklings did not survive in such conditions. The silence didn't last long. The girl, having gathered courage from nowhere, stood right in front of him and said, "Why did you just let this freak leave? And what? Is it not clear?" The big guy gestured at the corpses of monsters lying around them. "So what?" She looked straight into his eyes. "He killed them all alone and didn't even break a sweat. Although I can only guess what he got in this dungeon, now he is no longer the person who can be provoked without consequences," the big guy said with a sullen look. He has already realized his main mistake. It was important to pump up the characteristics, and now he has nothing to compensate for the difference in characteristics between him and that upstart. He was stronger, faster, and more resilient. "I'll catch up with you again," the big guy promised, looking in the direction in which his main competitor disappeared. "I don't want to die." People started killing each other to get into the 100 survivors, because the second stage of training was coming to an end. Not wanting to die, they attacked each other in order to make it to the third stage in the last seconds. Soon, a general fight ensued. Just before the completion of the second stage of training, people staged a bloodbath. And it seemed that this was what the mysterious voice was so insistently seeking. 148 survivors. The second stage of the tutorial has now concluded. The top 100 survivors will advance to the third stage, according to their achievement points. Everyone wanted to get to the third stage of training and started begging to take them too. Opening his eyes, Kim saw a dark room. Maybe not even a room. Due to the lack of lighting, it was difficult to understand where he was thrown. He quickly looked at himself, and then noticed that he was not alone here. About a dozen people, with the same surprised and dissatisfied faces, looked around. Just like him, he thought it was the first time he had seen these people. He was glad that there were no people he knew among them, especially that big man and his clingy women. The rest of the people were carefully looking at each other's faces, as if they wanted to get to know each other. But Kim did not get distracted by such a pointless activity. He was only interested in the fate of those unpleasant people he met in the dungeon. The room was quiet. None of those present felt like talking. "We are starting the third stage of training." It's finally started, he thought. The rest of the people, alarmed by the same announcement, looked around warily, not knowing what else to expect in this strange world. 3 doors will appear in front of you now. 3 doors suddenly appeared in an empty place. Ordinary, with comfortable handles. In general, they are the same, but for some reason their color was different. 10 people can enter the red door, 5 people can enter the blue door, and only 1 can enter the white door. The choice of color is left to you. What's the catch? The message continued as if answering this ridiculous question. The difficulty of the test behind the red door is very high. There is no guarantee that you will be able to safely pass this stage of training. The difficulty of the test behind the blue door is not high, and it will not be difficult for 5 to pass it. Then white. White door. You automatically pass this stage by simply entering it. These words shocked the audience. The lucky one who chooses the white door survives without making any effort to do so. But only 1 can do it, and there are 10 of them. Kim could not get rid of the thought that some strange game was being played with them, inventing such rules every time that their observance raised from the depths of the human soul all the most disgusting things that could be there at all. Well, wait! Kim turned his head and saw the back of a man running towards the white door. Angry people shouted after him, intending to stop him. But he was the first. With an effort pulling the handle, the fugitive tried to open the escape door. I should have gone to the red one, thought Kim, watching the people in front of the white door with a grin. You were told that at the entrance to the red door, a training program for 10 people is waiting for you. The only chance that everyone gathered here survived is to enter there together. However, the presence of doors of other colors prevented people from making the right choice, which guaranteed the survival of the entire group. Your right to choose a door will depend on your achievement points. Starting from the one with the greatest number of points, you will enter the doors one by one. What's that? And where is justice? To the people standing at the white door, this rule seemed unfair. Of course, the strongest will take the places behind the white and blue, and the 4 weakest will face certain death behind the red. Kim, you can choose the door first. After the announcement, a glow appeared above the chosen person, indicating that it was his turn. The remaining people, with envy and surprise, looked at this lucky man, not for a moment doubting that he would come to the white door. People thought that he would choose the white door. There was hope that their rating would be enough to be in the blue 5, and not in the red 10. But for Kim, the choice was obvious. He chose the red door. These words caused a lot of questions from everyone in the room. Did I hear right? Definitely not white? His choice belied their expectations. The people behind him continued to whisper, not believing what they had just heard with their own ears. He called the color red, not white or even blue. But why? The question hung in the air, and everyone was looking forward to an explanation from him. Everyone was excited and didn't understand what was going on. But there are 10 people. Do you think you can survive there? The boldest of the people present asked the question in an uncertain voice. Of course, Kim replied with a shrug. A path that guaranteed equal opportunities for just a dozen. If everyone chooses the red door, there will be a chance to pass the 3rd stage of training without losses. Of course, it is difficult, but in comparison with other options, it is definitely the best. Does everyone have a chance to survive? Despair in the eyes of people with low ratings was replaced by hope. Maybe we can all live together. People whispered to each other, experiencing a wave of inspiration inside themselves. A voice in their head said, "Park, it's your turn to choose the door." "The white door," he replied. The phrase, in an instant, dashed the hopes of the whole group. Everyone started asking questions, again not understanding why such a choice. "What did you say? White? Hey you, don't you know why he chose the red door?" There was a chance that if he had chosen the red door too, the whole group would have followed their example. Not 100%, of course. There is always a person who does not act like everyone else, who wants to live the longest. With an evil smile, Park began to explain everyone present. "And why are you staring at me? Do you think I do not know that you are all just waiting for the turn to choose the white door to reach you? Where is the guarantee that if I choose the red door, you will do the same? Why are you silent? Who will give me such a guarantee? Why should I miss the opportunity given to me by fate? For what?" People were silent, realizing that they could not blame a person for wanting to survive. But none of them wanted to die, especially because of an egoist like him. "Everything happened as it should have happened. I chose the blue door." "Me too." The next 5 chose the blue door. This was not surprising because 10 people were no longer recruited for the red one, and no one wanted to die. These 5 just chose life. "Do you think you made the right choice?" Kim suddenly asked him, who, apparently, was already tired of seeing his satisfied smile. Park kept waiting for this naive fool to come to his senses and admit his mistake. "Well, I thought it was the right answer, and so I chose it." Park's response was filled with notes of arrogance. Kim shook his head with a sigh, as if upset by his stupidity. Anger twisted Park's face. The newly appeared sense of superiority disappeared without a trace. giving way to anxiety. Soon, everyone chose the color of the door for themselves. I, person at the white door, S people at the blue door. As the doors are full, the rest will now have to proceed through the red door. Please enter the doors within I0 minutes. Where is justice? Why should the weakest enter the most difficult door? The remaining one had no choice. Their cries of despair did not cause any reaction from the neighbors. Now, everyone was surviving as best they could. They were just unlucky. Please, let's all go to the red. It's not fair to us. Kim watched as these poor people tried to persuade the others, and suddenly realized that he too was no different from them. But it was too late to regret what he had done. In any case, the choice has been made, and very soon, you will have to answer for it. Pushing aside the neighbors, the man with crazy eyes rushed to the white door. Everyone froze in surprise, not knowing how to react to this act. "Stop it!" he shouted. He was a few seconds late with his reaction, and now he could only shout at his back. The man, who had already reached the doorway, dived into it with all his might, fearing that they would have time to grab him. But the invisible wall sprang up and pushed the fugitive back. A group of people looked with pity at his unsuccessful attempts to penetrate the invisible wall. It seemed that he was already completely distraught. Park got very angry because he wanted to enter his door, kicked this crazy man in the stomach and said, "I'm going to punish you now. This is for you for making me worry." A lot of blows fell on the poor man's back, forcing him to curl up. Park continued to beat him and was not going to forgive it. In general, no one from the group objected to a good beating from this arrogant person who decided to break the rules. But killing him was unacceptable. Kim grabbed his hands and said, "He's had enough. I need him alive to get through this stage." Park was very surprised at what strength Kim had. He was in 12th place, but the difference in their strength was very significant. A low whisper behind them cooled his ardor. Reason returned to him very quickly, and the instinct of self-preservation demanded not to cross the path of the current leader of the raiding. Looking into his bloodshot eyes, Kim shook his head as if to warn him that he wasn't going to hold back next time. The voice message shook up the atmosphere, bringing people back to the harsh reality of the hidden world. After 5 minutes, the door closes. "I don't have time to play with you." Park said goodbye before entering the passage behind the white door. "It's time for us too," said one of the 5, as if apologizing, hiding in the passage behind the blue door. Kim looked around at the people left with him. 3 people with low ratings and frightened faces were standing next to him, shifting from one foot to the other. They recognized his strength and did not dare to enter the red door without his command. "Come in. Don't be shy." Gorion smiled mysteriously. 5 minutes will soon expire. Do not waste them on tree fleas." "Are you going to lie there?" Kim asked the beaten man. "Get away from me! Get away from me, everyone!" the man gasped. "I'll help if you can't walk by yourself." "I'm staying." Kim frowned, but did not touch the man's body. Of course, he could use force, but what would happen then? How would he and those 2 be able to entrust their backs to someone like him? "You do understand what will happen here after 5 minutes?" 5 minutes. That's enough time to get in, but too little to convince someone. "I don't know, but I might not die, right? There we will have a better chance of surviving together with you than here alone." "No, we will definitely die there. There are only 4 of us." The man's body was seized with a nervous tremor. Kim lowered his hands. He did everything he could for him. The man's body was seized with a nervous tremor. Kim did everything he could for him and said goodbye. "You are free to make your own choice, whether you like it or not," hiding in the passage behind the red door. He refused to understand how such a person could hold out for 2 whole stages of training. The time expired, and the 3 doors automatically closed. He was surprised watching the colorful doors close. So far, nothing has happened, and there have not even been new announcements. The man who was left alone was lying and crying. Suddenly, the whole room was engulfed in flames. "Why is it so hot?" A sharp change in temperature made him turn around. He didn't notice that everything was on fire. The fire was even under his feet. The man hesitated and did not know what to do next. Fire or suspense? Thoughts bubbled in his head. There was no time left to choose. Houses. Where am I? Kim looked around immediately after, felt that the movement was over, and there was a solid surface under his feet. It was surrounded by several buildings that resembled the one-story dwellings of people from the past. Thatched roofs, wooden doors. There must be a water source and a road somewhere nearby. Usually in such places, even if there were no people nearby, there had to be pets, birds, insects, after all. The village was quiet. Quiet and empty. "Who's here?" a voice called out to him. Kim looked back. 2 people were standing near one of the houses. They were the first to enter the red door. "Ready to fight for your life?" he asked, trying to assess their abilities. Their appearance was not something remarkable. Both are thin, medium height, ordinary city dwellers. Such people could be found in a crowded place. The red-haired girl nodded affirmatively, but for some reason the guy hesitated, shooting frightened eyes around. Kim carefully studied the man's behavior and appearance. They had to go through a stage together, designed for 10, and he wanted to make sure that they at least knew how to hold a sword in their hands. "Do you know how to fight?" Kim repeated the question, when he suddenly noticed dark red marks on his clothes. Kim said, "I see, so your rating was obtained by killing other people," recognizing dried blood stains in those marks. "Traces of blood on your clothes. It's not monster blood, right?" He pointed to the marks on his clothes. The guy clumsily tried to cover them with his hands, but there were too many spots. Scared of Kim's reaction, he lowered his hands. Kim told him, "Okay, anyway, you're better than the coward who stayed there," knowing that he has no right to condemn a person for choosing a way of survival. After entering the hidden world, everyone was free to decide for himself which way he should go. Killing is not a monster. You also need to have the courage to do it. "Because if I hadn't done that, I would have died," the guy said quietly. It fit into the rules of the hidden world. Kill or be killed, the third was not given. The choice remained on everyone's conscience, the norms of human morality on the one hand and human life on the other. Decide for yourself. In any case, there was no one here who had the moral right to condemn him for such a choice. Their discussion was interrupted by the voice of the presenter. "I will now explain the 3rd stage of the tutorial for those who've entered the red door. The 3rd stage of the tutorial will last 10 days, twice a day and 20 times in total. Monsters will appear in this village. The times that the monsters will appear are not set. When the monsters begin to appear, defend yourselves from them." Kim immediately looked at the huge stone standing not far from them. A piece of rock in the middle of the village. In general, the task was simple: repel the attacks of monsters, and that's it. But there had to be a catch somewhere. He was already used to the fact that simple tasks were not given in the hidden world. What will it be this time? If the boulder at the center of the village breaks, then you will have failed the tutorial. The area outside the village is safe. The goal of the monsters is the megalith and its defenders. The announced rules allowed for the possibility of abandoning their team and sitting out in a safe place, hoping that by the 10th wave the monsters would end earlier than the defenders. Why take risks when you can come to everything ready? Kim looked at his comrades. What choice will they make in this situation? The host continued to say the rules. There must be at least one survivor in the village. In the case that there are no survivors in the village, according to their distance from this village, they will be transported here. It is perfectly safe outside the village. Now the 3rd stage of the lesson will begin. The time of the attack is chosen randomly. Kim repeated the most dangerous condition of the stage. Don't be surprised if monsters appear now. Then unpleasantly stunned his comrades. He was interested in their reaction. Now, for the first time, he is on equal terms with them. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty and fear. They both lowered their heads, not wanting him to see their true feelings. "Well, I don't think it needs to be delayed. I'll be brief. Are you going to fight or are you already planning to escape?" Kim asked bluntly, not expecting much from them. They were scared and didn't know what to answer. There were more questions than answers on their faces. The further the training went, the more difficult it was to make the right choice, because they were deciding the fate of their lives. The girl said that there were only 3 of them, and the scene was designed for 10 people. She did not know what choice to make. Stay in the village and fight monsters, or leave the village and hope that Kim will kill all the monsters. Kim replied to her that this training is a teamwork of people who are strangers to each other. That's what the rules are for. That's why it's safe outside the village. As soon as the first of the defenders escapes, the others will do the same. This is a training exercise, not a deadly battle. The man replied to Kim, even if we run away, nothing will change. Even if I run away, if the two of you die, I'll end up back here in the end anyway. And if I run away, you two are more likely to die. Of course, it's more profitable for you to stay here. 2 is better than 1, and 3 is better than 2. Kim continued to convince them, appealing to rationality. There was no special cunning in his words. It was quite logical that it would be easier for them to survive together. But human consciousness is able to find flaws in logic here, suspecting a neighbor of deception. The main thing here is that we all protect the megalith. This is the essence of this stage. Yes, there are only 3 of us, but I don't think this stage is designed specifically for a dozen. There shouldn't be disproportionately many monsters. Because this place is different from the world we knew. You know your stats, right? To improve your stats, you need to hunt monsters. Depending on the monster you hunt, your stats increase and become stronger. There are 3 of us, not 10. Then the number of monsters we can hunt will be calculated for 3, not 10. Hearing such an answer, their eyes widened. There was something to think about, but it's just guesswork. How could they match the new reality? They thought his words were strange. He seemed to be saying everything correctly. And it sounded tempting. But at the moment, apart from the basic rules, they didn't know anything about the rules of this world. And they were afraid to make a mistake. Game or not, their own, and, as they could already see, their only life is at stake. And with such a bet, they need something more fun, the guesses of a stranger. At this time, the ground under their feet began to crack. Kim immediately raised his sword and prepared for battle. He had no doubt that this marked the beginning of the first attack. A hand stretched out from under the ground. It was quite small, resembling a nursery. Soon there were a lot of hands. And then, their owners also showed up. The creatures were short and puny, barely reaching the waist of an adult. Having thrown off the remnants of the earth, they immediately bristled with small knives. They were demon goblins. In games and movies, goblins were often used as the initial monsters that the characters still have to fight. They were usually weak and clumsy. "Attention! Don't let them near the stone!" shouted Kim loudly to shake his comrades, who were stunned by the sudden appearance of these monsters. "Stay by the stone. Just drive them away from him." "What? Why?" They looked at him anxiously, not understanding what they wanted from them. Kim, very quickly, crashed into the ranks of goblins, cutting off their heads at an incredible pace. The people watching him could not catch all his movements, only noticing how the heads of the monsters flew in different directions. His legs were so fast that he couldn't see them properly himself. With a dexterity of 33 units, he was already several times faster than an ordinary person. In order to destroy the first 1,000 monsters, it took him less than a minute. The remaining goblins immediately recognized him as the main threat. Goblins attacked the man with the whole crowd, while ignoring the megalith. He thought it would be worse, but those two held their swords tightly in their hands. Suddenly, the devil goblin's cleaver passed in front of his chin. Fortunately, the reaction allowed him to successfully dodge without putting much effort into it. The body itself was moving in the right direction, ahead of the commands of the brain. At first it seemed strange, but he quickly got used to it and began to act more actively. Avoiding the blows of goblin cleavers, he managed to swing his sword, cutting off the heads of gawking enemies with almost every blow. The force of his blows was enough for their bodies to crash into the nearest enemies. But even so, he risked being hit by cleavers, from which he did not have time to dodge. Too many enemies wanted him dead at the same time. The stone skin skill has been activated. The consumption of magical energy has increased. Several cleavers were stuck in his shoulder. Their tips slightly pierced his skin, but could not go deeper. A translucent membrane reliably protected his body. It was worth a try. He was delighted to see how his only active skill worked. He turned around and pierced the goblin's throat with his sword, which was trying to stab him in the back. Now, he decided not to be cautious and focus only on killing monsters. While the stone skin protected him, it was necessary to have time to kill the maximum number of goblins. Of course, he felt pain from each of their blows, but the wounds they received from them did not threaten his life yet. They have problems, Kim thought, sometimes looking at how things are going with his comrades. Wait, I will help! They fought against a dozen goblins at the same time and could not boast similar results to him. Even approximately similar. Of course, after going through 2 stages of training, they were faster than an ordinary person. But goblins were the same, if not even faster. Plus, they pressed the quantity. 5 against 1 is a bad ratio for any normal person. The next wave will be more powerful and they won't last long, Kim sighed, finishing off the last goblin. Although he said that the most difficult thing was only at the beginning, then everything became more and more difficult. We need to change something in the plan. They fell to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. So much effort has been spent that there is nothing left for anything else. The recent tension has completely exhausted them, and also, if you look at the wounds, show me what you have there. Kim asked the girl who looked very tired. Reluctantly, she turned her shoulder, where a fresh wound was bleeding. The cut wasn't deep, but it didn't make it any easier. Let's stop the bleeding first. With such survivability, recovery can take a couple of days, Kim suggested and said. We should stay close to each other on the next wave. Fortunately, this time it ended with a small injury. But it could have been otherwise. Kim seriously thought about it. There is a long way ahead. 19 waves, and they have a wound already on the first. Well, if further, only the number of attackers will increase. And if the monsters become stronger, he will no longer be able to protect anyone but himself and the stone. I'll settle down over there. I'll also eat. I'll rest. Kim pointed with his hand towards the house. He had to come up with a new plan based only on his own strength. He still didn't know how he would survive the next 10 days, but he was already sure that he would have to fight alone from now on. He wants to leave us. This thought was read on the faces of the guys. It didn't even need to be expressed in words. Looking at his back, they understood everything without words. Kim chewed his bread, watching the color of the sky change. The sunset painted it in golden shades, adding to the atmosphere of peacefulness that reigned in the village. It had been so long since he had felt anything like this. But once upon a time, each of his days looked like this. Thank you. Someone's uncertain voice brought Kim back to reality. The guy, with careful steps, was getting closer to him. Thank you, he repeated, looking into his eyes. The emotionless coldness unpleasantly pricked everyone who tried to establish contact with them. At first, he felt alienation and anger seizing his soul, but suddenly a human warmth returned to those eyes. For what? This does not require gratitude, Kim said in an indifferent tone, closing his eyes. Well, I just wanted to express my gratitude. The guy stood on his feet with an embarrassed look. After that, he sat down to Kim and began to tell him that the blood on his clothes was due to the fact that he had killed a man. He cried and said that he did not want to kill. The reality of this world forced him to do it. Kim supported him, realizing that this world has its own rules and who wants to live should be able to protect themselves. Suddenly they looked around and could not see the girl where she disappeared. Kim began to worry. They went to look for her, shouted, called, but all in vain. She did not respond. Kim realized almost immediately that she had run away but did not want to believe that the injured girl could have abandoned them. Of course, there was still the possibility that she could be attacked by a goblin who remained in ambush. After all, no one promised them that monsters would not hide in the village and ambush. The guy couldn't understand why she did that. If they die, she'll be left here alone. If they break the megalith, everyone will die anyway. What's the point of abandoning them now? She hopes that we can manage together. But, you see, she is injured. The pain affects decisions. And then she's afraid to die. Kim explained his thoughts directly. He decided not to conceal anything. She's a weak woman. Her self-esteem is low, and the desire to survive drives her into the forest. Human selfishness can disguise itself as any feeling. But it doesn't change anything, either for her or for us. Kim also couldn't fully understand the reasons for her behavior, but it didn't change anything. Then, what are we going to do now? If the number of defenders has decreased, then there will be more monsters for each. Sounds dangerous, right? Maybe we should think of something? Good. You should know that I won't stop anyone. It's even easier for me. I'll be able to handle the defense on my own without worrying about anyone but myself. Kim looked at him expectantly. The guy decided to ask, do we have a plan? What is my role in it? Protect the megalith from 10 goblins? 1 against 10. The ratio is deadly, but there was no other choice. And how can I stand alone against 10 at once? You don't have to beat them. Just don't let them break the stone. I'm not asking for more. As soon as I'm done with the others, I'll help. Kim patted the saddened guy on the shoulder. He liked his honesty and desire to help the common cause. And then he remembered the girl. He didn't think her escape was something completely wrong. A weak man who hid behind other people's backs. Not the first case in history, and far from the last. If they can pass this stage, she will get all the benefits without lifting a finger. Convenient, but so selfish. And it's stupid, because its characteristics will not grow. And this means that she chose the wrong path. Be careful, a couple is coming to you. Got it! Hearing Kim's shout, the guy quickly changed his position. Goblins attacked the guy from all sides. He held up better than Kim expected from him. The guy was not fast, but his reaction was not bad, and helped in a difficult situation. He was fighting off goblins, and from the side it was noticeable that he did not have enough strength to kill them faster. There were significantly more devil goblins now than the first time. Kim was only happy about it. He saw them only as prey. His partner could have problems if he let go of too many monsters. The question is how long they will be able to hold out at this pace. The death of the guy automatically meant the failure of the stage. And although, while everything was going well, Kim effortlessly swung his sword and gained experience and stats for killing the next goblins. The power increases by 1. Statistics grew. The growth rate was higher than back then in the dungeon. You have gained 15 experience points. It's the same with experience points. Kim looked at the guy and saw that he was holding up well. 4 corpses of monsters were already lying in front of him, and he successfully fought off 3 more. Kim tried to help the guy. He threw a stone into the back of the goblin who was leaving him. The force of the throw was enough to get it stuck in his head. Kim used stones to intercept extra goblins, giving the guy an extra opportunity to catch his breath. Now, he did not leave the guy more than 20 meters away, and, on occasion, always helped to cope with extra monsters. Soon all the goblins were killed and the long-awaited moment of rest came. Sighing heavily, Kim checked his stats. Personal character statistics: name, Kim, strength, 37, defense, 28, dexterity, 34, stamina, 28, experience, points, 6250. 3 more new units in the characteristics. It was wonderful that the effort was put into getting each unit less than on the last day in the dungeon. After killing all the goblins, a voice in their head reported. The first day is over. The defense of the village is counted. 1 unit is credited to a random characteristic. Magic increased by 1. Finally, you can rest. The guy lay down on the ground and exhale with relief. It was a difficult battle, but they survived. The rating of defenders is calculated. First place, 98. Second place, 26. Third place, 6. You have gained 980 experience points. A 1-day supply of food has been issued. Remembering the contents of the diary, he now understood why the people who chose the red door were able to get ahead of the others. In the end, it was right to choose the red door. The first days has a random stat point, the second has 2, the third has 3, and that's about how the points were given. Since the red door is 10 days instead of 3, you can earn 55 random stat points just by surviving. Suddenly the guy noticed that he had a new skill. Kim was surprised why he was given a new skill, and he killed only 26 monsters. Skill? Which one? His skill was called A Deal with the Devil, E+ rank. This is an active skill that increases strength and agility by 5, but at the same time reduces survivability and damage resistance by 2. Kim began to envy the guy. So much to gain by killing 26 goblins. This guy doesn't know how lucky he is. Of course, at this stage the first skill should appear, but still, he has killed almost 100 goblins and the reward is worse than that of a novice. Good skill. You're lucky, Kim praised him, seeing how eager he was to hear his assessment of his achievements. Unfortunately, the skill reduced survivability and damage resistance, but strength and agility, for the period of training, remained the most necessary characteristics for any person, and the lack of expenditure of magical energy for activation and deactivation. In the future, this skill will help when hunting monsters. Meanwhile, the girl hiding from them outside the village, hiding behind a stone, she reasoned. It seems they are not fighting badly. It's lucky that I managed to hide. The girl was hiding behind a tree trunk and cautiously looked back. No one followed her. She walked quite far from the village, and so far she has not met any dangerous animals here. But the sense of danger did not leave her. Sitting behind a rock and barely holding back a shiver, she was thinking how to fight against such strong monsters. She would not have succeeded, and she would have already died. What if they die quickly, and she has to return to the village alone? She persuaded herself that Kim was killing monsters in batches and should not have died quickly. And, in general, they could cope without her participation. He is brave and strong enough to go through this stage alone. What good is a weak woman to them? Better let the men take care of everything, and she doesn't have to risk her life. Receiving the wound forced her to reconsider her views on the path of survival chosen earlier. The goblin was strikingly different from the zombies she had once encountered. They were much faster and armed with cleavers. The monster is too heavy for her, and in the future, stronger monsters may appear. She sat and hoped that they would cope and kill all the monsters without her. From now on, all she had to do was wait for what would happen next. On the fourth day, the goblins no longer appeared. It was like they were being attacked by new kinds of monsters every new day. They coped well. Kim was examining the corpses of one-eyed orcs. There weren't as many of them as goblins, but they were bigger and much stronger than they looked. The guy was lying on the ground. He had cuts after the fight. In general, there were many small cuts on his body. Nothing serious, but from the wound on the thigh, blood was still flowing. Kim tore his shirt and started bandaging his leg. It was better than doing nothing. He wanted to help the guy. Kim said that this is only the third stage. Who knows what they have prepared in the future? They need to fight for their lives. They will be able to defeat monsters if they do not give up. The guy thanked him and asked if he could survive, because this is only the third stage of the treatment, but Kim himself did not know what awaited them in the future. The diary did not describe the red stage. And in general, there was a lot of fog in his hints. "We will survive, necessarily. And don't let go of your snot," replied Kim, tightening a tight knot on the bandage. But the guy wanted to be supported and continued to talk about his feelings. "I can't die. Who will look after the younger ones?" "You've probably heard such stories 1,000 times," he said through tears. Kim froze, listening to the boy complain to him. No one wants to die, and he himself was no exception. And the guy continued. "I don't want to die," he said in a trembling voice, covering his eyes with his hand. "I really don't want to die. I want to live and return to my family." "Shut up, please. No one is going to die here," Kim shouted to him. Personally, he did not want to return to that world. He decided to go through all the difficulties of the hidden world in order to regain his past. But this guy was completely different. For him, the hidden world was a strange and very dangerous place. And he had somewhere to go back to. He still had a family, alive. What he was feeling now was many times scarier than everyone else, than Kim's. "You need to rest, sleep it off, and everything will get better. You're not going to die, at least not this time," Kim tried to cheer him up. It was getting closer tonight and they decided that they needed to rest. The fifth day passed quietly. There was no one there until the evening. Even after sunset, nothing foreshadowed the appearance of monsters. They were sitting at the megalith waiting for the next wave. But Kim was starting to worry more and more. It suddenly began to seem to him that 2 waves in a row would be launched today. In the previous days, the waves were in the afternoon and evening, giving them the opportunity to rest. Could anything have broken, or were they really given a day off? The first time the monsters appeared in the afternoon, and the second in the evening. They hoped that now, at night, 2 waves of monsters would not come. At this time, Kim was standing next to the guy, and felt a strange tremor in his body. "What's wrong with me?" Kim began to examine, first himself, then around him. The stone itself and the ground around it were shaking. "Do you feel it too?" the guy asked him. rolling his frightened eyes. His palm rested on the stone and trembled more than the stone itself. The earth was shaken by a series of powerful tremors, accompanied by a loud rumble. And when bright light began to burst out of the cracks on the ground, people were really scared. What was prepared for them on the 5th day? What size monsters will come out this time? However, no one has appeared yet. If this happened on the 10th day, one would think that this is how the 3rd stage should end. But today was the 5th day. The trembling of the megalith intensified, and the light became more intense and brighter. Don't we need to do something about it? I don't know. The stone is breaking. The guy waved his hands in the direction of the stone. And what can you do? Just, let's see what happens next, Kim shouted back. Although he himself was not sure what was happening in front of their eyes. If he breaks down like that, maybe we lost and it's collapsing? I don't know, shouted Kim, also tormented by doubts. Did they miss something? Were there monsters today? We didn't see them? What if they were too small, like ants? Or maybe it's termites. They got inside and by the evening they had gnawed the stone from the inside. The seal of the megalith is weakening. When the seal is completely weakened, monsters will be released. A dead lich, boss, has been summoned. The same message as when detecting the queen ant. Remembering how hard it was with her, Kim became nervous. Will they master this complexity? Soon the megalith was obscured by a mystical fog, which made it difficult to see what should appear from there. Out of it came a squad of human skeletons armed with swords, led by a giant skeleton. He wasn't humanoid, but rather resembled the skeleton of a buffalo with large horns. And, unlike the others, he had organs inside him, like a living being. The spectacle is not for the faint of heart. But they are already used to letting out the guts of monsters of various kinds. You can't scare them like that now. But the view was nasty. Fortunately, the skeleton squad was small, and the boss was the main danger. Kim looked at the sword in his hand. He went through 2 stages with him, and was no longer as new as before. I hope it won't let you down. This time, the monsters did not seek to attack them as soon as they saw them. Waiting for the command, they just stayed near their boss. Take the change on yourself, shouted Kim. I'll do everything I can. The guy rushed to the skeletons, trying to drag them away from the boss. Kim immediately attracted the boss's attention, and time seemed to stand still while they were assessing their chances in this battle. But sooner or later, it had to happen, and the fight began. The first blow hit his horn. Kim did not seek to choose a specific target, but simply probed the strength of his defense. Strong! The results of the first blows disappointed him. And he's smarter than the queen, Kim complained to himself. The dead lich was actively moving and covering its weaknesses. This was especially true of the heart. Kim noticed it right away, even when he was making the first trial strikes. The boss constantly blocked his blows with horns, and then quickly counterattacked, trying to impale the man on the horns. And when the opportunity arose, he whipped him with his prickly tail. Kim could not block the flexible tail and was forced to dodge or jump aside every time. Constantly jumping from place to place, he forced the boss to spin around his axis so as not to give him the opportunity to develop great speed. After spinning the boss, Kim was able to climb on his back and make a big cut on his back. The boss was unhappy when he felt that a man's sword touched his body. He began to jump, hoping that he could throw him off and trample him. This went on for quite a long time. It was necessary to start doing something, otherwise the boss, sooner or later, would throw him off. Gritting his teeth, he swung, and, improving the moment, stuck his sword between the boss's ribs, aiming to reach the heart. The boss continued to run around the village, destroying everything in his path. But the pain paralyzed the body of the dead lich, and he crashed into the wall of the house with all his might. It was a very strong blow. The whole earth shook. After that, Kim flew away a few meters, having managed to use the stone skin a moment before. If it wasn't for this skill, he wouldn't be able to get up after landing like this. But I was able to land on my feet. A large pool of blood appeared from under the rubble of the wall. So I got it! Kim praised himself. He wasn't sure if the boss was dead and watched with caution what would happen next. The soft growls that the boss was capable of could not harm anyone, but showed that he was not dead yet. The debris scattered, and the boss's body appeared from there. Kim froze, looking at him in surprise. How so? Why doesn't he die? Looking at the bull's wound, Kim noticed that it began to regenerate and shrink before his eyes. He stood and looked at the bull, and he looked at him. The wound that Kim had done before began to disappear, and the bull was ready to continue the fight. Kim was very surprised and did not know how to continue the fight. As it turned out, the girl dared to come to the village. She hid in one of the buildings and watched their battle, but was afraid to go out and help them. She was very scared. The fight continued. The guy beat the skeletons and watched in amazement as the bull regenerated and his wounds healed. He hoped that Kim would come up with something and defeat the bull. Kim looked at the bull. He thought that although the wound he inflicted was not fatal for him, but he must have a vulnerable spot. There was no choice. No one but him could have killed the Lich. Kim continued to strike. His agility was enough to evade the bull's blows. He jumped on his back again in search of vulnerabilities. Swinging, Kim hit the bull on the head with the sword. This again caused the bull to fall, but not to die. It seemed that it was a senseless fight with an invulnerable goal. The bull stood up again and began to attack. The bull ran away, crashed his head into Kim and pressed him against the wall of the house. This forced him to activate a new skill, Berserk, a skill without which Kim would have had big problems. After Kim was on the bull's head, he noticed a red stone that glowed. Kim assumed that this stone could be the source of life for him. Choosing the right moment, Kim struck an accurate blow to the stone. It was a great blow to the right place. Without the stone that gave the bull regeneration, he collapsed to the ground. The guy, continuing to fight with the skeletons, was already almost exhausted. But after the Lich died, the skeleton warriors surrounding him were falling apart before his eyes. The skeleton mage, before he could finish forming a fireball, rolled off the roof, engulfed in flames, and crashed on the ground. The risk was exorbitant, but the result was worth it. The boss was killed, and it was time to receive rewards. You have defeated a Lich demon. Boss. All skeletons ceased to function. There were no reports of a reward, probably because he didn't fight the boss himself. But despite this, the news was intoxicating. How is he? Hoping that the boss died earlier than Kim. Otherwise, there was not much point in such a victory. His wounds hurt, but he felt pain only from emotional worries for his comrade. When he saw that the boss had impaled him on the horns and slammed him into the wall, his heart contracted with fright. I'm alive. And you? The guy said, approaching the place where their bodies of the Lich demon lay. No one responded. Rivulets of tears ran down his face. Was it really a parting gift from his comrade? A gift he didn't deserve in any way. Not daring to come any closer, he fell to his knees and throwing his sword aside, sobbed. Now he was alone. Alone in this world filled with pain and suffering. And he didn't even have time to tell him the most important thing. Why should I die? I'm not dead yet. Kim frowned, not understanding his partner's question. Until the boss's head disappeared. He couldn't get out and waited for this moment. The guy laughed. For the first time in his life, he was so happy. Tears of despair were replaced by tears of joy, washing his soiled face. He got up and walked unsteadily to help his friend. After Kim got out from under the bull's body, they began to rejoice that everything ended well, and they survived together after this wave of monsters. Suddenly the guy, eyes wide open, looked at his chest, from which the blade of the sword was sticking out. And when it disappeared, having lost its support, he fell to the ground, his head thrown limply to the side. How so? The guy whispered, stretching out his hand in the direction of his killer. There was a malicious smile on her face. You'll regret it, Kim shouted loudly. The rage in his eyes could have killed anyone, but unfortunately, it was only his gaze. Maybe so. But now I have a lot of other worries, and I have no time for pity. The girl squinted, carefully approaching the wounded guy. I'll make you regret it, Kim said in a quieter voice. He was breathing heavily, and could not stand firmly on his feet. Even so, will you be strong enough? The girl grinned, bringing her sword to strike. She saw his condition, burn, wounds all over the body, the trembling of the sword in his hand. Do you want to know why? I don't have a choice anymore. You need to strike first. You would have done the same if you had found me earlier. But I turned out to be smarter than you, huh? And quicker. Her smile turned into a bloodthirsty grin, and madness flashed in her eyes. "I see. And I thought you just didn't want to die," Kim replied, taking a couple of steps towards her. "You're right, don't want. But when there is an opportunity to receive another reward, it's a sin not to take advantage of it. You don't mind that either, do you?" These were her last words before the blow, in which she put all her strength. A blow that opened up a new life and the next stage for her. Kim easily deflected her blow and cut off her hand holding the sword. For several seconds the girl did not understand what had happened. Her mouth was opening soundlessly, and her eyes were looking at the enemy in fright. Kim applied his new skill. He barely had enough magical energy to use the berserker again after defeating the boss. The body, having lost its head, managed to wave its arms several times before falling to the ground like a sack. The guy turned his head and said with a sad smile, "I didn't do anything to her. Why is she doing this to me?" "Forget about her. She's dead," Kim replied dryly, sitting down at his headboard. "I'm going to die soon, too. You know, we can meet there. If you want, I'll give you a message." The guy's voice was getting quieter. "You're not going to die," Kim said firmly, watching the life slowly come out of his comrade's body. "Let me tell you something important. My consciousness is leaving. I don't have long left." The guy was already pronouncing the words with difficulty. "You're not going to die." Kim, gritting his teeth, took out a small bottle and began to pour its contents over his partner's wound. A strange liquid, hitting the human body, just erased the wound, as if it was painted. "This is a miracle," Kim admired, for the first time watching the effect of the elixir. The subject from the training is an elixir of poor quality. The elixir is diluted 1/1000. Its effectiveness is significantly reduced, but it can still work wonders. Medicine, capable of healing wounds. This was the reward received for killing the queen ant. There was little joy at his discovery. He had placed too high expectations on that box. But even so, it remained an item that could be an extra life in such a dangerous place. And he had limitations. The elixir worked only while the training was going on. "Is this really a reward for the boss? And you spent it so thoughtlessly? You know I have nothing to repay you with." "No, I got it earlier." Kim didn't want to waste such a thing on trifles. And now he will have to make sure that the elixir is no longer needed. When the liquid from the bottle ran out, the guy's condition returned to normal. His complexion improved, and his voice sounded more energetic and confident. "It's a pity," Kim said softly, not realizing that he was doing it out loud. "Me too." The guy answered him with embarrassment. "Did I say that out loud?" Kim was surprised, stretching out his hand to the guy's body. He wanted to make sure that the wounds really disappeared and it wasn't a trick of the eye. The danger has passed. No one else is going to die now. "Of course it's a pity that I had to spend such a valuable thing on an unfamiliar person. But it's probably for the best. If he had been in such a situation earlier, he would still have had to spend the elixir on him. So what's the difference? After all, even if it was only 10 days during which they had each other's backs, taking the blows intended for the other on themselves. It's too short a time to develop a strong relationship, but miracles happen." Kim could no longer let the guy die in front of his eyes. Nausea rose in my throat, unpleasantly echoing in my half-empty stomach. Kim leaned his hand against the wall and prepared for the worst. The events of the last few days have played a bad joke on him. Of course, he was used to blood and betrayal. But he had never killed people before. He justified himself by saying that it was all her fault, but it didn't help much. He was sick, and he could barely restrain himself from turning out together with the contents of his stomach. If the guy wasn't there, he would have given free rein to his feelings for a long time, but the role of an older comrade and a reliable partner obliged him to keep himself in hand. "Is it easier for you?" Kim turned around and nodded in response. However, the whole palette of feelings experienced now was clear from his facial expression. "It was worse for me after I did it for the first time." The guy decided to calm him down in a peculiar way, starting into memories of the recent past. "It was much worse than what you have now. I'm surprised at your endurance. I've been throwing up inside out for hours, but their situation was different. The guy did it defensively. Well, So it seemed at first glance. After all, there was no one to refute it. And Kim was killing a man who, in his opinion, deserved to die. He might not have killed. He was much stronger and could afford pity. But he didn't. But he allowed his rage to spill out. And now, he was paying for a moment of weakness. Was the momentary sense of justice worth the retribution of all that came over him now? The confidence in this was gradually leaving him, leaving behind only a seal of regret. For an ordinary person, a respectable family man in the past, such feelings were new. Yes, his broken soul sometimes trembled with righteous anger when his eyes saw injustice. But his anger should have been directed at the murderer of the family. And this girl didn't do anything to him personally. Of course, she wanted to kill him, but she couldn't fulfill her desire. And now it turned out that he had killed a man who was obviously weak, confused in his feelings, who in places looked so much like himself. It's time to pull yourself together. Next time we won't have so much time for pity, Kim said in a firm voice. He promised himself that this was the first and last time he allowed himself to be weak. The first and the last. Congratulations to all the survivors on completing the 3rd stage of training. How long were these 30 minutes? They looked at each other and fell silent in embarrassment. The moment came when the system counts and distributes rewards. You have gained 40,480 experience points. 10 units are added to your characteristics in a random order. The power increases by 2. Health increases by 2. Dexterity increases by 1. All characteristics are increased by 2 points. I hope they won't stop there. He was looking forward to receiving something valuable. The fight was difficult, and the reward simply had to match it. It could not be that the system was limited to issuing only units of characteristics. Acquired Zakhar's Shackles number 218. After receiving the message, a silver-colored bracelet appeared on his arm. What is it? Shackles. Are you kidding? They gave Zakhar's shackles as a reward? After reading the title, Kim began to resent the received item. This is not what he expected to get. And also a suspicious name and strange numbers. Why 218? This meant that they are cool by 218 points, or that they are in the ranking at 218 place. And how many positions are there in this ranking? Or maybe this is the weakest thing, and is at the end of the rating. Perhaps the reward is so strange because only 2 people were able to pass this stage. It is possible that if there were more people there, the reward would have grown. Or vice versa. He was awarded this valuable artifact only for the fact that he alone coped with most of the monsters. And even killed the boss. But why the shackles? What are they hinting at? Do they really want to restrain him in this way? Or did they find out about the tips from the diary? But he honestly went into that complexity, the description of which was not in the diary. And I almost don't use hints anymore. Or maybe you shouldn't have killed her. At least, until you get the reward. With mixed feelings, Kim tried to evaluate the received artifact, but failed. A snow-white door appeared in the center of the village. The familiar facade and color hinted that the passage behind it would be safe. The passage to the next stage of training is open. Please hurry up if you don't want to stay here forever. The white door. It was chosen by part. This means that there will be a place for the general gathering of all survivors behind it. It's time for us, Kim said, and picking up the guy, quickly entered her. On the other side, an incomprehensible-sized room was waiting for them again. Why is there no one here? The guy looked around. The space around them was spacious, but the walls and probably the ceiling were fenced with something. Ah, are you here already? Someone's voice rang out from the left. They were approached by Part, who had just appeared from his white door. Now there were 2 doors. He asked in surprise. How long have you been here? We just broke up recently. But what about the trials? I should have been here first. Surprised, Part asked the guys. Kim was the only one who knew why this happened. The time of return did not depend on the chosen difficulty. Whether it was red, blue, or white, the next stage started for everyone at the same time, in the same place. The reason is simple. The time gap for each color. The person who entered the white door took 1 step, which for the person from the red door lasted 10 days. Although, if one person is put to sleep, the effect will be the same. He won't know how much time has passed while he was sleeping, and he will come out of the door after the same 10 days as the others who chose other colors. And since no one knew how much time had actually passed, any option could be possible, even the most incredible. It's just that Kim was sure from the very beginning that they would all gather here again. And then new doors appeared, from which their old acquaintances came out. In most cases, people passed the blue difficulty without loss. It was not difficult to identify them, because they came out in fives. As for the rest, the losses could be dramatic. 8 people passed through the red stage. It looks like only 2 of them died. It's that group, the pioneers from the dungeon. They had the best result in red difficulty. The losses of the other groups reached up to half of their composition. The first figure emerged from the open door. They were familiar faces. His face darkened abruptly. It was the big man from the cave, and he wasn't alone. The girl who was chasing him was also with him. So they survived. But why only 2? It was useless to look for clues. What had just happened was entirely the result of his interference. Red complexity, Kim concluded, carefully examining old acquaintances. They were not particularly different from themselves in the past, nor from other people here. The only difference was the abundance of bloodstains on their clothes. It's like they've been through hell, or they've made it themselves. Kim's reasoning was interrupted by a voice in his head. There are 56 survivors. I will now explain the rules of the 4th stage of the tutorial. Only Kim knew that the training consisted of 5 stages. If a person passed them, he was allowed into a real hidden world full of dangers and treachery. The people who got there had to receive initial training so as not to die in the first 5 minutes. The 4th stage of the tutorial will be a team-based competition. From now on, everyone in your vicinity will be on your team. As a single team, you will compete against survivors from other tutorials. Your victory will be determined by which team hunts the most monsters and earns the most team points. The side that earns the most team points will proceed to the final tutorial. The losing team will not proceed any further. Earning team points is a simple matter. If you enter the white door and hunt monsters, you will earn team points. However, if you enter the black door, you may raise your stats and earns individual points. Also, according to the monsters you hunt and the individual points you earn in the black door, you will be given an item every day in this place. As you may come here with the command door, the place you return to will be remembered. Part began to reason that it would be easy. Even if they lost a team fight, he simply had to get into the top 10 in individual points. He was with 1 out of 148, so most of the 56 are self-evident. It would seem that it is not difficult to come to the right conclusions and divide your time into 2 equal parts. But the fact is that by the 4th stage, the strength of people differed greatly among themselves, and the weak wanted to become stronger, and the strong did not want to miss their chance to become even stronger. Strangers do not have the opportunity to agree among themselves, and there is no desire to rely on anyone's conscientiousness. The 4th stage will last 5 days. Team points and personal rating of both teams will be calculated every midnight. People cautiously looked at each other, waiting for what other conditions the system would put forward to them. The doors are open. You can proceed. Surprisingly, at first no one was in a hurry to get into the black door. Everyone was looking at the neighbors. We waited to see what choice the majority would make. To enter through a white door or through a black one. From a personal point of view, entering through the back door was the right choice, but then only 10 people can survive. On the other hand, if you earn team points through the white door, each of the team will be able to survive. White door or black door, in which you will have a better chance of surviving. Worried people began to move one by one. Most of them headed for the black door. Their choice was easily predictable, if not obvious. Entering the door, they were met by an endless forest. The terrain resembled that of the first 2 stages, but the monsters encountered here were strikingly different from the past. They were definitely much stronger than the ones in the dungeon. He was running away from the monsters chasing him. In this forest, he could only hunt the weakest creatures, and cyclopes were not among them. Payback for the wrong choice. The people who passed the red difficulty grew the fastest. They were followed by people from the blue. and the people from the White Room had no chance to break out into the leaders of the rating. Even the people who passed the third stage on the blue difficulty could not keep up with the leaders. The red difficulty gave too many advantages and such a gap that it was not possible for others to overcome even in a month, let alone 5 days. Kim saw the running man, helped him and easily killed 2 monsters. It was easy prey for him and his partner. Kim and a friend decided to go deep into the forest to look for monsters more difficult than these 2. They understood that it was impossible to waste time just like that. You need to constantly upgrade your skills. I think you've become a lot stronger than before, the guy said, casting an awkward glance at Kim's wrist. He remembered the hunt in the third stage. The difference was striking. But he couldn't muster the courage to ask Kim about it. Although he witnessed that, even before receiving the bracelet, he fought with bosses. He could simply be given more units of characteristics, and the bracelet might not play such a significant role. The hidden world will definitely reward you for certain actions. Sometimes the reward can be weird, but the bigger your contribution, the better it was. The shackles of Zahar rank B, adjustable. As the monarch, Zahar had split his soul. He created these shackles. While shaving away the wearer's magic, it will grant them greater strength. As you provide the shackles with more magic, the strength it provides will grow proportionally. Attack damage, cutting damage, and defense will rise according to the magic consumed. According to the magic consumed, defense will be ignored. Decreases magic consumption rate by 20%. Reducing magic consumption by 20% is incredible. He will be able to use his skills more as they use less magic. And on top of that, his attack and defense will be increased, and he will be able to ignore the defense if he adds more magic to it. Then the bracelet itself will become better, after another defeated enemy. Kim looked up at the sky. They had been fighting for a long time and it should be midnight soon, which means that the first day of the 4th stage of training will be completed. Gathered in the room, everyone was waiting for the results to be counted. Everyone wanted to get as many experience points as possible. First place, Kim Yun-jae, 12,180. Second place, Kim Do-hyung, 8,190. Third place, Jung Ji-wyu, 7,480. The rating was available to everyone present, and they were surprised to find that nothing had changed since the previous stages. Ahead were all the same familiar names. So this couple also goes deeper into the forest? Kim frowned, realizing where the rating of his unpleasant acquaintances came from. He is the second, she is the 4th. You can't earn that much on the edge of the forest. Team points first place, 2,050. Second place, 1,000. Third place, 0 point. Kim and his partner were glad that only they got team points. It was their advantage. The enemy team scores 28,550 points. What? 28,000? A roar of indignation swept over the heads of the audience. Many hoped that there would be only egoists in that team, but it wasn't there. Unlike them, the opposing team turned out to be quite cohesive, or more practical. The enemy team's total points were an order of magnitude higher than the amount earned by just 2 members of their team. Now, rewards will be given out according to individual points. We will calculate Kim Yun-jae's individual points. You have earned a random stat point. Your magic has risen by 1. You have earned 12 coins. A thin coin appeared in front of the man's eyes. When he opened his fist, 12 coins fell into it. This coin is the key reward of the entire training, available at the 4th stage. The increase in stats was a happy accident. At this stage, the emphasis was on obtaining items and skills. The skills and items that can be obtained for coins are simply not comparable to the rewards given for completing the stages. One item that could be exchanged for 10 coins was more valuable than the reward for the 3rd stage of training. During the 3rd stage of training, Kim acquired Zakar bracelets. Of course, it was a non-standard reward. Kim replaced almost 8 people, gained a lot of experience points, and finally defeated the boss, who did not need to be killed. Will the reward received at the 4th stage be better after this? Although, in any case, the coins should have been saved. Attention! I have a suggestion! Kim shouted loudly, showing his coins to others. You probably know who I am, and you also know what I'm capable of. He needed no introduction. There was no one here who did not know the leader of the ranking of several stages. It was his name that always loomed first. and many decided that such a person is worth listening to. An offer? What are you talking about? Someone shouted from the crowd. Everyone held their breath, except for one person. Do you really want to win the team points competition? Is that your suggestion? If so, then there are no idiots here who can buy into it. Kim looked in the direction from which the voice came. It was a big guy. For a few seconds they looked at each other with undisguised anger. You know, I'm curious. How do you propose everyone to survive? Yes, that's exactly what Kim suggested. This is an opportunity not only to survive, but also to earn extra money. Together, we need to win this competition. The system cannot be resisted. Winning the team points competition was the only way for the entire team to survive at this stage. But only if everyone starts earning team points. It was easy to achieve this by joint efforts, with a minimum of deaths. Is that really the case? The big man laughed loudly after hearing what he expected from him. Yes, what Kim was talking about made sense, was quite achievable and relatively easy. People just weren't ready for it anymore. Take off your rose-colored glasses, the big man said, waving his hands in frustration. Are you really counting on support? It's funny, but I like your spontaneity. The only problem is that, apart from you, there are no such weak-minded people here. They all died in the last stages. Of course, if you personally want to remain a fairy tale hero, then it's not a problem. You can be anyone. No one will stop you. In this world, everyone can be who they want to be. But don't you dare impose your nonsense and pink snot on the others. The voice of the big guy thundered over the gathered people, echoing in the heart of everyone who heard him. Maybe you can explain to me and them why I have to do this. I can survive without gaining team points. The big guy looked defiantly at Kim and other people. The system allowed the 10 best of the losing side to pass on. Why waste time on team points when you can strengthen yourself just by earning individual points? It's still obvious. You're right, and it won't be a problem for me to survive, Kim answered his challenge. Everyone knew that he was on the first line of the rating for a reason. The gap between him and the bully was overwhelming. The latter was only a little ahead of his partner Kim, but could not catch up with the leader. It would be great if all problems could be solved in this way. I would love not to see all of you. I am able to survive without your help, but I have bad news for all of you. Kim decided that it was time to make people think a little about their future. Hearing this, the crowd of people around them tensed up. No one liked the bad news in their already joyless lives. What happens if the next stage requires more people? Much more than the 10 survivors who will be allowed in? The conditions of this stage say that a large number of people should be needed in the next one. Think about your life now, when it's not too late. His words made the strong think and gave the weak a chance to survive. He had already said something similar before the start of the second stage. And in general, he was right. Such a person was worth listening to for everyone. In general, my suggestion is simple. We need to score team points every day, not as much as it might seem at first glance. And after that, you can do whatever you want, contribute, and be free. No one owes anyone anything. People asked, how much? What will be our quota? 1,000 points a day is enough. For myself, I will set a double tariff in order to prove by personal example. The offer seemed profitable. Everyone knew what to do, and thanks to the rating, no one could deceive others. In addition, it will do twice as much as each of them. It was something to think about. I agree, someone said cautiously, breaking the long pause. Me too. And me. There were too many people around. Much more than the lucky 10 who survived anyway. And they also wanted to live. And they had no reason to reject such a generous offer. Well, maybe with the exception of some characters who were already in the leaders of the rating. I am glad that most of us had similar thoughts. Together we will be able to overcome this stage. Kim thanked everyone, approaching his main opponents. The big guy looked at him with contempt, and his girlfriend's eyes shone with hatred, but Kim decided to ignore their personal attitude to himself. So, are you with us, or have you got something of your own? What do you want to achieve? The big guy squeezed out. We can work together as a team, all of us, Kim suggested, pointing at the people around them. The team? Where did you see the team here? The big guy smiled wryly. From the outside, it seemed that the conflict between them was coming to an end. But it was deceptive. Behind the fake smiles, swords were raised to strike, both on one side and on the other. It is unlikely that any of the parties will give in. But Kim needed the cooperation of everyone, especially these two. If one of them decides to openly oppose himself to the others, nothing good will come of it. Looking at them, people may stop cooperating. Decided what? Looking into the eyes of the big guy, Kim asked directly. Did you come up with all this just to save them? Do you want me to believe in your holiness? The big guy asked angrily. I kind of explained the reason. Is your memory too short? And you expect me to believe that? I won't force you. If you don't want to, don't believe it. It doesn't matter to me. So what are you going to do? The big guy was silent. He looked into Kim's eyes for a long time, trying to find something there that he could cling to. The situation was heating up. No one knew how this meaningful pause, filled with falsehoods and unspoken threats, could end. Okay, your offer is not so bad. We'll do it, the big guy finally said. The answer is too unexpected. Why did he retreat so easily? Is he up to something? After the people came to an agreement, the crowd at the white door increased dramatically. Just by fulfilling the quota, everyone had a chance to survive, and there was still time for personal leveling. Hope appeared on people's faces. It's amazing! He and his partner had already scored the promised number of points and were resting before changing the hunting place. I didn't know that my friend is an apostle of justice, he jokingly said. What? The apostle of justice? Smiled Kim. Is such an analogy appropriate? Well, it may seem so. No, it's not like that at all. We can all survive. Isn't that the goal you pursued? Kim shook his head. That's not true. Why? He wondered. Maybe because if our team survives, the opposing team will die. Hearing such an answer, the guy frowned. Why didn't he think of it himself? In the end, the fate of many people is being decided at this stage. Only one thing is invariable. Someone has to survive at the expense of the other's life. But then, I just suggested a way for people to survive, Kim replied, perfectly aware of the consequences of his actions, as it was written in the diary. One of the teams is dying. Last time his team lost the competition. This time they have a chance. But this means that those people who should not have died can die. And it remains to be seen whether this will make someone feel better. It is quite possible that they will win this competition. So far, everyone is fulfilling the promise and gaining team points together. But even if that happens, the other team, with the exception of 10 people, will die. The conditions set before them were cruel, and Kim understood this like no one else. Although not directly, but by surviving himself, he took the life of his opponent. Fortunately, the opposite team is now like an abstraction for you. He doesn't know any of them, and just knows that someone is there. Kim opened the white door and entered it to continue hunting monsters and earn even more points. For today they had earned 2120 and 890. Not for long they managed to rest. A huge ogre with a tree in his hands, shaking the ground, ran towards them to kill them. One hit on a person can turn him into a bloody pie. With the exception of the Lich demon, the ogre was the strongest monster they had ever encountered. But for Kim it was not very difficult. With a deft movement of the sword, he cut the ogre in half, and he fell to the ground. You're a real hero, the guy said, looking at the ogre's body cut in half. Kim exhaled wearily and looked thoughtfully at Zakhar's shackles on his wrist. They increased the cutting power of the weapon in proportion to the magic power invested in them. The first test blow landed on the monster's leg, and it was easily separated from the body. He didn't even feel the resistance of the bones. But such a blow also cost a lot. It's like half of the magical energy has disappeared, Kim said with a heavy sigh. It will take too much time to replenish it. Of course, Zakhar's shackles increased the speed of its replenishment, but even so, it was not worth getting carried away with them. And who is the real monster here? Watching his partner cut off this giant's leg with the first blow, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. This isn't the first ogre they've met. It is not only big, but also very strong. It was very difficult to cut his skin. Moreover, to do this in one blow. When he tried to cut off the ogre's leg with one blow, a significant amount of magical energy entered the sword, and here is the result. We need to be careful with this in the future. It's better to spend a little more time fighting the monster than to waste magical energy so thoughtlessly. Now he saw for himself why magic was considered decisive in the overall combat power of a person. It was time to seriously think about how to use your abilities more effectively, without using magic power where you don't need it. If you have enough magical energy, you can't even imagine how strong this element can be. Zahar's shackles absorb magic and become stronger and stronger. Right now, his resources were still only enough to increase the cutting power. But then, what power he will be able to give this artifact will depend only on him. The stronger he is, the stronger his artifacts will become. Kim's wounds were healing before his eyes. They also had to spend magical energy on them. The characteristic, which seemed not very important in the first days, gradually became the key to survival and further growth. Isn't our goal just to survive? The guy began to reflect, glancing at his partner. If your goal is just to survive, you shouldn't take that risk. The choice of red difficulty in the third stage, the place where they are now. But why would he? What was his goal? It seemed that he wanted something more than just to survive. The goal, Kim nodded. Yes, there is, and it's not easy to survive. You can do anything only if you live. But for him, the key word in this phrase was not the word, to survive. So there was a goal to which he was striving at all costs. And what is this goal? The guy decided to ask him, what could have prompted a person to do this? Do you want to return to the real world? Yes, Kim replied, and turned around to continue hunting. As they went deeper into the forest, they were expected to encounter stronger monsters, among which ogres were the overwhelming majority. If there was a most dangerous place in the forest, it was here. What's there? The guy said in surprise, showing his partner the right side. What? What is it? Kim looked where his partner pointed him. At first glance, there were only bushes and trees. But there was something else there after all. A golden goblin with a huge bag on his back was hiding under one of the trees. The last day of the fourth stage. They had heard that someone had found a golden goblin in the forest. A goblin in a forest inhabited by monsters like ogres? At first they didn't believe it, but later realized that it was something like a hidden part, hidden at this stage. Their gazes met, and then the golden goblin let out a strange cry. "Follow him!" shouted Kim, rushing in pursuit. Despite the fact that they had not yet had time to rest after the fight, both ran with maximum acceleration. The golden goblin. What treasures does he keep in his bag? At this time, while Kim and his new friend were trying to catch up with the goblin with the golden bag, the second part of the team was also in the forest. But they were in no hurry to hunt. They were worried about how they would enter the top 10 players. After the results were announced, they realized that the gap was very large and it was no longer possible to catch up with the leaders possible. Instead of hunting monsters in this forest, they sat on the ground and did nothing. Their faces were puzzled. They wanted to come up with something so that they too would have a chance to complete training. So far they had hoped that there would be enough team points so that they could also get into the top 10 participants. Suddenly, their calm was interrupted by some noise in the forest. All people immediately paid attention to this noise. They thought they were being attacked by monsters, but after looking closely, they saw the silhouette of a man. Who could it be? As the silhouette of the man approached, the tension grew. They began to shout to him, "Who are you? Don't come near here, stay in your place." People didn't know how to react to this threat. As it turned out, there was no reason for their concern. It was a big man and his new girlfriend. They were walking through the forest in search of monsters, and accidentally overheard a conversation of people who were dissatisfied with their position in the ranking. Coming closer, the big man said with a strained smile on his face. "You shouldn't react so strongly to our appearance here because we didn't come to fight. We came in peace. People had no reason to trust uninvited guests, because in a hidden world you can only meet danger and everyone wants to win. There are no friends here, and you need to beware of everyone." They looked at the big man and continued to shout at him. "What are you here for? Don't come any closer. Just stay there. If you come any closer, we'll take it as you want to fight." The big man was not afraid of them. After he heard their conversation, he continued to smile and said that he had an offer for them, and they needed to listen to him. People were puzzled what idea he might have, but since they had little chance of getting into the top 10 players, they were forced to listen to him. Maybe it would save their lives. They didn't have much choice. Big Man raised his hands, telling that he came in peace and said what these people wanted to hear. It's not a bad deal for you guys. It's a way for all of you guys to get in the top 10. Realizing that people were in a desperate situation, he told them with a grin on his face, "Well, are you interested?" Meanwhile, Kim and his friend continued to chase the Golden Goblin. They really wanted to get the gold that was in his bag, but they had very little chance of catching up. As they darted through the thick forest, the Golden Goblin seemed like a flicker of light, always just out of reach. The dense woods concealed not only their elusive target, but also concealed lurking dangers, other menacing creatures that could hinder their pursuit. The goblin was faster than them. He deftly jumped over the trees, not giving these two a chance to catch up with him. The goblin looked at their futile attempt to get his gold, and it made him smile. The Golden Goblin looked at them, perched on a tree, its laughter echoing through the air once more. With a mocking demeanor, it continued its journey through the forest, fully aware that Kim and his friend stood no chance of catching up with him. The duo stood still, watching the goblin vanish into the woods. Kim's face was contorted with anger, his frustration palpable. The goblin's mocking laughter had grated on his nerves, fueling a fiery annoyance within him. The unsuccessful attempt to catch the goblin had taken its toll. Exhausted and drained of energy, they had fought off numerous monsters that had crossed their path during the pursuit. Kim leaned against a tree, catching his breath. His friend was next to him. It took him a moment to pull himself together, and then he said that they needed to catch the goblin within 3 days. Remembering what was written in the diary about the goblin, Kim realized that catching the goblin was a priority. It would give them a significant advantage over other players in this training. This realization fueled his motivation, and he knew that they had to come up with a plan that would outwit the cunning creature. Realizing that it was already getting dark, his new friend suggested that they return to the base so as not to miss today's statistics. Without a second's hesitation, Kim agreed with him. The friend summoned the white door, a means to exit the forest. Kim contemplated once more. He understood that at this stage, capturing the Golden Goblin was crucial, regardless of the challenges and sacrifices it might entail. The goblin represented not only a quest for personal vindication, but also a gateway to greater advantages within the game. Entering the room where other people had already gathered, the atmosphere was tense with anticipation. The announcement of the results of the second day, the 4th stage of training, began. The hall was buzzing with a mixture of excitement and nervous energy, as everyone was looking forward to the result of their efforts and how they would look compared to other participants. While waiting for the announcement of the results, Kim noticed that there were quite a lot of people who gathered in this room after sunset, but 6 participants were missing. This aroused suspicion in him. Perhaps they died hunting monsters, but Kim thought it was unlikely. A big man was here and there were people around him. Soon everything will be clear, Kim thought, and continued to listen to the announcement of the results of this day. Team point earnings rankings. Kim, 4250 point. Yu Jung, 2050 point. Ma Young Hak, 1000 point. Team point earnings rankings. The last places did not contribute to team points. A total of 41,300 team points were earned. Kim did not understand how this happened, because he agreed with people that everyone would contribute to team points. But he was deceived. Individual points earnings rankings. Kim, 28280 points. Yu Jung, 19490 points. Ma Young Hak, 15880 points. After the announcement of the individual points, Kim went to the people who were standing in front of him with the big man and asked, "Guys, why didn't you score a single team point? Have we all agreed to earn 1,000 team points per person?" Realizing his numerical superiority, the big man hugged his new friend and girlfriend, made a puzzled look, and said that he did not remember what he would have promised to give his points to the team standings. The big guy continued to provoke Kim and said that he and the people with him believe that team points are not important and they will not play by his rules. Looking at people next to a big man, Kim understood that they looked puzzled, and this is not their decision. Kim could not understand why they did not want to listen to him. He tried once again to explain to these people that it would be more profitable for them to give their points to the team standings, but his attempts to explain did not produce the proper effect, because the big man was set against the leader of the rating. Realizing that Kim did not want to go into conflict, the big man continued to provoke him. Realizing that if Kim started fighting with him, there would be more of them and they would be able to defeat him. But no one wanted to attack first, because Kim was the current leader of the raiding, and it would be very difficult to kill him. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as the big guy, oozing with arrogance, spat disdainfully on the ground, a clear display of disrespect towards Kim. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for Kim's reaction to this blatant provocation. Kim, though infuriated, chose to maintain his composure, understanding that reacting impulsively wouldn't serve their ultimate goal. Kim's friend stepped up to him, stating that people hadn't kept their promise because they had rights. No one was obligated to work for a collective result. It was an observation that brought a moment of reflection for Kim. He considered the balance between personal pursuits and collaborative efforts, recognizing that true progress often involved finding that equilibrium. Fighting with these people now was not the best idea. First of all, there were 2 of them against 10. Realizing this, the partner calmed Kim down in every possible way. But the big guy, seeing that they did not want to fight now, was even more angry. Without hesitation, he took out his sword and wanted to kill Kim and his friend. But one of the people stopped the big man, saying that they had broken their promise and it would be unfair to engage in slaughter now. He asked to leave them alone. This courageous individual made a solemn promise that on the final day, they would strive to achieve the points promised in the team standings. However, a shift had occurred within them, and now they contemplated the possibility of earning points for themselves. The allure of personal advancement and recognition tugged at their determination, presenting a moral dilemma that would test their loyalty to the team versus their individual ambitions. After listening to this man and realizing that there was no point in further negotiations, Kim turned around and went to rest. No one dared to attack him. They stood and watched him leave. The partner followed Kim and tried to understand why Kim wanted to score team points with these people at all. Because it would not bring any advantage to the 2 of them, because they are already at the top of the ranking. The big guy was furious why this man wouldn't let Kim be killed after they had agreed in the forest that they would deal with him in order to survive together. But the man said that Kim is smarter than he seems and knows how to influence people. And the massacre now may not be in their favor. It's better to act more carefully and gradually climb to the top of the rating. He said that it's not necessary to start with these 2. There are enough other people who can also bring glasses. They will be weaker than Kim and will not be able to defend themselves. Arriving at the resting place, Kim and his partner sat down and continued the conversation. The partner asked him if he really wanted to fight with a big man, to which Kim replied that sooner or later it would have to be done, and if the battle could not be avoided, then sometimes it was better to hold it as soon as possible. The partner repeated once again that they cannot force them to contribute to team points. It is their choice to undergo training in a team or each for himself. Kim grasped the shift in dynamics, acknowledging the inclination towards individual point collection. While he didn't inherently oppose the idea, the unexplained disappearance of 6 people raised suspicions. A nagging intuition hinted that they might be responsible for the alteration in plans, prompting Kim to consider the implications of this uncertainty on their journey and the integrity of their team. The situation had taken an intriguing turn, casting a shadow of doubt over the true motives of some participants. After all, everything happened as it was written in his diary. It was definitely them. The Parka team dealt with 6 people to become stronger and take away their gold and individual points. And if they did, they will continue to kill and earn gold and individual points. Kim thought that if nothing was done, they would not be able to win the team competition. They had to come up with something, but it would be dangerous for his partner. He asked his partner what he would do next, because it's dangerous to walk with him now. But the partner said, was it safe before? But Kim continued that they used to exterminate monsters, and now they may have to fight with people. The friend was genuinely stunned by this unforeseen statement. It hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him at a loss for an immediate response. The very idea of conflicting with other players caught him off guard, and he found himself unprepared for such a potential scenario. The words carried an unexpected weight, and he grappled with how to process and react to them. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. It's crucial for our future content and upcoming exciting videos. Your support means the world to us. Thank you in advance. The third day of the fourth stage of training has arrived. All Kim's thoughts were about how to catch up with the goblin. It has been confirmed that the golden goblin is somewhere in the forest. Instead of looking for him based on the information recorded in the diary, they were lucky that they saw him with their own eyes. The problem is that the golden goblin is too fast. Seeing the goblin once more, Kim and his partner immediately set off in pursuit, recognizing the need to catch the goblin and claim the reward stashed in its bag. The goblin skillfully evaded them, effortlessly leaping between trees. Kim understood that a direct chase would not be effective. It could draw the attention of other monsters lurking in the forest. It was clear they needed a strategic approach to trap the goblin before they could successfully apprehend it. Making a powerful jerk and spending a lot of magic, Kim cut down the tree on which the golden goblin jumped with one blow. Losing his balance, the goblin began to fall to the ground. Not hesitating for the golden goblin to descend, Kim propelled himself off the ground, soaring high to intercept the goblin mid-air. With agility and precision, he aimed to capture the goblin during its airborne escape, demonstrating a bold move to seize the opportunity and secure the coveted reward. But suddenly brown dirt flew into Kim's eyes. For a moment he lost sight of the goblin, and when he rubbed his eyes, the goblin pushed off the ground again and jumped to the next tree. This angered Kim even more. He promised himself to catch the golden goblin. He hoped to gain an advantage over other participants after catching the goblin. His partner had already run to him too, and as it turned out, it was just in time. While Kim was rubbing his eyes, something huge appeared from behind the trees. Before them stood a colossal ogre, towering several times larger than any human. Kim had faced and defeated such ogres before, drawing on his combat prowess. However, this time was different. His energy levels were dwindling, leaving him with only a fraction of his usual strength. The daunting challenge loomed ahead, demanding a strategic approach and careful consideration of their limited resources. When the goblin saw the ogre, he stopped. He thought that now the ogre would have no problems defeating these people. Curiosity forced him to sit on a rock and see what would happen next. When Kim saw that the golden goblin stopped running away and sat down on a rock, he thought that this was his chance to catch the goblin. Because he relaxed, hoping that the ogre would win the fight. Kim possessed Zakar's bracelet, which had grown even more potent with time, amplifying its impact force significantly. In this critical moment, faced with the menacing threat of the ogre, Kim relied on the enhanced power of the bracelet. The ogre, fueled by rage, uprooted a massive tree with the intent to hurl it at Kim. Witnessing the impending danger, the guy panicked and started frantically asking Kim for guidance. However, Kim was resolute and focused on his primary objective, tuning out the guy's pleas. The urgency of the situation intensified, but Kim remained steadfast in his pursuit of the golden goblin. His determination to capture the goblin fueled his actions, his mind racing to devise a strategy that would outwit both the ogre and the impending tree hurtling towards them. The clamor and chaos of the moment blurred into the background as he meticulously plotted his moves, eager to overcome this obstacle and continue the chase. The towering ogre, standing at an imposing 4 meters in height, hurled a massive tree towards Kim and his friend, intent on causing harm. In a moment of swift decision, Kim activated Zahar's shackles, allowing their enhanced power to surge through him. Reacting with lightning speed, he leaped towards the side where the ogre stood, his focus sharp and senses heightened. With a single, powerful strike, Kim cleaved the incoming tree in two, the blade of his weapon slicing through the trunk with precision and force. Wood splintered and shattered in the air as the tree was effectively neutralized, the dangerous projectile reduced to harmless debris. The ogre's attack had been thwarted. With relentless speed, Kim followed through with a second powerful blow, seamlessly slicing the ogre into 2 parts without slowing down. The force of the strike was so potent that the ogre was swiftly cleaved in half, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The golden goblin, initially confident in the ogre's invincibility, was taken aback, its composure shattered as panic took hold, realizing the humans had achieved the seemingly impossible. The forest around them fell into a stunned silence, the unexpected defeat of the ogre rippling through the surroundings. It was a moment that spoke of Kim's growing prowess and the unwavering will to achieve their goals, showcasing that no obstacle, however formidable, could stand in their way. Fearing that Kim would do the same to him now, the golden goblin tried to jump up a tree. But he couldn't do it. Kim's sword pierced him with the same speed as the ogre. The curiosity of the golden goblin ruined him. He became another victim of Kim. Looking at the long-awaited prey, Kim was glad that Zahar's shackles had enough magic to cut the tree and catch up with the goblin. His strength was leaving him, but the joy of victory gave him the energy to continue standing on his feet. In the midst of the forest, a group of 5 individuals embarked on hunt. Their objective was not to engage in combat or harm fellow players, but to decipher how they could ascend in the rankings through alternative means. The girl proposed venturing deeper into the forest to hunt formidable monsters, but apprehension gripped the group. They hesitated, knowing they weren't sufficiently powerful. Encountering an ogre could prove fatal. The risk was incredibly high. The peril associated with such a decision weighed heavily on their minds, causing them to consider alternative, safer strategies for advancing in the game. Despite his fear, the guy recognized that they were falling behind in the rankings and realized they needed to take risks. He understood that embracing challenges was essential to have a chance at catching up with the stronger players. The urgency of their situation pushed him to muster the courage required to venture into the perilous depths of the forest, hoping that this risky endeavor would ultimately propel them forward in the game. He said that there were 5 of them and they had a chance to defeat any monster in this forest. They needed to act together. Everyone agreed. No one wanted to be in the last places of the rating after the end of training. Suddenly, their conversation was rudely interrupted when a sword was thrust into one of the players with force. The team was stunned for a moment, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation and the speed with which it unfolded. Shock and horror were reflected on their faces as they realized the reality that their comrade had just been mercilessly attacked as part of the game. The forest, once the realm of adventure, turned into a dangerous area where danger lurked ominously. In a state of panic and disbelief, they frantically looked around, trying to discern the source of the sword attack. Suspicion and fear intensified when they realized that the attacker could be anyone from nearby, and the identity of the attacker remained a mystery, which increased their anxiety. With each passing moment, their anxiety increased, and they realized that their survival and progress in the game were now under serious threat. The big guy and his team came out of the woods. They were not afraid of these players because they were stronger than them, and they wanted to be even stronger to catch up with the ranking leaders. For this they needed to be afraid of coins and experience. Utterly terrified and aware of his vulnerability, the guy pleaded for his safety, vowing to surrender all their in-game coins, both their present holdings and any they would accrue in the future. The weight of fear bore down on him, compelling him to make this desperate plea, clinging to a glimmer of hope that it would be enough to spare his life. The looming threat held their fate in its grip, the outcome uncertain and precarious. The big man told them to shut up. He didn't feel sorry for these players. He wanted to take first place in the ranking, and if they let them go, it would only get worse. And if they killed them, they would get gold and experience. He looked at the helpless players and callously ordered his team to finish them off, viewing them as easy prey and an opportunity to gain additional experience. The ruthlessness of his command sent a chilling shiver through the air, betraying a complete lack of empathy or remorse. The ominous turn of events showcased the harsh reality of the gaming world they were immersed in, where survival often meant sacrificing morals and humanity for personal gain. Taking up swords, the big man's team began to carry out his order. They were also afraid not to listen to him. They hoped that they would gain experience with him and also become stronger. Realizing that they had no chance, the girl asked not to do this. She said that they could unite, and together, they had more chances to win. But the big man did not want to share the future first place with anyone, and for this, you need to get a reward from these players. Fear gripped them like a vice, their hearts pounding in terror as they waited for their fate to be decided. In that harrowing moment, they clung to a glimmer of hope, praying that someone, somehow, would come to their rescue, or that the merciless individual in control would have a change of heart and spare them from the impending violence. The agony of uncertainty gnawed at them, the seconds feeling like an eternity as they stood on the precipice of what could be a tragic end. But this did not happen. It was a very easy prey for them. No one wanted to give up on this. There was no regret and pity. Here everyone is for himself. Who is stronger can decide the fate of another player. The tightly tied knot was untied. The bag, which was larger than the golden goblin's body, was filled with several precious items. There were also a lot of useless items, such as stones and mushrooms, similar to the golden goblin food. However, some of the items in his bag were the ones Kim was after. Kim was looking for potions in a golden bottle in a bag. This was what he had been running after the golden goblin for so long. After the potion was found, it was necessary to make sure that it really gives what was written in the diary. Today luck was on their side. A potion in a golden bottle, which might not have been in the goblin's bag. It would give him strength. This is really what he needs now. Tear of a goddess Ranka. One of the 3 tears shed by a goddess. It may not be much, but the effects are extraordinary. Upon use, there is a permanent 20% increase in the effects of any magic. Upon use, there is a permanent 20% increase in the recovery of magic. Holding the bottle with the elixir in his hands, Kim said that he was taking it for himself. His friend, realizing that the main prize should go to the one who killed the golden goblin, did not object, but asked to take something for himself from the bag. For a new friend who did not feel sorry for the items from the goblin's bag, he said that he could take anything he wanted, but not take everything. To which the partner smiled and replied that he also had a conscience. Shifting slightly to the side, Kim quickly consumed the contents of the bottle. The energy contained within surged through him almost instantly, invigorating his senses and revitalizing his body. A newfound strength and clarity filled him, preparing him for whatever challenges lay ahead in this dynamic and unpredictable world. All of your magic will be recovered. The effects of your magic have risen by 20%. The recovery of your magic has risen by 20%. It's an item that will permanently increase the effects of your magic and your recovery rate by 20%. To think that all the magic he spent on that ogre was recovered. The energy instantly returned to him. He felt the power that was hidden in the drops of the goddess's tears. Now Zahar's shackles will be even more useful after the magic supply has been replenished. Meanwhile, Kim's partner took a moment to examine the bag and made an intriguing discovery. Eager to showcase his new skill, he focused his energy and swiftly demonstrated his proficiency by effortlessly cleaving a tree in a single powerful strike. A display of precision and mastery over the acquired skill without the need for extra energy. It was a testament to their growth and the potential advantages they could harness in their journey. Skill, energy sword passive. Rank, C. Effect. By pouring your magic into your sword, you can apply a stronger magic blade onto your sword. He marveled at the incredible skill he had acquired from the book. The realization that his sword had significantly amplified in power, enabling him to dispatch opponents with a single formidable strike, was both astonishing and gratifying. The newfound strength bestowed upon his blade would undoubtedly be a game-changer in battles to come, bolstering his confidence as he ventured further into the trials that lay ahead. Kim's desire to acquire the skill was strong. He recognized the significance of not only enhancing his stats, but also acquiring valuable skills to gain a decisive advantage in battles. The thirst for knowledge and abilities to better navigate this world pushed him to seek out opportunities for skill acquisition, knowing that a diverse set of skills would be pivotal in overcoming the trials that awaited him and his companions. Each step forward brought him closer to unlocking the true potential of his character in this hidden world. Without thinking twice, Kim also learned this skill and put on a new ring, Killer Edge. A sharper edge, and the ability to reduce the usage of magic come with this sword. The ring of magic storage you can use, the magic stored in this ring, like your own. One-time use. Realizing that Kim was making the right decisions, his partner asked how he knew what to do. He chose the red door when everyone wanted to choose the white door. He did not leave the village and defended the monolith. Now he knew that he needed to catch up with the golden goblin and was right. A peculiar sensation washed over Kim. A hint that perhaps he could foresee events to come. It was a mysterious yet empowering feeling that fueled his intuition. He chose to keep the existence of his diary, brimming with valuable hints and insights, a secret. This diary became a covert advantage, providing him with the upper hand in the intricate game they were all partaking in. The wisdom and foresight held within those pages would guide his decisions. setting the stage for a carefully calculated and advantageous gameplay. Realizing that it is better not to tell his secret to a new friend, Kim turned around and headed for the forest. They have not won yet, and there is a lot of work ahead to win this training. You cannot relax. Competitors can quickly catch up with them. The guy thought that it was possible to relax after such luck. Now they broke away even more from other participants of the competition. But Kim was driven by a dream, to revive his family. It was impossible to relax. The guy had no choice. He obeyed Kim and followed him into the forest. After going deep into the forest, they heard screams. Without hesitation, ran up there, saw how the big man and his team were killing other players. "What are you doing?" he asked, waiting for a clear answer. The big man and his friends stood and did not feel threatened by these two. On the contrary, they thought that it was even better. They would be able to deal with these two and get even more gold and experience. They said that their actions are justified. In this game world, you can survive only in this way. Since when is killing a person normal? He didn't want to listen to anything. He understood that this team chose the easy way and killed weak players. It was impossible to forgive them for what they did. Kim offered them another way, but they chose what they saw fit. People asked to help them. No one wanted to finish their training. The girl started running away, holding on to the wound on her arm. But the big man saw it and began to catch up with her. Kim got in his way, not letting him pass by. The big man did not expect such courage and asked, "Do you have 2 lives? Why are you protecting these people when you don't have a chance to beat us?" Surrounded on all sides, Kim did not try to escape. He said that although he had 1 life, he was not afraid of them, and he had something to hope for. After all, they didn't know that Kim had killed the golden goblin and was now much stronger than he was. Kim stood and talked to him. They behaved relaxed, not feeling the proper threat in him. But at one point, the girl began to bleed. There was a feeling that Kim did not even budge. Looking with surprised eyes, the big guy did not understand how it happened. He did not even have time to see anything. And the girl was already dead. Kim's new abilities did not give them a chance to win. They began to guess that this guy seemed simple, only at first glance. Scared and unwilling to fight one-on-one against Kim, the big man looked at his team and ordered them to kill him. Seeing what had happened, none of his team was in a hurry to start a fight. Realizing that no one was listening to him, the big man swung with all his might and began to attack Kim. He was in second place in the rating, but he was separated from the first place by a lot, and his blow was blocked without much effort. Kim activated Zahar's bracelet. This skill gave his sword even more power, such that the big man could not do anything with it. As their swords clashed, the formidable adversary, the big man, began to grasp the evident disparity in strength. He exerted tremendous effort simply to keep his sword from being overpowered, feeling the strain of the unequal battle. The realization weighed on him, highlighting the challenge he faced in contending with Kim's enhanced might and leaving him to reconsider his approach to the confrontation. Kim swiftly recognized his superior strength compared to the boastful adversary. With a casual yet powerful motion, he effortlessly propelled the big man several meters forward with a wave of his hand, as if it required little effort. The ease with which he executed this action affirmed his advantage and left an indelible impression of his formidable prowess, making a clear statement about the outcome of their battles. Realizing that there was no one to protect them, the big man's team rushed to the attack. They hoped that there were more of them, and they had a chance to defeat Kim and his friend. But this was their next mistake. Empowered by Zahar's effect, Kim's strikes with his sword became imbued with an unparalleled potency. With effortless precision, he dealt a fatal wound to one of the opposing players, the force behind the blow leaving no doubt that Kim had become an unstoppable force. The battlefield bore witness to his might, and an air of invincibility surrounded him, hinting at the formidable challenge others faced in attempting to halt his advance. Realizing that Kim needed help, his friend also joined the fight. He stopped the girlfriend of a large man, to whom he had many questions. But there was no desire to communicate. He wanted justice to prevail, and they were punished for killing other players. Part, who also joined the big man's team, looked at this fight and did not understand what to do next. The thoughts in his head only said that he needed to run away. He had no chance in battle. After recovering a little, the big man got up and started attacking Kim again. He did not believe until the last that he would lose this fight. He was sure that there were more of them and they were stronger, despite the fact that Kim was the leader of the raiding. The big man could not do anything when he reached the goal. Kim was much stronger, and dodging the sword, he struck a kick in the living. A blow of such force again pushed the big man a few meters away. Covered in blood and exhausted, the big man lay waiting for what would happen next. He had no strength to resist. His opponent was much stronger and faster. The big man could only hope that Kim would spare him. Drawing nearer to the person before him and gazing into their eyes, which held a glimmer of something other than malice, Kim sensed a hint of resistance. He knew that obtaining what he sought might not come easily, so he posed a question. "Is there something you'd like to say?" The big guy, in a plea for mercy, sought clemency from Kim. However, Kim harbored a flicker of hope that the big guy might express remorse or seek forgiveness for the lives he had taken. Disappointingly, no such remorseful words emerged, leaving Kim to grapple with the absence of contrition from the man who had caused harm to others in the game. It was a moment that added complexity to their interaction and weighed on Kim's thoughts. Realizing that there would be no mercy, the big man became even more angry and shouted that Kim had killed him now. He could no longer tolerate this humiliation. He wanted everything to end here and now. "Okay, I'll do as you want," Kim said, and thanked him for sparing him from remorse. In this game, if you don't kill other players, it was almost impossible to be the leader of the rating. But Kim was able to do it, and now he has become even stronger. Immediately after that, it was announced. You have earned 150 individual points. You have earned 48110 achievement points. The girl also asked to feel sorry for her. She did only what she was asked, but she chose this team herself and did not feel sorry for anyone. If she herself did not spare anyone, why is she asking for mercy? The guy could not decide in any way to raise his sword, and the girl, realizing that there was an opportunity to persuade him, continued to put pressure on Pity. She explained that the big man had threatened her, leaving her feeling cornered with no choice but to act in a way that was against her will. The sincerity in her voice made the guy pause, grappling with the dilemma of what to do next. He didn't want to take her life, and her words seemed to almost convince him that there might be a glimmer of truth to her desperate situation. The moral compass within him wrestled with the desire to discern the truth and make a just decision in this challenging and murky situation. But Kim, resolute in his beliefs, approached and chose not to heed her pleas. Firmly asserting that there was no excuse for someone who had taken the lives of others, he acted decisively, driving his sword through her without a moment's hesitation. It was a stark reminder of the harsh reality of their circumstances within the hidden world, where morality often faced harsh trials, and the consequences of actions were swift and unforgiving. Kim started shouting at his friend, why he was standing and did nothing. She could talk him and pierce his stomach like last time. Kim could not heal him a second time. You need to be more careful in this hidden world. Everyone wants to win here, and you can't show your weakness. You need to act decisively. The guy found it difficult to recover from the shock of witnessing the swift and ruthless act. He was paralyzed, unsure of how to process what had just transpired. In this moment of vulnerability, Kim stepped in, offering guidance and a stern reminder that they needed to pull themselves together and press on with the trials. It was a somber awakening, a call to refocus and confront the challenges ahead, even in the face of distressing events. The guy grappled with conflicting emotions and thoughts, his head bowed in contemplation. He recognized the truth in Kim's words, understanding the necessity of continuing their quest within the game. Yet, he couldn't ignore the unsettling feeling in his gut. The discomfort of taking another player's life weighed heavily on his conscience. The internal struggle persisted, torn between the pragmatic demands of the game and his moral aversion to causing harm to fellow players. It was a challenging dilemma that left him grappling for a resolution within himself. He was tormented by vague doubts. The guy could not get used to the thought that he needed to kill other players. But the thought that these were the rules of this world allowed him to more easily endure his mental anguish. He asked, "Where are you going?" Kim replied that they had let the guy escape and needed to find him. Meanwhile, the player who managed to escape stopped to catch his breath. His energy reserve was small, and he could not run away from Kim for a long time. He needed rest. Because in this forest, besides other players, there are monsters that are also very strong, and there should be enough energy to fight monsters. Anger and rage overwhelmed him. Thoughts in his head did not give him peace. He wanted to deal with other players and make them beg for mercy. This guy greatly overestimated his capabilities. He thought that his level and skills would be enough to defeat other players. His thoughts about how he would make him beg for mercy were abruptly interrupted after he heard sounds coming from somewhere behind him. Turning around, he was very surprised and scared. There was a huge ogre in front of him, twice as tall as him. To kill this ogre, you need a group of people, and he was alone. The ogre looked at him, realizing that this was easy prey. The guy didn't know what to do. He was confused and realized that he didn't have a single chance to win the battle with the ogre. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, the opponent swiftly made a calculated decision to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused on collecting his thoughts and initiated a rapid retreat, the urgency to distance himself from the formidable Kim palpable. The chase was on, but the fleeing opponent was fueled by a determination to survive, giving it his all to evade capture. Intrigued by the sudden bellow from the ogre, he came to an abrupt halt and turned to witness a sight that left him utterly astonished. Before his eyes was something so incredulous that disbelief held him captive. The unexpected unfolding of events had taken a surreal turn, challenging his very comprehension and leaving him in a state of awe and surprise. Someone cut the ogre in half. He can't believe it's possible. Various feelings overwhelmed him at that moment. For a moment he thought he got rid of the ogre easily, but the joy quickly left him after he realized what really happened. He saw that it was Kim who easily cut the ogre with one blow with a sword, as if it was not a huge ogre, but zombies that they met at the very beginning of their training. He understood that after the ogre's death, there were even more problems. Realizing this, he could only ask for mercy. He had no other options to survive. But he saw that Kim was not friendly. But he had no other options to go through training. He had to survive at any cost. Kim was the first in the ranking from the very beginning. He constantly defeated monsters and other players and increasingly broke away from the rest. It seemed that no one could win him. He promised that he would no longer interfere with Kim and his friend. He wants to stay in this world and is ready to do anything for Kim to forgive him. He was ready to do whatever he was told. He was very scared and understood that he had very little chance of staying in this world. But Kim was determined. He didn't want to forgive him. He hated killing players. But the dream that he could see his wife and daughter forced him to follow the rules of this world. He must be stronger and stronger. This will give him more chances to achieve his goal. You can't be weak in this world. To get out, you need to turn off your human qualities and play by the rules of this world. Kim did not choose this path. He ended up in this world by chance like other players, and he decided to play by the rules. He does not know another opportunity to see his family. Lost in contemplation, Kim retraced his steps back to where he had left his friend. Under the sheltering branches of a tree, he found his companion, deep in his own musings, perhaps reflecting on the recent events and the unfolding surprises within the world. He asked how it went, whether Kim caught up with the runaway player. But when he didn't hear the answer, Kim was not in the mood, and he had no desire to keep up the conversation. He wanted everything to end as soon as possible. He wanted to rest already, but there were still some things that needed to be done. Rising to their feet, Kim and his friend looked around. There were many dead players around them who were unlucky enough to be trained. No one knew what would happen to them next, but no one wanted to finish training. Each player had his own goal to which he aspired. Kim looked at his friend and said that it was necessary to collect gold from the players. In this game, gold will not be superfluous. Any little thing can help pass the training. He told his friend to collect gold from the players he killed, so it would be fair that everyone would receive a reward for their actions in the game. The guy didn't want to do this. He was somehow uncomfortable collecting gold from the killed players. But Kim supported him and said that this was a forced measure. You can't give in to your weaknesses. In order to win, you need to overcome yourself and do what you don't want. The guy understood that it was necessary to do this. After a little thought, he agreed. He had no other choice. After they collected all the gold coins, they had to return to the room where the other players were supposed to be. Meanwhile, everyone in the room already knew that Kim and his friend had killed 9 players from the top list of the current rating. It seemed that there was no way to do this. No one knew how to react to this. Everyone was standing and only discussing what had happened. On the one hand, it's good that the ranking leaders were killed, but on the other hand, Everyone understood that if Kim and his friend were able to kill 9 strong players, it means that they are much stronger than the others in this room. No one dared to take action. Everyone was just discussing and waiting for what would happen next. The results of the past day will be summed up soon. Everyone wanted to hear the results. Opposition 12-4 300 points. Your team 48552 points. After the announcement of the team points, Kim understood that the people with whom he had previously concluded an agreement to collect team points together were very disappointed that their team was 20,000 points behind in the ranking. It seemed that this was a big gap, but Kim began to calm them down. Kim said, "Such a difference in points can be easily reduced. The gap is even less than he expected." He said it confidently. There was a feeling that he himself believes in it. Other players looked at him and asked incredulously if 20,000 points was not enough. They understood that it would not be easy for them to catch up with the second team. Everyone was confused after the statistics were announced. No one knew what to do. They asked Kim if there was any way to catch up with the first team. Everyone was waiting for Kim to tell them a plan of action, what to do to be the leaders of the raiding. Kim walked up to his friend, hugged him, and with the same confident expression on his face, told his new team to do what they had done before, and he would come up with something to rise to first place in the team ranking. The next day came. Kim and his partner hunted snakes in the rooms, collecting experience for team points. There were no other ways to earn experience. It took many hours to hunt snakes. It was not the easiest opponent, because one awkward movement and you could get a bite. After a few hours of work, the guy began to ask what Kim meant, saying that the two of them would do everything. Snake hunting bored him pretty much. But looking at Kim, it seemed that he did not feel tired at all. One would think that he was ready to hunt snakes for several days without rest. Kim said that they will hunt here all day. You need to win team trials. They give a lot of team points for snakes and Kim easily kills them. He is already very strong for these snakes and does not feel threatened by them. The guy looked at Kim and asked him, "I can't understand whether Kim is evil or kind." He had strange feelings when he watched what actions Kim was doing. Then he helps other players. Then he kills players without hesitation and does it in cold blood. Kim replied that there is no time for talking. You need to score as many team points as possible faster. Before the results are summed up, every minute can matter. You can't relax. He also asked his partner if he was tired, to which the guy replied that he wasn't really, and could continue hunting. 10 hours of continuous hunting had passed, but you can't relax. The other team is also hunting. You need to get ahead of them. Finally, the last day of the 4th stage of training ended. The results will be summed up soon. Kim and his friend can rest. The guy was pretty injured and looked tired. He wanted to rest. He sat on the floor. He needed to gain strength, because no one knew what would happen next. Curious about their prospects in the team competition, the guy turned to Kim for insights. However, even Kim, with his advantage and experience, couldn't predict the outcome or foresee what awaited them in the upcoming stages. The uncertainty loomed large, and they both understood that the path ahead would be fraught with unpredictable challenges. Prepared for whatever trials lay in store, they steeled themselves for the arduous yet thrilling journey ahead, embracing the unknown with determination. Other people also did not know what to expect after summing up the results. Now they were only thinking about winning the team competitions. The monster hunt was over, and there was nothing left but to start praying to God. No one wanted to finish training now. All the people were standing and discussing what would happen to them next. They were thinking what would happen if they lost after scoring points. Would they die? Or will they go to other trials? These minutes of waiting were very difficult for them. Kim stood and reflected that he had done everything he could. Won first place in the individual ranking, caught the golden goblin, killed the park team. Now it remains to win the team competitions. The thoughts in Kim's head changed to the voice of the presenter. He announced that the last day of the 4th stage of training was completed. All people froze in anticipation of their future fate. Everything they could have already done, it remained to wait for the results. Amidst the unfolding events, the presenter's voice resounded, announcing the imminent calculation of each individual's team and individual points. The air was charged with anticipation as participants eagerly awaited the results that would shed light on their performance and standings in this competitive trial, adding a layer of suspense to the already intense atmosphere. Individual point earnings rankings: Kim 64180 points, Yu Jung 44350 points, Min So 25420 points. Team point earnings rankings. Kim 63350 points. Yu Jung 39150 points. Min Su 21238 points. Total team points 219,200. Everyone froze in anticipation. Everyone already knew the leaders of the rating. It was not a surprise. But no one knew who would win the team competition. The difference should be minimal. They did not have to wait long. The presenter said that the same number of team points had been scored. The revelation of the amassed 217,550 points left everyone in a state of bewilderment and uncertainty. The enormity of this figure raised a multitude of questions, overshadowing any clarity on what would transpire next. Pervading doubts regarding their fate in the trials added to the palpable tension, making it unclear whether survival was guaranteed or if the trials would continue, leaving them on the precipice of suspenseful anticipation. The tension that gripped the moment soon dissipated as the presenter's voice cut through the heaviness in the air. They were congratulated on successfully navigating and triumphing over the challenges of the fourth stage of training. Relief washed over them, if only momentarily, as they acknowledged this achievement in their ongoing journey within the gaming world. The transition from a harrowing ordeal to a collective acknowledgement of progress was a reminder of the volatile and unpredictable nature of the virtual realm they found themselves in. The overwhelming elation and sheer exhilaration surged through the victorious individuals who emerged triumphant in the competition, a palpable sense of triumph illuminating their faces, hearts brimming with exuberant joy as they realized they had earned the opportunity to progress and confront the forthcoming trials with newfound determination and heightened enthusiasm. Amidst the jubilant celebration, a defining moment unfolded as one of the victors cast a glance towards Kim. Their eyes lit with joy and a sense of camaraderie, grateful for the prospect of traversing the upcoming stages of the tests hand in hand, a shared anticipation and determination, fostering a deep sense of reassurance and confidence in their journey forward. Suddenly, as if a formidable tide, everyone present felt as though they were evaporating. Fear and panic gripping them once again, leaving them shattered, their recent joy now a distant memory, plunging them into a state of abrupt unease and distress. In a sudden turn of events, a young man cast a concerned glance towards Kim, inquiring about what was unfolding. Kim, with a reassuring smile, calmly reassured him that everything would be all right, offering comforting words that they would reunite soon, alleviating the mounting fear and providing a glimmer of hope amidst the unsettling atmosphere. In that very moment, as the clamor around them escalated, the young man couldn't catch Kim's words about reuniting soon, for the noise had reached a crescendo. Strangely, amidst the cacophony, particles of matter seemed to teleport somewhere, dispersing and creating an eerie sense of disconnection and disarray, further adding to the perplexing turn of events. The culmination of the fourth stage of their training had finally arrived, and with an air of finality, everyone found themselves abruptly teleported in an unknown direction, leaving them disoriented and bewildered. The room they had occupied just moments before now stood empty, devoid of any trace of their presence, as if it had never been occupied at all. A tally was taken of the points that Kim has earned, revealing an impressive total of 63,350 points. This remarkable achievement established Kim as the top performer among all the participants, showcasing his exceptional skill. Kim got an achievement. The achievement not only boosted Kim's confidence, but also served as a motivation to strive for excellence in the challenges that lay ahead, fueling their determination to continue pushing boundaries and achieving greater heights in their training and future endeavors. Kim tried to understand what was around him. Everything seemed strangely surreal. It was as if reality had acquired a new and unusual dimension. An additional 4 points were added to all of Kim's stats as another recognition of their achievements. Furthermore, Kim, a determined man, found even greater joy as he acquired an impressive 136,700 experience points. This achievement heightened his happiness, knowing his efforts had paid off. It was a moment of validation, affirming that his hard work, long hours, and dedication were worthwhile. The substantial gain in experience points not only acknowledged his current triumph, but also hinted at the promising potential for even more significant achievements in the future. With this newfound motivation, Kim was eager to forge ahead in the training program, fueled by the prospect of realizing his aspirations and armed with a deepened sense of purpose. He knew that every ounce of determination he poured into his endeavors brought him one step closer to his ultimate goals. Moreover, alongside the experience points, Kim received 63 coins, an unexpected bonus that added to his elation. The prospect of having an hour to spend these coins further motivated Kim. He began contemplating what would be most beneficial for the challenges that lay ahead. Looking into the bag with the coin, he realized that he had 163 coins. They need to be spent on the purchase of equipment. Facing this enticing decision, Kim weighed his options carefully. On one hand, improving his skills could potentially provide lasting benefits, enhancing his overall performance throughout the training program. On the other hand, acquiring specific items could offer immediate assistance or tactical advantages in the upcoming challenges. Despite the allure of enhancing his skills, Kim decided to opt for specific items, hoping to find something that could provide an immediate advantage in the challenges he anticipated. However, as he perused the store's offerings, he realized that the items from the store would not increase his characteristics. They were of a small level, equipped with a black metallic blade that seemed to absorb the very essence of darkness, and a sword crafted to vanquish even the mightiest of warriors. Kim stood as a formidable force in the realm of training. His leather armor provided both protection and agility, allowing him to move swiftly in battle, while the ring of mana storage enhanced his mystical capabilities, allowing for more potent and sustained attacks. With the twin swords by his side and the armor adorning him, Kim felt an immense surge of power and purpose. The very weight of the blades and the resonance of the armor fueled his determination to conquer the trials ahead. Each swing of his swords carried a promise to reunite with his family, to overcome the adversities he faced, and to emerge victorious in this extraordinary game that held the key to his heart's deepest desires. Standing amidst the market, Kim contemplated his options, realizing that purchasing additional items would be redundant given the potency of the weapons and armor he already possessed. Instead, he decided to explore the available skills in the store. Kim scrutinized the skills available. Their costs seemed steep, but their potential was undeniable. As he carefully examined the array of skills, one skill in particular caught his attention, its description and possibilities intriguing. Intrigued by the array of skills, Kim's gaze fixated on a particular skill known as Zahar's Magic Circle. The description spoke of its potency, how it was more concentrated and efficient compared to other magic skills. The thought of wielding such power was enticing, and the potential advantages it could provide in the trials were undeniable. Despite its high cost, the allure of the skill was undeniable. The prospect of enhancing his magical abilities, improving amplification, efficiency, and recovery. Intrigued by the potential connection between the Zahar's Magic Circle skill and the shackles bearing Zahar's name, Kim contemplated the enigma before him. Could these shackles hold the key to unlocking the true potential of the skill? The idea that the shackles were somehow linked to the Zahar's Magic Circle skill stirred his curiosity, sparking a new determination to uncover their secrets. He hoped that understanding the relationship between the shackles and the skill would unlock even more potent capabilities, propelling him closer to mastering this formidable magical skill and providing him with an edge in the trials that lay ahead. Deep in thought, he possessed a mere 163 gold coins, and the choice before him was critical. He needed to invest in something that would significantly enhance his prowess in the upcoming battles. Should he invest in improving his magical skills, making him a more formidable spellcaster? Or perhaps he should focus on enhancing his physical abilities, turning him into a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. The weight of the decision pressed on him, knowing that this choice could shape the course of his journey and determine his success in the trials that lay ahead. After careful consideration, Kim made up his mind. He believed that investing in Zahar's Magic Circle was the right choice to propel him forward. It was a calculated gamble, but the potential power it could unlock was too enticing to ignore. As Kim handed over the 160 hard-earned gold coins to the skillmaster in exchange for Zahar's Magic Circle, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. The coins represented not only his financial investment, but also a symbol of his commitment to unlocking the potential of this mysterious skill. It was an investment in his growth and capabilities, a step closer to becoming a more formidable warrior within the game. Kim anxiously awaited the moment he could delve into the depths of this newfound skill and uncover its true power. Kim stood with an empty hand, where once 160 gold coins had received, signifying his successful acquisition of the Zahar's Magic Circle skill. With a sense of anticipation and curiosity, he awaited what way ahead, having taken the plunge into the unknown world of this formidable ability. Under the soft, flickering light of the flickering torches in the dimly lit chamber, Kim's eyes widened in awe and anticipation as a captivating magical aura enveloped him. It was as if the very air around him shimmered with arcane energy, swirling and dancing to an invisible melody. This unexpected spectacle left him utterly mesmerized, the aura's ethereal glow reflecting in his entranced eyes. The intensity of the magical display heightened his intrigue. The Zahar's Magic Circle skill was revealing its might in a way he hadn't anticipated. The whispers of power echoed in his mind, promising untold potential. Kim felt a surge of excitement, eager to unravel the depths of his newfound abilities. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a moment that would undoubtedly shape the course of his journey in the trials that awaited him. Kim stood motionless, not taking his eyes off his wrist, on which the shackles with Zahara's name were fixed. The shackles pulsed faintly, and the intricate pattern began to glow, resonating with the magical aura that had just enveloped him. It was as if the skill and the shackles were connected, combining their energies to enhance his magical prowess. At that very moment, he heard a voice that said that the 5th stage of training had begun. The disembodied voice reverberated within Kim's mind, its resonance carrying the weight of authority. You will now proceed to the S-ranked tutorial. Rewards will depend on your rank and your achievements. The notion of rewards tied to his performance only intensified his resolve. It was a moment to showcase his skills, to strive for excellence, and to unravel the mysteries that lay in wait. With a deep breath, Kim steeled himself, ready to embrace the upcoming trials and face them head-on. Kim understood that the trials of S-rank would be no easy feat. The weight of expectations bore down on him, and the gravity of the challenges ahead was not lost on his resolute mind. The transition from the previous stages to this S-rank tutorial signified a significant escalation in difficulty, demanding a higher level of skill, strategy, and determination. He was acutely aware that the adversaries he would face would be fiercer, the obstacles more intricate, and the margin for error significantly slimmer. This was the moment where all his prior training and acquired skills would truly be put to the test. Before him materialized grand azure gates, towering in their magnificence. These gates stood as colossal sentinels, guarding the threshold to the realm of the S-rank tutorial. Their imposing presence sent shivers down Kim's spine. Yet he knew that stepping through those gates was the only way forward, the only way to prove himself at this elevated tier of challenge. The gates symbolized the transition from the known to the unknown, a passage into uncharted territory, where his skills and wit would be pushed to their limits. The azure hue seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy, promising both trials and revelations. With a steadying breath and a determined heart, Kim stepped towards the gates, ready to embark on this new leg of his journey. He knew that once he crossed this threshold, there would be no turning back. This was the moment where his true test would begin, and he was prepared to face it head-on. Pausing for a moment before the gates, he allowed himself a brief reflection. Kim's mind raced with thoughts of the journey he had undertaken so far, the challenges he had conquered, and the growth he had experienced. He knew this was a significant juncture, a transition that marked a leap into a higher realm of trials. With a determined exhale, he steadied his resolve and took deliberate steps towards the gates. Each footfall echoed his commitment, the echo resonating through the chamber. As he neared the towering gates, he extended a hand to touch the cool, shimmering surface. The energy thrummed beneath his touch, a testament to the immense potential and unknown that lay beyond. Kim's eyes were alight with a blend of excitement and determination. With one final breath to steady his nerves, he pushed the gates open and they swung with a grandeur that matched the weight of the challenges that awaited him. The gates closed behind him, leaving the previous trials and his former self on the other side. Ahead lay the uncharted expanse of the S-ranked, and Kim was ready to conquer it. Name, Kim. Strength, 58. Stamina, 55. Agility, 52. Defense, 52. Physical resistance, 44. Magic, 50. Freedom. Stat, 0. Achievement points, 334925. Yes, the points gained certainly strengthened his capabilities. However, facing S-rank opponents requires not only strength but also strategy and skill. Kim will need to use a combination of skills and characteristics to destroy opponents wherever he finds himself. Kim is the main character of this unrealistically interesting manhwa. He has experienced the terrible loss of his family, his wife and daughter. He started keeping a diary to free himself from pain and loss. However, fate has brought him to a mysterious world in which he must go through ordeals and defeat monsters in order to get his family back. He passed a series of tests, fighting monsters and bosses to upgrade his skills and gather strength for his goal. Yet, his journey didn't end there. After successfully overcoming the trials, Kim was transported to a mysterious new world. Here, he encounters S-class monsters, underscoring the seriousness and danger of this new phase of his adventure. As Kim's story continued, a new chapter of his life unfolds within the walls of a formidable fortress. The air is saturated with uncertainty when he materializes in this unknown realm. Towering walls, and he stood there, and didn't know what was going on. At Kim's side stands a vigilant guardian. With a grip on Kim's shoulder, he questions, "Who are you?" Also archers standing on the wall whose arrows were notched and ready for release. Every guardian demands to know the origin of this unexpected visitor. Kim, standing at the epicenter of their attention, struggles with a sense of bewilderment. The fortress walls seem to be closing in on him, and the world beyond them remains a mystery reflecting his own confusion. Recognizing Kim's silence, one of the guards takes swift action. With a firm grip on Kim's hand, he leads him toward the heart of the battle, where the clash of forces intensifies. There's a sense of immediacy, an understanding that in the midst of chaos, there's no time for questions about Kim's origins. The guard's expression communicates the gravity of the situation. He beseeches Kim for assistance, his eyes reflecting the urgency of the plea. It's a call for aid amidst the unfolding chaos, a call to stand united against the looming threat. Standing at the edge of the fortress wall, Kim bears witness to a harrowing sight. Below, a horde of skeletons, once lifeless, now reanimate, launching a relentless assault on the city. The air is thick with tension, the silence broken by the sounds of the gruesome onslaught. The skeletal forms paint a grim tableau, a stark reminder of the fierce battle being waged. Kim's gaze is fixed on these macabre warriors, a chilling testament to the perils that have befallen the city. As Kim peers down, his gaze unwavering, he realizes the gravity of the task at hand. The sea of skeletal adversaries presents an imminent threat to the city and its inhabitants. There's a determined glint in his eyes. He understands that he must take up arms against this horde of skeletal warriors. Descending swiftly, Kim is met with a scene of fierce resistance. Warriors valiantly strive to hold the massive gates against the relentless tide of skeletons. The clash of steel and bone fills the air, a cacophony of battle cries and the clattering of weapons. Kim recognizes the desperate need for his involvement. The fate of the city hangs in the balance. At this pivotal moment, the situation teeters on the edge of chaos. The fortress gates, battered and strained, are nearing the point of rupture under the relentless assault of the skeletal horde. Their malevolent persistence seems to inch closer to breaching the defenses. The air grows taut with fear as the skeletal assault escalates. In a critical juncture, one of the skeletons manages to wedge its skull through the narrowing gap in the fortress gates. The empty, abyss-like eye sockets gleam with an eerie, malevolent darkness, a chilling testament to the menace that now threatens to breach the city's last line of defense. The skeletal intruder's partial penetration represents the imminent danger. In a sudden, audacious move, Kim thrusts his blade through the skeletal invader's head, piercing the darkness and shattering the eerie calm. The atmosphere electrifies with the audacity and speed of his action. The unexpected intervention injects a spark of hope into the beleaguered defenders. The battle, though fierce and unrelenting, takes on a new dynamic, teetering on the edge of change. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim bursts through the fortress gates, dashing headlong into the horde of skeletons. His resolve propels him into the heart of danger, confronting the menacing skeletal adversaries. The defenders watch in awe as Kim's courageous charge galvanizes their spirits. His bravery becomes a rallying point, reigniting their collective will to resist the skeletal onslaught. The battle escalates, but hope burns brighter. With a single fluid strike of his blade, Kim cleaves through the skeletal horde, the steel meeting bone with a resounding clash. The sheer power and precision of his strike send bone fragments flying, the skeletons unable to withstand his might. In the midst of a tightening ring of skeletons, Kim seizes the moment and swings his blade in a powerful, sweeping arc. The force of his strike creates a whirlwind effect, cleaving through the encircling skeletal foes with incredible force. The defenders, witnessing Kim's prowess, are inspired by the awe-inspiring display of skill. His every swing echoes a rallying cry, urging them to stand strong and fight alongside. The tides of the battle shift, hope surging anew. As the skeletal hand closed its grip around Kim's shoulder, an ominous black haze emanated from the bones, shrouding the immediate vicinity. The darkness seemed to seethe with malevolent intent, exuding an eerie aura. Yet, in a swift and dramatic turn of events, a blade descended with precision, cleaving through the skeletal arm that sought to grasp him. The danger was thwarted in the blink of an eye, as Kim stared at his shoulder, where a faint wisp of black smoke lingered. A disquieting realization crept over him. The noxious fumes seemed to hint at a darker truth, that the skeleton's very being exuded a toxic aura. In a moment of clarity, Kim perceives the skeleton's weaknesses. Despite their intimidating appearance, they move with a sluggish pace and possess frailty in their attacks. A plan begins to formulate in his mind. With a cautious approach, Kim understands that careful maneuvering and calculated strikes could be the key to overcoming this peril. Observing the relentless waves of skeletons, Kim surmises that these foes might be tied to the darkness of night. The thought that these creatures could vanish with the dawn dawns on him. Anticipating the natural cycle, Kim realizes that the skeletal horde may retreat, dissolve, or disintegrate with the first light of day. This revelation brings a glimmer of hope, invigorating him and the defenders as they prepare to endure until the break of dawn. The silhouette of the fortress against the growing light becomes a symbol of resilience. The skeletal horde, sensing the imminent change, intensifies their assault, but the defenders stand firm, ready to endure just a little longer until the sun's rays drive away the darkness. As the first rays of dawn pierce the sky, a transformation unfolds before their eyes. The skeletal horde, once fearsome and relentless, begins to dissolve. The defenders watch in awe and relief as the menace recedes, the remnants of the skeletal army vanishing like the dissipating night. The triumph of light over darkness is a sight to behold, a testament to their resilience. In the midst of the vanishing skeletal horde, Kim remains resolute, continuing the battle until the very end. As he strikes, the skeletons before him start to dissipate and evaporate into thin air. With the last of the skeletal adversaries vanquished and the threat finally abated, Kim takes a moment to catch his breath. He carefully sheaths his blade, a symbol of the hard-fought victory. Around him, the defenders also ease into a moment of respite. The battlefield, once a scene of chaos, now carries an air of quiet triumph. The rising sun bathes the fortress in a warm embrace, signifying a new day and a hard-earned peace. Approaching Kim, a grateful guard, with a mix of astonishment and gratitude, speaks, "I don't know who you are, but thank you." The sincerity in his voice echoes the sentiments of all the defenders. Identifying himself as Max, the individual responsible for the fortress's defense, he steps closer to Kim. Gratitude and respect shine in his eyes as he extends his hand in a gesture of appreciation. "I'm Max," he says, "responsible for holding this fortress. Your help was invaluable, and we owe you a debt of gratitude." Kim reciprocates with a firm handshake, offering a friendly smile. "I'm Kim," he replies, "and it was an honor to stand by your side in the battle to protect this fortress." Their handshake symbolizes not only gratitude, but the unity forged in battle. A bond that transcends titles and backgrounds, rooted in their shared purpose of safeguarding what matters. Intrigued by the mysterious arrival of Kim and his exceptional combat prowess, Max, the guardian of the fortress, sought to understand more about this enigmatic figure. He was eager to unravel the tale behind Kim's sudden appearance and the extraordinary skill displayed in fending off the skeletal horde. Kim, though grateful for the inquiries, politely declined to reveal the details of his journey. He assured Max that his presence was solely to aid and that he would not interfere further, respecting the sanctity of the fortress and its guardians. Max, momentarily taken aback but understanding Kim's reluctance, felt a tinge of awkwardness. However, he quickly composed himself and graciously accepted Kim's decision. He pledged to refrain from pressing further, valuing the sense of privacy Kim wished to maintain. Max, slightly lowering his head in a gesture of apology, acknowledged the potential discomfort caused by his previous inquiry. Despite this, he mustered the courage to express another matter: a request for Kim's continued assistance in safeguarding the fortress. Max shared the grueling reality they faced: 10 consecutive nights of defending the fortress against the seemingly endless horde of skeletons. Weariness and concern colored his words, emphasizing the prolonged struggle they had endured. Kim, curious about the enigma surrounding the skeletons, inquired further from Max. He sought to understand the nature of these skeletal adversaries and the perplexing pattern of their nightly appearances and disappearances. Max, grappling with the same questions and lacking the answers, was unable to provide an explanation. The mystery of the skeletons remained unresolved. Max, acknowledging Kim's inquiry, shared the unsettling reality. Nobody within the fortress knew the origin or nature of these skeletons. They were a mysterious and enigmatic force, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, shrouded in an impenetrable veil of uncertainty. Max, amidst the uncertainty, shared a glimmer of hope. He revealed that if they could endure this relentless onslaught for 10 days, reinforcements would arrive to aid them. Kim contemplated Max's words, sensing a potential catch. The notion that these skeletons were not formidable opponents of Class S made the idea of enduring a mere 10 days against them seem strangely easy. His suspicions grew, prompting Kim to consider the possibility that there might be more to this threat than what met the eye, deepening the mystery and urgency of their situation. Kim contemplated the enigma shrouding the skeletons, convinced that there was more to them than met the eye. His intuition suggested a hidden truth, something veiled behind the skeletal facade. This moment of reflection emphasized Kim's determination to unravel the mystery, preparing to delve deeper and unveil the truth behind the ongoing skeletal threat. Feeling the weight of their dire situation, Max made a heartfelt plea to Kim, once again asking for his help to endure these trying 10 days. It was a desperate call for aid, a request that underlined the critical nature of this ongoing battle. Max's plea underscored the urgency and the pivotal role Kim had to play in their struggle for survival. In response to Max's plea, Kim made a solemn vow to assist them in their struggle. He pledged his aid, promising to stand with them and endure the relentless assault until reinforcements arrived. With a plan taking shape in his mind, Kim reassured Max and the defenders that he would indeed assist. However, he emphasized the need for a brief absence, during which he would be formulating a strategy to maximize their chances of success. Night descended upon the fortress once more, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. The skeletal threat loomed larger as the defenders prepared for yet another challenging night of relentless assault. Once again, skeletal figures emerged on the horizon, their eerie presence signaling the onset of another night of battle. The defenders braced themselves, ready to confront the relentless skeletal horde that threatened their fortress. The defenders of the fortress, prepared to repel the impending attack, were vigilant. However, a question lingered in their minds. Where had Kim disappeared to? His absence was noticeable, and they awaited his return, hoping for his timely assistance. Max furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the situation. The absence of Kim at this critical juncture made him wonder if Kim had chosen to abandon their cause. Realizing that Kim might not be coming to their aid, Max stepped up, resuming his role as the commander guiding the defense. He efficiently directed the defenders, assigning each person to their respective positions to secure and hold the fortress. In an instant, a guard's urgent cry pierced the tense air. "Look over there!" he exclaimed, frantically pointing at the skeletons converging near the gates. "Someone is battling the skeletons?" The abrupt revelation shifted the focus of the defenders, capturing their attention and sparking a surge of hope and curiosity. In a breathtaking display of courage, Kim stood alone, facing an entire army of countless skeletons. His unwavering resolve and combat prowess were on full display as he fought valiantly against the overwhelming skeletal forces. In a mesmerizing display of combat expertise, Kim skillfully cleaved through the horde of skeletons as if he were in a training session. His movements were fluid and precise, and dispatching the skeletons seemed almost effortless. It appeared that Kim was carving a path through the skeletons, determined to penetrate through their ranks and breach the fortress. Witnessing Kim's brave advance, the guards swiftly opened the gates to allow him in. The gates were promptly sealed, ensuring the skeletal horde could not breach the fortress. Leaning against the gates, Kim took a moment to catch his breath. The intensity of the battle had taken its toll, and a momentary pause was necessary to regain his strength and composure. Max, inquisitive and concerned, questioned Kim about his sudden disappearance. He sought to understand where Kim had been and the nature of his actions amidst the ongoing battle. After catching his breath, Kim explained to Max that he had discovered the reason behind the nightly appearance of the skeletons. This revelation held the key to understanding and potentially ending the relentless skeletal assault. Without hesitation, Max rallied a squad of highly skilled fighters from the fortress. They joined Kim, forming a formidable team, and set off into the forest, following Kim's lead. Kim asserted his confidence in handling the situation alone. He believed he could manage it without additional help. However, Max expressed his concern and firmly stated that he couldn't leave Kim to face the challenge on his own. Kim, aware of the challenging nature of the ordeal, hesitated. He understood the gravity of the situation, grappling with the uncertainty of ensuring the safety of Max's soldiers during this S-rank trial. In the eerie, dark forest, Kim and the soldiers arrived at the mysterious summoning ground. The air was thick with foreboding, and tension ran high as they stood at the threshold of unraveling the secret behind the skeletal menace. In the dimly lit, mysterious summoning ground, the summoners stood clad in dark, hooded mantles that concealed their features completely. Their faces were obscured, hidden in shadows, making it impossible to discern any details. The obscurity added to their enigmatic and intimidating presence. Kim swiftly unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming menacingly in the dim light of the eerie forest. He braced himself, poised and focused, prepared to confront the summoners in the impending battle. Kim and the warriors closed in on the summoners, forming a tight ring around them. There were a total of 6 summoners, protected by an enigmatic force field. This heightened the urgency to conclude the battle before nightfall, as the summoners' potential to summon skeletons in the darkness posed a serious threat. Within the protective dome, a summoner stood, delivering a chilling warning to Kim and the warriors. He spoke of the imminent danger that the darkness would bring, where the dead would rise and threaten their lives. Kim, while still uncertain about how to defeat the summoners, understood the pressing need to take action immediately. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Summoning every ounce of his strength and resolve, Kim executed a masterful strike with his sword, aiming unyieldingly at the protective dome. The sound of his blade colliding with the magical barrier echoed through the dark forest, resonating like a battle cry that rippled through the very air. The summoner skeletons, initially feeling secure under their protective shield, were taken aback as their defensive dome showed visible cracks upon Kim's powerful strike. Fear and uncertainty crept into their bony forms as the integrity of their safeguard seemed compromised. As the cracks appeared in their protective barrier, the summoner skeletons had a sudden realization: Kim was no ordinary warrior. The impact of Kim's strike had shattered not just the dome, but also their illusion of invincibility. One of the summoner skeletons urgently relayed to their fellow summoners, imploring them to expedite the summoning ritual. Their desperation was palpable as they frantically endeavored to summon a creature that could provide them protection. Although the dome had been damaged, it persevered in shielding the summoners. Kim recognized the urgency of breaking through. Realizing the urgency, Kim commanded the warriors with him to assist in shattering the dome alongside him, understanding the need for a combined effort to breach the barrier. The warriors encircled the dome, their swords clashing against its surface in an attempt to dismantle it. Yet, they soon realized that their blades weren't the optimal means to break the shield. They faced the dancing challenge of unraveling the mysterious resilience of the protective barrier, uncertain of what could effectively counter it. Amidst their efforts to breach the dome, Kim grappled with the mystery of the summoner's intentions. He realized that summoning skeletons during the day would be futile. The enigma of what creatures these mages were attempting to conjure puzzled him. Sensing an impending threat, Kim intensified his efforts to breach the protective dome. A foreboding feeling crept over him, a sense that the summoners had a plan beyond what was apparent. The protective dome seemed on the brink of collapse, the warriors almost breaching the barrier to reach the summoners within. In a moment that seemed pivotal, the protective dome appeared to have shattered, prompting the warriors to charge forward in an all-out assault on the summoners. In a heartbeat, the very ground beneath their feet quivered, as though some primordial force was stirring from its slumber. A collective gasp swept through the ranks of the warriors, their faces contorted with a mixture of surprise, fear, and anticipation. It was a moment where expectations were shattered, leaving them on the cusp of a new and unforeseen challenge. The warriors came to an abrupt halt, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It seemed as though they were caught off guard, their minds racing to grasp the unexpected tremors. The summoners appeared to have conjured something immense in the brief window of opportunity. Realizing the danger of the situation, Kim shouted, urgently signaling the warriors to fall back immediately. He grasped the perilous nature of the unfolding events and understood that swift retreat was their best chance for survival. Suddenly, a blaze of light erupted from the earth, shooting far into the sky. The display was both deafening and terrifying, leaving an indelible impression on all who witnessed it. The warriors stood frozen, their gazes transfixed on the erupting pillar of light. It was as if a piece of the heavens had plummeted to the earth, shattering the familiar battlefield with its blinding brilliance. Dread and horror gripped the warriors as they beheld what had been summoned. It was beyond their worst nightmares, a creature of malevolent design and colossal proportions. Its mere presence exuded an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down their spines, chilling them to the core. While fear gripped his comrades, Kim remained unflinching. However, a chilling sensation coursed through his body, a stark reminder of the horrifying reality they faced. Despite his unwavering resolve, an unsettling shiver sent a wave of foreboding through him. The summoned entity was a monstrous warlock, colossal and pitch black. It bore 3 blazing red eyes that pierced through the darkness, revealing its malicious intent and inscrutable power. This creature stood as a formidable foe, its presence commanding the battlefield, striking fear into all who beheld it. The warlock, its aura foreboding and its eyes ablaze with fiery intensity, pressed the summoners for an explanation regarding their summoning. In response, fearfully, he revealed that their summoning was prompted by Kim's presence and actions. Kim stood poised, his blade bared, displaying a resolute stance. He was prepared for what would unfold next, yet the true nature of the warlock's vulnerabilities remained a mystery to him. As the tense standoff continued, the warlock seized one of the summoners with its massive, clawed hands, exerting a brutal grip. The summoner's expression contorted in agony and desperation, ensnared in the unforgiving clutches of the formidable warlock. In a display of unyielding cruelty, the warlock tightened its grip on the summoner, demanding an explanation for being summoned merely due to the presence of a mortal. The summoner, caught in the unforgiving hold, pleaded for forgiveness. Refusing to entertain any justifications, the big warlock mercilessly crushed the summoner with its enormous hand, showcasing its immense size and power. In this horrifying moment, the warlock appeared as an indomitable adversary, seemingly insurmountable in its might. Amidst the chaos, Kim and his warrior companions stood frozen, gripped by a collective sense of awe and fear. The warlock, an enormous creature with 3 fiery red eyes, had them transfixed. Its gargantuan size and palpable power left them in a state of bewilderment. The warlock menacingly revealed its maw, filled with jagged fangs, instilling an even greater sense of terror in the hearts of the warriors. After the warlock had dealt with the summoner, its attention was fixated on Kim and the warriors by his side. They needed to make a decision swiftly to avoid becoming easy prey for the warlock. The immense size of the warlock, towering several times over the humans, made it seem like he could crush them all with a mere step. Kim, steeling himself for the impending battle, knew that taking down the warlock required strategy. The warlock's colossal size was daunting. It seemed capable of effortlessly swatting them away like mere insects. However, Kim stood resolute, ready to confront this overwhelming force. He ordered the warriors to attack the summoners, and he will fight the warlock. Uncertainty and fear flickered in the eyes of the warriors. They understood this would not be an easy battle. The warlock's sheer size and power were overwhelming, and it loomed before them like a mountain, casting a shadow of doubt over their hearts. They exchanged glances, grappling with the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Kim's boldness struck a chord of surprise in the warlock. It couldn't sense an immediate threat from him, only a profound inquisitiveness. The creature, ancient beyond comprehension, rarely faced mortals with such audacity. Yet, it remained vigilant, wary of the potential in this unyielding mortal. Kim stood resolute, aware of his own capabilities. He understood that he could harness his unique skills to gain an advantage. Yet, Kim knew that even the mightiest adversaries had vulnerabilities. The warlock stood towering before Kim, his laughter echoing through the tense air. He was vastly larger, a colossal figure that seemed to dwarf Kim both in height and sheer physical power. The warlock's mocking laughter resonated, a stark reminder of the immense challenge that lay ahead. Kim knew that to confront the warlock, he needed to channel all his mana into the enchanted shackles of Zahar, just as he had done when facing ogres in a previous trial. This magical focus could potentially enable him to deliver a single, devastating strike aimed at vanquishing the warlock in one decisive blow. It was a strategy that hinged on precision, timing, and the hope that this fearsome adversary would prove vulnerable to the same method that had conquered lesser foes. Kim patiently awaited the opportune moment to deliver an effective strike. He understood the critical importance of timing and precision, knowing that a single well-placed blow could make all the difference in this battle against the formidable warlock. He remained alert, keenly observing the warlock's movements, searching for the perfect opening to unleash his potentially devastating attack. The warlock's massive form lunged forward, propelled by the immense force of its kick. Its towering figure bore down on Kim, showcasing the frightening speed and strength that the creature possessed. Kim took a defensive stance, preparing to deflect the blow. He was greatly surprised to see how quickly the warlock closed in on him, with a colossal fist that seemed to dwarf the very ground. The warlock struck with an earth-shattering impact, causing the earth to tremble and shake. The sheer force of the blow sent Kim hurtling through the air, his body tossed as if it were a mere plaything. The ground quaked and quivered, yielding to the mighty force unleashed by the warlock's immense strength. After being thrown several meters, he understood that the next strike could be more precise. If it was hard to stand on his feet after hitting the ground, then after a direct hit, he might not have survived. He invoked the chains of Zahar, infusing them with half of his mana, acutely aware that the sun would soon set, leaving them with little time. Swinging with all his might, Kim aimed his sword, attempting to sever the warlock's arm. It wasn't the optimal strategy, as merely severing the arm wouldn't neutralize the threat entirely. Kim's punch landed squarely on target, severing the warlock's arm with a sickening thud. A large appendage, detached from the arm, flew to the ground. Kim realized that although he had just cut off a non-vital organ, his strength was enough to deliver an even more powerful blow to a vital point and secure victory for himself. The warlock, though surprised by Kim's audacity, still exuded an aura of supremacy. His towering figure, shrouded in dark energy, seemed daunting. Spotting the bracelet on Kim's wrist, the warlock was surprised and curious about its nature. The bracelet seemed to emanate a certain power, but the warlock couldn't discern its true potential. Kim, sporting a smirk, retorted to the warlock that he wouldn't divulge any information. It was naive on the warlock's part to expect that Kim would reveal the bracelet's power. This enraged the warlock even further. His immense size and fury were palpable. He vowed to end Kim and swung his second, yet unsevered hand with sheer wrath. Kim tried to dodge, but he realized he was running out of time. The warlock's strike was incredibly swift, amplified by the sheer size and strength of the creature. The force behind the blow was monstrous, and Kim knew that if it landed, it could be devastating. The impact was of tremendous force, shattering the surroundings. Trees buckled under the might of the blow, unable to withstand the power. The sheer force made it impossible to see Kim amidst the chaos, and it seemed as though he might have been swallowed by the earth after such a strike. The warriors stared at the spot where Kim had stood, now engulfed in a storm of sparks and darkness. They realized that if Kim was gone, their chances of defeating the warlock were almost non-existent. As the billowing smoke dispersed, it unveiled a scene of resilience and defiance. Kim, with sinews taut and eyes ablaze with determination, had weathered the cataclysmic blow, a feat that defied expectations. His trusty blade, gleaming with the remnants of the clash, stood as a testament to his unwavering will. The comprehension of the unfolding reality gradually dawned upon the warlock, piercing through the veil of arrogance that had shrouded his expectations. This battle was proving to be far from the easy triumph he had initially envisioned. Kim stood resolute, however. The sword he wielded, once a symbol of his might, now betrayed him, its structure beginning to fracture and splinter under the immense pressure of the warlock's hand. The ominous cracking sounds echoed the strain that threatened to overwhelm Kim's defenses. It was a pivotal moment. The outcome of this struggle teetered on the edge of uncertainty, as the integrity of his weapon hung in a precarious balance. The sword finally succumbed to the relentless force, shattering into several pieces. Kim, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, hadn't anticipated the complete failure of his trusted weapon. Once more, the warlock swung mightily and struck the ground, sending Kim flying several meters back. The impact was forceful, leaving Kim momentarily disoriented, his body protesting the harsh landing. The warlock's immense strength was overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, Kim was taken aback by the fact that his blade had failed him. The shattered pieces of his sword lay around him, a cruel reminder of the battle's toll. Kim speculated that the blade had shattered into fragments, likely due to the damage it had sustained while battling the undead. The relentless fights had taken their toll on his weapon, pushing it to its limits. The encounters with the undead had been grueling, each clash chipping away at the blade's strength until it finally gave way. He knew he had another chance. With determination in his eyes and in his heart, he gripped the hilt of the second blade and focused on the bracelets he had. The bracelet harbored a mysterious power, a power that could turn the tide of events if used correctly. By the time Kim pulled out his second sword, the sorcerer was already looming dangerously close, his hot breath blowing on his back. With its severed hand but still formidable strength, the warlock struck Kim once again. However, Kim managed to spin around and block the strike with his sword. The force of the strike was even greater than before, and it sent Kim tumbling to the ground. He skidded a considerable distance on his back, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the blow. He realized that the warlock had the ability to teleport behind him, making it crucial for him to be more cautious. Knowing this, while Kim lay on the ground, the warlock reveled in his overwhelming advantage. Slowly advancing, he taunted, forewarning Kim of the scant moments he had left in this world. Kim, lying on the ground, speculated that the warlock couldn't teleport frequently. This insight prompted him to devise a plan, intending to exploit this limitation. Without further contemplation, he set off towards the warlock, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. His movements were deliberate and purposeful, geared towards striking a blow that would be lethal. His heart beat in sync with determination, and every step seemed crucial in this battle between the living and the undead. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared upwards towards the warlock's head, catching the monstrous creature off guard with his audacity. The warlock, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected boldness, struggled to react in time. However, falling just short of reaching the head, he managed to sever the arm instead, a spray of dark ichor marking the impact. The warlock bellowed in pain and rage, recoiling from the unexpected assault. After Kim cut off two of the monster's arms, he jumped up without hesitation and cut off his leg with another blow. After these two blows, Warlock no longer seemed such a formidable opponent. But he was still alive, and a threat. He realized that he needed to use the remaining mana of Zakar's shackles. There might not be a better moment for this. While the opponent is disoriented, you need to inflict the strongest damage on him. Rising from the earth with a powerful leap, his muscles flexed, propelling him skyward. Suspended in the air, he arched his back, feeling the weight of his sword in his grip. Time seemed to slow momentarily as he focused his gaze on the looming form of the warlock. He understood that precision was crucial. In that fleeting moment, suspended in midair, Kim's trained eye locked onto the vulnerable point, the warlock's throat. Aiming to decapitate the monstrous being, he honed his focus and adjusted his swing, ensuring that the blade's trajectory would be lethal and precise. Despite the tremendous force behind the strike, it seemed the warlock managed to withstand it. His thick hide acted as a formidable shield, absorbing the impact and thwarting Kim's attempt to strike a fatal blow. Undeterred, Kim refused to back down and launched another assault on the warlock. He knew that relentlessness was key in this intense battle, and summoning every ounce of strength, he swung his blade once more at the monstrous creature. The warlock, realizing that Kim had depleted his mana and was unable to decapitate him, swung his massive limb, intent on killing Kim and ending this battle once and for all. He felt the surge of energy from the ring coursing through him, revitalizing his weary body and replenishing his depleted mana. It was a temporary but much-needed boost, a lifeline in this dire moment. With renewed determination and strength, he channeled his newfound power into the shackles of Zahar, readying himself for a final, desperate assault against the formidable warlock. Realizing the responsibility of the moment, Kim focused as much as possible on his goal. He needed to chop off the warlock's head with one last blow. Finally, he managed to penetrate the warlock's formidable defense. The power behind his sword strike was enough to sever the creature's head and the remaining part of its arm. The force in the blow was exceptional, and he silently praised his blade for holding up against such tremendous strength. Falling down after a stunning blow, he looked towards the monster and realized that he had no chance of surviving. What a victory, Kim thought, a surge of triumphant adrenaline rushing through his veins despite the looming threat of his own demise. His heart raced with a mix of fear and exultation, the intensity of the battle still coursing through his body. Maxim, who had been battling the summoners, witnessed his astonishing feat. He couldn't help but be amazed by the audacity and skill displayed by him. Concern immediately crept into his mind, wondering if he was all right after such a powerful battle. He was ecstatic. He wholeheartedly thanked him for the help in vanquishing the warlock, acknowledging that they couldn't have done it alone. The relief and joy of surviving this ordeal were palpable in the air, a shared triumph that bound them all. Kim acknowledged his fortune, recognizing that he was summoned in less than optimal condition. The added vulnerability to sunlight further complicated his battle. He considered that fighting at night would have presented an even more challenging scenario. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a bellow from the warlock. Its head still had the ability to speak. The warlock claimed that if he inhabited a different body, defeat would have been impossible. Kim, however, remained adamant, refusing to heed the warlock's words as he approached the severed head to conclude the battle. He waved his sword to end this dialogue. Kim didn't want to hear anything that Warlock was telling him. He was pretty exhausted by this battle to listen to Warlock's empty nonsense. Before he died, he told Kim that we would meet again. Of course, Kim said, and finished the battle with this huge and powerful monster. After the sword pierced the head of this monster, Kim received his reward. He received the achievement S-Class Training Completed, and he received 200,000 experience points. Maxim was once again glad that everything ended well for them, and thanked Kim once again, said that if it wasn't for him, they would have had big problems. Kim asked if they knew anything about what happened. Maxim's expression grew somber as he delved into a description of the demon. The god of death was a fearsome entity, whispered about in hushed tones across realms. Its very name struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it, for it was a creature that feasted on the living and the dead alike, an embodiment of pure malevolence. The tales spoke of its insatiable hunger for souls, its immense power to extinguish life with a mere thought, and its dominion over the afterlife. The demon was a being to be feared and revered, a force that could tip the balance between life and death, and the mere thought of encountering it sent shivers down spines. Kim was momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the words he had read in the diary. Towards the end of his training, it was clear that he would face demons. Most likely, he would have to confront creatures similar to this very warlock. Maxim acknowledged their successful battle and emphasized the need for some rest. He expressed gratitude towards Kim, but mentioned that they should head back to the fortress for proper thanks and a chance to recover. Kim expressed his gratitude but mentioned that he had no time for that. He had other matters to attend to and needed to complete them. He told Max not to worry about him and to take care of himself and his subordinates. After the Warlock's demise, the danger had passed, but who knew what this ominous world still held in store? They shook hands and expressed hope that they could meet again someday. Kim stood before the towering doors, the culmination of his arduous journey through this otherworldly training. The weight of anticipation and a glimmer of hope rested on his shoulders. He could almost hear the echoes of his family's voices, calling him back to their warm embrace. The doors seemed to hold the promise of reuniting with his loved ones, a journey that had been fraught with trials and perils, now reaching its conclusion. He hoped that beyond the doors lay the very reason he had endured these trials for so long, the chance to embrace his beloved wife once more and hold his child. After the doors swung open, a bright, dazzling light flooded the space around him, illuminating everything in a brilliant, radiant glow. Kim stepped into the unknown, his heart filled with hope and anticipation. He found himself on what seemed like clouds, surrounded by brightness. He was in a state of confusion, not understanding what he should do next. There was a single building in front of him that looked like a temple. Instinctively, he understood that he needed to move in the direction of this building. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, inquiring about Kim's identity and how he had discovered this place. When he saw the speaker, astonishment surged through him. He beheld an enormous man standing before him resembling a human, yet distinctly otherworldly. This being was not an ordinary human. He stood twice the height of Kim and bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity rather than a mere mortal. However, it seemed he harbored no intent to harm Kim. This man was surprised to see Kim and his equipment. There was a feeling that he also had questions. The godlike creature was astonished to see the object on Kim's wrist, filled with intrigue and amazement. He asked where he got this item from. He, now intrigued, revealed knowledge of the object. It appeared to recognize it as something lost by the king a long time ago. The godlike man, who introduced himself as Ariani, a vassal of the king, questioned Kim about his arrival. In response, Kim, shrugging, confessed that he himself didn't know how he got there. Kim informed Arian, a servant of the god, that he had passed through a mist-shrouded area and then came across a temple. He described how he entered, and here he was, standing within its sacred halls. Arian fell into contemplation, sensing the truth in Kim's words. He truly had no knowledge of his whereabouts and how he had arrived in this place. In an instant, Arian eyes shot open, expanding like saucers, clearly reflecting his profound sense of astonishment. It was as though a surge of realization or an unexpected revelation had coursed through him, momentarily freezing him in surprise. He lifted his head, as if attuned to celestial whispers, his ears perked up to an unseen melody in the heavens. Kim stood beside him, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the unfolding enigma. The atmosphere was charged with an otherworldly energy, and a profound sense of anticipation hung in the air, as if the universe itself held its breath in this mysterious moment. Captivated by the ethereal proclamation, Arian turned towards Kim, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. He gestured towards the heavens, attempting to convey the ineffable sense of divine favor that the king had bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Kim stood there, a portrait of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the unfolding revelation, a sense of curiosity. Arian inquired of Kim, "Human, are you prepared to receive a grand strength? It might be a strength so great that you won't be able to withstand it. It could cause you pain, and even then you may not receive it. Of course, if you do receive this strength, you will be burdened with a great responsibility as well. Are you prepared to carry this weight on your shoulders?" Kim pondered the situation, bowing his head in deep contemplation. The weight of his purpose bore heavily on his shoulders, and he knew that stopping at this point was simply not an option. Lifting his head, Kim replied, "Of course." The glint of resolve sparkled in his eyes, reflecting an unyielding spirit. He stood firm in his decision, ready to confront whatever trials the acquisition of great strength might bring. In the depths of his heart, the image of his family remained an indomitable beacon, fueling his determination. He was willing to face the unknown, to grapple with forces beyond mortal understanding, all for the chance to embrace his loved ones once more. The very thought of reuniting with his family infused him with an unwavering strength, urging him forward on this enigmatic journey. As Arian observed Kim's unwavering determination, a knowing nod of approval passed between them. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges, but Kim's resolve had set him on a course that would alter the course of his destiny, and perhaps that of the world. Arian inquired about the source of Kim's determination, and the driving force behind his unwavering desire to face all the trials. Kim, gathering his thoughts, responded, "The source of my determination lies in the love I hold for my family. Their faces, their laughter, their presence in my life. It's a beacon of light that guides me through the darkest moments. I want to be stronger, not only for myself, but to protect and cherish them. The trials ahead are nothing compared to the strength their love instills in me. It's a fire within that I cannot let extinguish, no matter the challenges that lie ahead." "Very well," said Arian, bowing his head and closing his eyes, understanding the depth of Kim's resolve. Arian's touch was gentle but charged with an otherworldly energy. As his fingertip made contact with Kim's chest, a strange and unexplainable sensation coursed through him, as if a current of mystical power surged through his being. He stood frozen for a moment, bewildered and trying to make sense of the peculiar feeling that seemed to engulf him. It was as if an unseen force has awakened within him, a dormant power now stirred to life by Arian's touch. He felt a rush of energy, an unfamiliar strength that hummed beneath his skin and resonated in his bones. Following Arian's touch, the world around Kim seemed to blur and distort, as if reality itself was warping. The once steady ground beneath his feet felt unstable, and an intense and excruciating pain surged through every fiber of his being. It was a torment that seemed to pierce through his very essence, leaving him writhing on the ground, gasping for breath. Arian, standing nearby, watched with a solemn intensity as Kim's face contorted in agony. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, swirling around them, as if reacting to the transformation taking place. It was a moment fraught with an eerie sense of inevitability, as if the fabric of the universe was being rewoven, and Kim was at the heart of this cosmic alteration. Kim clenched his fists, trying to endure the torment. He felt a surge of power within, an untamed force that threatened to consume him. Amidst the pain, a spark of determination flickered in his eyes, an unwavering resolve to conquer this trial and emerge stronger. In the midst of searing agony, Kim gritted his teeth, every sinew of his being straining to endure the pain. It felt as though his insides were set ablaze, an inferno raging through his very core. His face contorted in a grimace of suffering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fought to maintain composure. The intensity of the sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, an unrelenting torment that threatened to consume him entirely. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur as his focus narrowed to the overwhelming ordeal within. Time itself seemed to slow, each moment stretching into an eternity as he grappled with the transformative fire burning through his essence. Arian, a witness to Kim's struggle, stood vigilant, his eyes reflecting a mix of concern and anticipation. He knew that this excruciating trial was a crucible from which Kim would either emerge weakened or forged anew, stronger and more formidable. Kim made a valiant attempt to rise, leveraging his arm for support, but it was a rash move. The pain he endured surged like an unrelenting tide, refusing to grant him the respite needed to stand. Every fiber of his being seemed to rebel against the idea, the agony intensifying as if mocking his efforts. Arian remained seated, a silent observer of this struggle. His gaze was one of unwavering vigilance, a beacon of assurance and mentorship. He allowed Kim to grapple with this trial on his own, knowing that true strength would only be realized through perseverance and determination. Kim gritted his teeth, frustration mingling with the pain, as he slowly lowered himself back to the ground. It was a humbling moment, a reminder of the limits of his physical form and the gravity of the trial he had undertaken. Every inch of progress felt like an insurmountable mountain, and yet he knew he had to press on. In the midst of the relentless torment, Kim remained steadfast. The excruciating pain seemed to have no bounds, his body convulsing with the sheer intensity of it. Blood trickled from his mouth, a grim testament to the internal struggle he was enduring. Arian, a seasoned observer of mortal trials, recognized that this level of endurance was exceptional. Kim's ability to stand firm in the face of such torment showcased a rare quality, one that spoke of unyielding courage and an indomitable spirit. A flicker of admiration and respect shone in Arian's eyes as he witnessed Kim's unwavering resolve. It was a reminder that strength wasn't just about the power one possessed, but also about the mettle of one's character. Arian knew that Kim was on the cusp of transformation, and this ordeal would sculpt him into something far greater than he had been before. In the harrowing struggle, it appeared that Kim had exhausted every ounce of strength within him. His body, once resilient, now seemed fragile and battered. The agony had drained him, leaving him on the precipice of surrender. Kim's once fierce eyes, which had held determination and grit, were now dulled by the overwhelming suffering. Every labored breath he took seemed like a battle against the inevitable. It was as if the flame that had burned so brightly within him was flickering, struggling to remain alight. In the midst of his struggle, a sudden internal voice pierced through the haze of pain, resonating within Kim's very being. It was a voice that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, a voice filled with a quiet strength and unwavering resolve. "Never surrender," it urged, echoing through the corridors of Kim's mind. "Consider the reasons for your survival. Think of the love you hold, the dreams unfulfilled, and the promises unkept. Think of the smiles you can bring, and the lives you can touch." Through the pain was still very present. A flicker of believers kindled in his eyes. He was ready to rise above this torment, armed with a newfound understanding that would shape his next actions. The voice had left an indelible mark, a guiding beacon in the midst of his darkest hour. Amidst the anguish and contemplation, Kim's thoughts instinctively gravitated towards his family. Their faces, their laughter, and the warmth of their presence seemed to be a source of solace, a lifeline amidst the torment. He vividly recalled the moments shared, the bonds forged, and the unspoken love that held them together. As he lay in the throes of agony, he allowed the memories of his family to wash over him like a soothing balm. He pictured their smiles, the sound of their voices, and the comforting embrace of their love. The image of reuniting with them became a beacon of hope, a vision that propelled him to endure and overcome the searing pain. In the realm of his dreams and aspirations, Kim reached out, attempting to touch the ethereal presence of his family. His heart yearned to bridge the gap between the reality of his suffering and the illusion of their presence. He longed to feel the warmth of their embrace, to hear their comforting words, to be enveloped by the love he held so dear. As if emerging from a trance, Kim slowly pulled himself up from the ground. His eyes widened as he took in his surroundings, attempting to come to terms with the reality of the moment. Arian, the observer of his trials, watched keenly, the faintest hint of a knowing smile playing on his lips. Kim's resilience had not gone unnoticed. He had endured the crucible and emerged on the other side, changed. Kim, his voice still tinged with disbelief and awe, posed the question, "Am I not dead? What was that?" His words hung in the air, reflecting his struggle to comprehend the ordeal he had just undergone. The transformation, the pain, and the ethereal experience left him grappling for understanding, seeking an explanation that seemed just beyond his reach. Arian, his voice steady and filled with gravitas, uttered, "You now possess the heart of a king." As Kim absorbed the revelation, he felt a surge of energy emanating from within. A radiant light radiated from his chest. It was as if the light itself was a reflection of his newfound strength, a beacon of the royalty that now resided within him. He placed his hand over his heart, feeling the steady and powerful beat that resonated through his being. It was a symbol of his endurance, his newfound resilience, and the immense potential that lay within him. The heart of a king beat within a mortal's chest, a testament to the extraordinary path that awaited him. The journey was only beginning, and Kim was ready to embrace the responsibilities and challenges that came with this newfound power. Kim turned towards Arian, a question burning in his eyes. The weight of this newfound power and purpose pressed upon him, and he sought guidance in understanding the path that lay ahead. Arian, his presence exuding wisdom and patience, met Kim's gaze. He spoke with a reassuring tone. "Ask what you will, and I shall impart the knowledge I possess. The journey you've embarked upon is one of discovery and growth, and I am here to guide you through the trials that await." Upon hearing Kim's question about the nature of the king and whether the king was akin to a deity, Arian found himself momentarily taken aback. It was a question that delved into the depths of existence, into the very fabric of the universe, and explaining such intricacies was no easy feat. Kim, undeterred in his quest for understanding, made another attempt to seek knowledge from Arian. He longed to comprehend the depth of the transformation he had undergone, the significance of bearing the heart of a king, and the purpose it would serve in his journey. Once again he turned to Arian and framed his question carefully. "Please, I need to understand. What is the true nature of this power? What awaits me in this journey?" Arian regarded Kim with a mix of compassion and deliberation, recognizing the earnestness in his inquiry. Yet, he gently replied, "The time for such revelations has not yet come. The path you walk is one of discovery and revelation. As you continue your journey, the answers you seek will unveil themselves. Patience and perseverance will be your allies." Though Kim was eager for immediate answers, he understood Arian's wisdom. Some secrets were meant to be uncovered in due time, and the journey itself would hold the key to unlocking the mysteries he sought. He took a deep breath, ready to continue forward with determination, trusting that each step would bring him closer to the understanding he sought. In an unexpected revelation, Arian spoke, shedding light on the origins of the extraordinary gifts that Kim had received. He explained, "The shackles, magic circuit, and the heart. These are 3 gifts bestowed upon you by the king." Arian continued, "These gifts are not mere trinkets. They are instruments that will shape your journey, a testament to the faith the king has placed in you. Embrace them, understand their significance, and wield them wisely, for they are keys to unlocking the true potential within you." After Adrian had said all he could say, a sudden, powerful teleportation took Kim away from his current location, momentarily disorienting him. One moment he was standing next to Adrian, thinking about the revelations, and the next he was in a completely different place. Adrian, having relayed the successful completion of the task, took a moment to express his own willingness to understand and believe in the mortal bestowed with the heart of a king. "My lord," he continued respectfully, "if this is your will, to have faith in this mortal and the path that unfolds before him, I too shall attempt to believe in him. I shall remain vigilant, observing the mortal's journey and the potential he carries within." 683475 achievement points have been consumed. The tutorial will now end. You will be transported to the beginning village Melon. Following the teleportation, Kim found himself amidst a group of bewildered individuals. They exchanged anxious glances, clearly disoriented and grappling to comprehend their sudden change in surroundings. The group exchanged uncertain glances, a mix of fear and curiosity in their eyes. They were all in this together, linked by the inexplicable circumstances that had brought them to this enigmatic place. Kim observed the diverse group of people around him, realizing that among them were many foreigners. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. "Kim!" It was his old friend from the previous trials. Kim's head snapped in the direction of the voice. He soon spotted his friend, a familiar face in this bewildering place. Jason rushed forward, eager to embrace Kim, but as he got closer, he noticed a flicker of surprise in Kim's eyes. It was as if Kim hadn't expected to see him. As they stood together, the sense of unity and camaraderie among the diverse group of people present provided a glimmer of hope and a foundation to face the uncertain future that lay ahead. In the distance, a group of soldiers in uniform began to approach. Their synchronized steps and stern expressions hinted at a sense of authority and purpose. As they drew nearer, the crowd grew more attentive, curious about their arrival and the reason for their presence. Kim and Jason exchanged a quick glance, a shared concern etched on their faces. The soldiers seemed organized and disciplined, raising questions about the situation they found themselves in. Kim gripped Jason's shoulders firmly, the weight of the revelation settling in. "Why are we all here?" he asked, urgency in his voice. Jason took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "There's an invisible barrier here. It's as if we're trapped, unable to leave this place," he explained, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. A wave of concern washed over Kim, realizing the true extent of their circumstances. They were not just in an unfamiliar place. They were in a confining space, cut off from the world they knew. A commanding figure screamed out, his voice echoing authority and dominance, cutting through the conversations. "Silence, all of you! Keep your mouths shut!" he thundered, his demeanor intimidating and unwavering. The urgency and power in his command sent shockwaves through the crowd. An unsettling hush descended upon the gathering, each person aware of the seriousness of the situation. The soldiers stood at attention, recognizing the figure's position of authority. With disdain in his eyes and an air of power, he strode towards the crowd of people who had recently arrived in this mysterious place. His steps echoed authority, and his presence seemed to demand submission from those before him. "I see we have newcomers," he declared, his tone laced with arrogance and superiority. "You're in my domain now. Obey the rules, and you might survive this ordeal." The crowd shifted uncomfortably, a mixture of fear and defiance in their eyes. They were faced with a figure who seemed to revel in the power he wielded over them. He introduced himself, breaking the tension that hung in the air. "My name is Vulker, and I've been in this world for 7 years, he stated, revealing his name and the lengthy duration of his presence in this enigmatic realm. The crowd took in the information, processing the implications of his extended stay. 7 years in this strange place. It was a length of time that both unsettled and intrigued them. After passing the trials, Adrian teleported Kim into a mysterious new world, where the level of difficulty had increased exponentially. Kim materialized in a surreal landscape, greeted by a group of equally disoriented individuals. The strangers wore expressions of confusion and curiosity, mirroring Kim's own bewilderment. Among them was Alvin, who had been in this world for 7 years. It seems that he is not happy to see new people who, just like him, got into this world. Kim was surprised to find people who had been in this world for 7 years. He had initially believed that only those who had recently completed the trials would end up here. He was astonished to see so many people here. Why hadn't anyone on Earth noticed the disappearances? It seemed like this mysterious world operated by its own rules, completely detached from their reality. People demanded that Alvin reveal who created this magic barrier, as they were eager to traverse it. Alvin responded, stating that he was not the one who had created the barrier. Alvin explained that the obstacle before them had been conjured by a girl named Lois. The revelation left the group perplexed, their hopes of returning home after completing the trials now shrouded in confusion. The enraged crowd, faces contorted with frustration and fear, bellowed in unison, their demands for release reverberating through the air. Some pointed accusing fingers at Alvin, their gestures animated with fury, while others clenched their fists in an attempt to vent their mounting frustration. In the center of this emotional storm was Alvin, a figure of composure and patience. The crowd's body language conveyed a sense of urgency and agitation, emphasizing their longing for freedom. As the tumultuous cries of the crowd persisted, Alvin's forbearance wanted. In a resounding crescendo, he asserted his authority, compelling all to fall silent. The weight of his voice cut through the bedlam, settling over the gathering like a sudden, heavy downpour, bringing an abrupt and uneasy calm. The hush that followed was deafening, each second stretching into eternity. Faces once contorted with fervor were now a canvas of fear and confusion. Wide eyes darted around, desperately seeking comprehension amidst the abrupt silence. It was a stark realization. They had underestimated Alvin's determination, and the unexpected authority in his voice left them unnerved. Enraged by what was happening and having lost control of himself, he was about to draw his sword to confront each individual in the crowd. But Lois stopped him. He began to regain control of his emotions. It was crucial to attempt to explain to the people what was transpiring. Perhaps then, a collective understanding could emerge from the chaos. Alvin explained that the walls had been created for their protection. This place was exceedingly perilous, so much so that they would regard their training as a mere easy venture in the future. The crowd was in disarray, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion. They exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for words. When he turned away and moved in the opposite direction, he assured the crowd, "I will explain what awaits us here on the way." Frowning, he issued a warning that if anyone thought of challenging him, he would handle it without any issues. It seemed that everyone became afraid and no one wanted to oppose him. He explained that the place they were headed to was a village for beginners called Malin. He assumed they already knew this. Looking to the left, he conveyed a sense of caution, suggesting that troubles could potentially lie in that direction. The crowd instinctively followed his gaze, their expressions revealing a mix of concern and curiosity as they looked in the same direction. There were mountains ahead, and everyone wanted to know what perilous secrets lay beyond them, compelling them to fear this place. Glancing in that particular direction, Elvin appeared enveloped in contemplation. It was as if the landscape before him stirred memories of a somber and tragic chapter from his past. The atmosphere seemed to carry an uncanny resemblance to an ordeal, etched deeply in the recesses of his soul, a haunting reminder of a time he would rather forget. The mountains stood like silent sentinels, guarding the secrets veiled within their formidable peaks. He mentioned that in that direction lay an angel and a demon, beings of immense power surpassing all other monsters. Elvin emphasized that it was too early for them to know about this. He advised that caution was paramount, and they should avoid venturing into that territory. Kim immediately recalled the Warlock he had defeated, speculating that this might refer to the same Warlock. As they looked down upon the village from a vantage point, a stark contrast presented itself. There was no lush greenery in sight, only the structures, the homes, and the palace at the heart of it all. The absence of greenery seemed deliberate, giving the village a sense of austerity and purpose. The buildings stood in ordered precision, emanating a sense of community and unity. The palace, a focal point, exuded an air of authority and heritage. Its grand architecture bespoke of a place steeped in history and significance. A sense of awe overtook the onlookers as they beheld the cityscape. It loomed like an unassailable fortress, its formidable presence commanding respect and wonder. The architectural prowess was undeniable. Solid, imposing structures rose with an air of grandeur. The city seemed to embody an air of invincibility, as if it had withstood the tests of time and emerged stronger, an embodiment of resilience and strength. Elvin declared that from this moment forth, all sustenance and lodging within this city would be provided to them without charge, but only for the duration of 10 days. After that period, finding food and shelter would become their own responsibility. Elvin emphasized that this time would suffice for them to acclimate and find their footing in the new city. Additionally, he noted that they should express their gratitude to the Tower clan, who would take care of their protection within the city. Once they had stepped into the city and each found their designated dwelling, Kim and his friend took a moment to rest, perching on the beds within their new abode. The ambiance was distinctly different from what they were accustomed to. The walls of the sturdy house seemed to echo with a blend of history and mystery. With curiosity piqued, they delved into a discussion about the Tower clan and its benevolent role in assisting the inhabitants of Melon. Kim, leaning forward in earnest contemplation, began to voice his thoughts aloud. He understood that it was impossible for newcomers to survive here without the help of the clan. The guy thought that this place could really be very dangerous, and without the help of the clan, it would be difficult for them to survive in this new world. Felix looked to him, a hint of doubt in his gaze, and inquired, "So, what do we do now?" Kim eased onto the bed, feeling the tug of exhaustion and the rush of recent exploits. It was a moment to pause, a precious opportunity to rest after an unbroken chain of adventures. For the first time in what seemed like ages, he could surrender to the luxury of undisturbed sleep. Felix said that since they had provided them with food and shelter for 10 days, it was necessary to come up with something during this time and get away from them as quickly as possible. Kim agreed with him. During this time, it is necessary to find out as much as possible what is happening in this city, what they should do next. Kim thought of his family again. They were what gave him the strength to navigate this mysterious world. His wife and daughter were the source of an inner light that filled his soul with hope. They were his unwavering support, inspiration, and purpose. Despite the challenges of this uncharted path, thoughts of his family warmed his heart, reminding him of who he was moving forward for, battling whatever stood in his way. Meanwhile, Felix decided that now is the time to go and take a shower. He has not done this for a very long time. He can't even remember when it was the last time. While his friend went to take a shower, Kim decided that now was the time to read his diary, which had many clues to the mysteries that awaited him in the future. Kim gazed at the diary, hope flickering in his eyes. He clutched it tightly, a beacon in the unknown, anticipating that within its pages lay the wisdom to propel him further in this enigmatic world. The tattered cover bore witness to its journey, its secrets promising a compass for the uncharted paths that awaited him. Each page seemed a potential revelation, a key to unlock the mysteries that would unfold, aiding him on his odyssey through the unexplored. Kim began reading the diary, and was greatly surprised that he could turn the next page. Previously, it had remained unyielding, refusing to reveal its contents. Kim's curiosity was palpable as he yearned to discover the contents written on the fresh pages of the diary. His keen interest drove him to lean in closer, his eyes scanning the words as if they held the key to unraveling a profound mystery. Each sentence felt like a breadcrumb, enticing him to venture deeper into the enigma of the narrative, fueling his desire to comprehend the secrets concealed within the inked lines. The diary seemed to beckon him, its pages whispering tales of a world waiting to be unveiled. An uncharted realm he was poised to explore through the words intricately woven on each leaf. Curiosity suddenly turned to surprise. Kim was very surprised to learn that in this city, not only he and his friend, but also other people want to kill them. Felix left the bathroom without letting him finish reading the diary. Kim did not want to tell him his secret that he could look at the tips in the diary. After closing the diary, he also went to take a shower. It seemed that they still had enough time to read the diary to the end. Time was already moving towards night. Kim lit a candle and lay down on the bed. He was eager to know what awaits him in this mysterious city. Delving further into the writings within the diary, Kim began to glean an understanding of how he might need to navigate his path forward. The intricacies of the narrative seemed to offer hints and guidance, a subtle map for the journey that lay ahead. Yet, despite his thorough perusal, there was one crucial piece missing: information about the angel and demon that Elvin had alluded to. Their absence in the diary left Kim in a state of anticipation, yearning for the knowledge that would undoubtedly shape his future in this cryptic world. Suddenly, the tranquil reading of the diary was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. A voice from beyond the door inquired about Kim's current whereabouts, breaking the peaceful ambiance of the room. Jumping out of bed, Kim asked who was there. He thought that there was no information about it in the diary. From behind the door came a request to open the door. The person standing behind the door wanted to say something to Kim. At the sound of the knocking, Felix also rose and joined Kim in curiosity. Could it be the hotel owner, they wondered, seeking them out for some reason? Anxiety and curiosity were etched across their faces, uncertainty casting a shadow over their expressions. In this enigmatic world, they had yet to unravel its true nature. Danger could very well lurk around every corner. They realized the need for caution as they approached the door, their minds feverishly pondering the possibilities of who could have been behind that door. The insistent voice kept asking for the door to be opened for him. Kim and Felix exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew they needed to exercise caution. Kim gripped the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever might lie on the other side of the door. Approaching the door and firmly clutching his sword, Kim asked, "What do you need?" Without much delay, the voice from behind the door identified itself as Dean from the Braum clan. He had come to recruit Kim into their clan. He also reassured not to worry about what might happen, as they were under the protection of the Tower clan. He mentioned that conflicts between participants in this village were strictly prohibited. Kim and Felix exchanged glances, uncertainty writ large on their faces as they stepped foot into the unfamiliar city. They were unsure of what to expect from the locals. However, succumbing to fear and locking themselves indoors wasn't an option. It was imperative to ascertain the intentions of the locals. Gathering their courage, they approached the door and cautiously swung it open. Before them stood Din, smiling as he expressed his delight at the meeting. It appeared he had come with good intentions. Looking at Kim, he was surprised that there was someone else in the room. Entering their room, he asked if he could distract them for a minute. He also introduced himself once again, revealing his name to be Din. He was smiling warmly, radiating kindness and goodwill. Although Din knew who he had come to meet, Kim extended his introduction and presented his friend as well. Kim then inquired how Din had come to know about them. Din mentioned that Kim's achievements in his trial had been the talk of the town for a while now. He explained that the extensive work of their prominent clan involved recruiting gifted individuals like Kim. He extended an invitation for them to join their clan, emphasizing the need for strong warriors to stand against the looming threat of an angel and a demon residing beyond the mountains. The fate of their realm hung in the balance, and they required formidable individuals to bolster their defenses and preserve peace. Felix was taken aback and asked, "Is he waiting outside right now?" Meanwhile, Kim inquired, "What made you summon us in the middle of the night? Couldn't this have waited until morning?" Felix, still smiling, spoke up. "Please forgive us for—" Kim swiftly interjected, his smile fading. "If there's a reason for us to come at this hour, what is it? Could it not have waited until morning?" It was evident he was searching for an answer, uncertainty clouding his expression. It seemed like Kim was not inclined for further discussion. He stated that regardless of their intentions, it would be better for Din to leave. If necessary, he assured that he would find them himself. Din scratched his head, displaying a sense of puzzlement on his face. Evidently, negotiations weren't his forte, or perhaps he had no suitable response to the questions posed. Furious, he demanded that they stop annoying him and follow him to the clan leader. Tension hung thick in the air, the room's atmosphere palpable with a brewing storm. The shifting emotions hinted at the gravity of the situation, leaving everyone on edge, unsure of what would transpire next. Felix stood there, perplexed and taken aback by the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere. He was unsure of how to react to this unexpected turn of events. With contempt etched across his face, Din stood firm. Everyone in the room understood that dialogue was futile. A battle was about to commence. Felix, trying to understand the situation, asked Kim how he knew that Din had come with ill intentions. Felix, attempting to make sense of the escalating tension, questioned Kim about his basis for assuming Din's malicious intent. "The Braum clan is a bunch of cheaters and thugs," Kim responded sternly, his grip tightening on the sword's hilt. "Associations with individuals like Din often amount to nothing more than a gathering of petty thugs and deceivers." Kim had read about this clan in a diary. They were known for being nefarious players who would recruit newcomers only to kill them and steal their items and gear. He understood that there was no forgiveness for people like Din. He knew that there were many like him, but he believed in his own strength and ability to resist them. The confrontation that loomed ahead was not just a battle. It was a test of his resolve and principles. Din smiled once again, unfazed and unthreatened. He expressed his confusion about how Kim had obtained information about their clan. However, acknowledging that since Kim seemed to know everything, he proposed voluntarily surrendering their items. In return, he vowed to spare their lives. Kim gripped his sword firmly, determination flashing in his eyes as he prepared to confront the stranger. With a steady voice, he reiterated, "Leave now, and we may spare you from the clash that awaits." His words carried a warning, a final plea for the intruder to step away from the path of conflict. The tension in the room had reached its peak, the air thick with the anticipation of the imminent clash. Felix sighed in disappointment, expressing regret that they couldn't find a resolution through dialogue. Closing his eyes and preparing to use his abilities, he added, "It's a pity you turned out to be so obstinate." In an instant, he seemed to evaporate. In a room that just moments ago held 3 individuals, now only Kim and his friend remained. He was an assassin from the Braum clan, capable of becoming invisible so that other players couldn't see him. Using his ability, he stealthily approached Kim from behind, who stood with his sword, unaware of what to expect in the next moment. Seizing his advantage, Din attempted to deliver a lethal strike, but Kim swiftly blocked it with his sword. After the unsuccessful attempt, Din vanished again, leaving Kim and his friend standing, bewildered and unsure of how to strike back. For a fleeting moment, emerging from the shadows, Din attempted to attack Felix this time, but he evaded and managed to block the strike as well. Upon seeing his opponent, Kim swiftly swung his sword, aiming to deliver a lethal blow. Exerting all his strength, he struck towards the spot where Din had just stood. The clash of metal rang through the room, but once again, Din managed to evade and remained unscathed, disappearing into the shadows. Kim, who had not encountered such a level of skill and expertise before, found it challenging to land a lethal blow. However, Din also struggled to strike his target accurately in the midst of the intense battle. The fight had escalated into a high-stakes match, each combatant pushing the limits of their abilities. In an instant, Din appeared behind them, once again becoming visible. He sensed the surging mana in Kim's blood. He hadn't anticipated that a newcomer would possess such items that granted mana. It seemed like Din realized it would be more taxing than he had initially thought. However, it was necessary to bring this to an end. The Tower clan might overhear their battle. Utilizing an even more formidable spell, Din vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. This development greatly astonished them. Felix's cry of astonishment filled the room as he grappled with the sudden vanishing act of their enigmatic adversary. It was a mystifying turn of events. The swiftness and finesse with which Din had executed his disappearance left Kim and Felix bewildered. The atmosphere crackled with an air of intrigue and an underlying sense of unease. It was now clear that Din possessed skills beyond their expectations, and they were dealing with a formidable foe. Lurking and crouched on the floor, Din waited for the opportune moment to strike. He knew that regular players couldn't see him, and these newcomers were no exception. Felix was shouting something, gripped by panic. He didn't know how to proceed in such a situation. The enemy was invisible, and he wasn't sure whom to fight. Meanwhile, Kim seemed to be concealing his emotions. He stood there, waiting to see what Din would do next. Feeling invincible, Din believed that these two would be an easy target. His dagger possessed enough power to kill a player with a single strike. Kim stood motionless, portraying an air of composure. It was as if he understood his next moves, patiently waiting for Din to come closer. Invisible to the naked eye, Din grew closer, unaware that Kim could sense his proximity. Kim's senses were heightened, every fiber of his being attuned to the impending clash. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, yet he remained resolute, poised to act at the opportune moment. The room seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. A clash between formidable adversaries was imminent. Din, believing he was unseen, stealthily advanced to deliver his strike. Suddenly, he felt the jarring impact as Kim's sword pierced through his chest. A gasp of disbelief escaped Din's lips, his invisibility dissipating as the truth of his defeat washed over him. The pain surged through his body, a grim reminder of his miscalculation. Kim's resolve had prevailed, and Din found himself at the mercy of his own misjudgment. The unexpected turn of the battle compelled him to activate his invisibility once more, attempting to conceal himself within the room. The pain intensified, and now he realized that Kim could perceive his stealth due to the high level of mana. This was unknown to him, and the situation was slipping out of his control. Rage from the defeat consumed him. He knew Kim had passed the trial and ranked at the top, but he had not perceived him as a threat. Din's own skills were formidable, and prior to this, he hadn't encountered such resistance. Realizing that the situation had turned against him, Din approached the door and attempted to leave the room. He knew that defeating Kim at this point was unlikely. Understanding that letting him go was not an option, Kim stepped closer and swung his sword. He struck Din on the back with his sword, not needing to use mana for a stronger blow. The opponent was already very weak and posed no threat. Din released his dagger and fell to the ground. After such a blow to the back, survival was not an option for him. Kim stood, staring at Din. He didn't know what consequences would follow once everyone found out that he had killed this player. Felix wanted to know how Kim had known where Din was. He had disappeared in the room, but Kim could still see him. Kim seemed to be beginning to piece together why he could see an invisible opponent. It was the heart that Lois had given him. It granted him this ability. Gathering around the fallen Din, they exchanged wary glances, acutely aware that his intentions might be far from benign. Kim, standing with a furrowed brow, analyzed the situation. The room seemed to close in on them, the weight of the virtual world bearing down. As they discussed, the gravity of the situation sunk in. They were confronted with the decision of how to handle this potential threat within the confines of the game. Each option held its own set of risks. Felix inquired about Kim's plan, prompting for him to turn and offer a cryptic smile. It seemed as if he indeed had some kind of strategy in mind for what to do next. Morning arrived, and rumors began to circulate throughout the city. Whispers of a murder during the night spread, suggesting that a newcomer had defeated someone of higher rank. A crowd gathered outside the house where Kim was, anticipating Lois's arrival. It seemed like everyone was apprehensive and watched with trepidation as he made his way towards the building. He was not alone. An entourage accompanied him, exuding an air of sternness and seriousness. They entered the house where Kim resided. The grim and severe expressions on their faces indicated that Lois was determined to address the situation. Violence was prohibited in this city. At the entrance, they were met by the house manager, who lowered his head and gestured towards the second floor, indicating that the incident had taken place there. Lois stated that he and his security detail would go up to the second floor to investigate what had transpired that night. Kim and his friend heard them approaching. They were unsure of what to do and felt compelled to wait for Lois to arrive to explain what had happened. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw the bandit, who had terrorized the new inhabitants of the city for 2 years, lying lifeless in the corner with his head bowed. Looking at Kim and his friend, Lois asked, "Were you the ones who killed him?" Kim, fully aware of his righteousness, responded, "Yes, I killed him. Are there any issues with that?" There was a calm assertiveness in his voice, a conviction that what he had done was justified and necessary. The room seemed to hold its breath, awaiting Lois's reaction to this revelation. The gravity of the moment was palpable, and all eyes were on Kim, awaiting Lois's response. Lois glanced at Kim, recognizing that he was not as simple as he may seem at first glance. There was a depth to Kim's demeanor, a steely resolve that emanated from him. The air seemed to crackle with tension as the two locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Understanding Kim's conviction, Lois replied, "No problems at all." There was a sense of respect in his voice, acknowledging the righteousness and determination in Kim's actions. Opening the records, it was revealed that Din was indeed a fugitive, and there was a bounty of 30 gold for his capture. Kim was greatly surprised by what he heard. The bounty for killing Din. He had never imagined such a reward. Lois explained that for 2 years, Din had been on the run, and no one could locate him while he continued to murder new inhabitants of the city. Felix was thrilled to hear the latest developments. He was glad that they didn't have problems in the new city, and he rejoiced at the fact that Kim was rewarded with 30 gold for his actions. Lois watched as they rejoiced over the news, understanding the significance of Kim's triumph. If Kim could overcome such a formidable adversary, one who had evaded justice for 2 years, lurking in the shadows, it meant that he could hold considerable value for their clan. The thought of Kim's potential contribution to their group weighed on Lois's mind, and he began to see Kim in a new light, considering the benefits of having him on their side. Lois inquired if they were prepared to join the Tower clan. It was a pivotal moment, a proposition that could potentially alter the course of their virtual lives. The weight of the decision hung in the air, and the path they were about to choose was fraught with possibilities and consequences. Surprise was evident on their faces. They were not prepared for such an offer so soon. They had only spent 1 day in this city. The suddenness of the proposition caught them off guard, and they exchanged a glance, silently contemplating the magnitude of the decision they were being asked to make. Kim contemplated the matter and chose to reiterate, seeking confirmation on whether they were truly prepared to become members of his clan. "Of course," Lois replied, recognizing that if Kim could defeat Din, it would be an excellent asset for their clan. In the air, silence hung heavy. Everyone stood, gazing at one another, weighing the pros and cons of the proposition and its potential impact. It seemed Lois was confident in his offer, but Kim was in no hurry to accept. Each of them contemplated the decision, aware of its significance and the future it might shape. Lois chose to break the lingering silence and asked once more what their decision was. Kim inclined his head, showing respect for the offer, and apologized. He conveyed that he was not prepared to join the clan at this moment. This caused quite a surprise among those present. Lois, feeling the fluctuations of emotions within him, was taken aback and slightly bewildered. His offer was put forth with confidence, believing it to be a favorable move for each participant. However, Kim's refusal altered the dynamics of the moment. He tried to conceal his emotions, but a riddle and perplexity were evident in his eyes. Perhaps he expected something, but not this. He asked, "But why?" He couldn't understand what prompted Kim's response. It seemed like a straightforward decision. Joining the clan was a significant privilege for a newcomer. No one had previously received an offer to join the clan right after training. Kim said he understood everything, but asked for forgiveness once again. He couldn't believe that his offer had been declined. He pondered if Kim was indeed a newcomer who had just entered this world. Lois turned to Felix, seeking confirmation or perhaps a different perspective. He wanted to gauge if this decision was solely Kim's, or if Felix shared the sentiment. It was important for Lois to understand the dynamics at play, and whether both of them were in alignment regarding joining the clan. Felix pondered for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The weight of the decision and its potential consequences loomed before him. He understood that he needed to support his friend's decision, and replied that he also supported it and would not join the clan. Lois was angry about what he heard. He mentioned that he would send the reward for killing Din by evening and reminded them that they needed to pay for their accommodation. Kim hesitated for a moment, contemplating the correctness of his decision. As he left, Lois turned around and said, "If you ever change your mind, you can find me at the Tower Clan." He repeated his words, affirming that just as he had stated previously, they would find a warm welcome within the Tower Clan. After some time, they received the long-awaited reward for the capture of Dean. 30 gold turned out to be an impressive sum. They had never imagined it would be so much. Looking at the coin, Felix pondered just how much this was. In his previous world, where he lived before all this, he could afford quite a lot with just one coin. Felix looked at Kim and inquired why he didn't accept the Tower Clan's offer. Perhaps he had different plans? Kim didn't provide a significant response, only stating that it was possible. Felix asked once more to share the details, and Kim replied that he might tell him eventually. Kim then inquired why Felix didn't join their clan, to which Felix responded that since Kim caught Dean, he wouldn't go anywhere without him. Kim contemplated Felix's query, the concern evident on his face. It was a question he had asked himself repeatedly since they received the offer from the Tower Clan. Why had he not accepted? There were reasons, intricacies of his own ambitions and aspirations in this new reality that he wasn't ready to share entirely. The Tower Clan was a tempting prospect, but Kim had a path in mind that diverged from this. Felix was eager to understand what this alternative path entailed. He finally shared that his ambition was to meet the Grand Mage, a figure of immense power and wisdom. This goal drove him, a pursuit of knowledge and mastery that took precedence over joining any specific clan. He believed that such an encounter could unlock doors to understanding the depths of this fantastical realm. He also mentioned that he was planning to set out to meet the Grand Mage now and invited Felix to join him. After this proposition, Felix felt a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. They made their way to the main square of the city to meet the mage. As they got closer, they saw the Grand Mage, Abram. He was an elderly man with graying hair and a rather unfriendly expression on his face as he regarded them. He inquired what they needed, his face contorted in a scowl, clearly showing his displeasure and impatience. If they wanted to summon a portal, they should pay 50 gold. If they didn't have the money, they should leave. They mentioned they had a different proposition for him, to which the old man spun around, disdain evident in his voice, stating that he wasn't interested in what they wanted. Realizing that Abram was about to leave, Kim decided to pique his interest. He mentioned that they had found the location of a hidden laboratory. The old man turned around with clear surprise in his eyes and looked at them. He wanted to know how they found out about the laboratory. No one except him knew about it. Kim mentioned that he had heard that Abram was searching for the laboratory, so he proposed to help locate it. He looked at them with a scrutinizing disbelief, trying to comprehend how they could have learned about the laboratory. No one in the town should have known about it. Observing Kim, he became even more astonished when he noticed a bracelet on his wrist. These were Zahar's shackles that had accompanied Kim for a long time, aiding him in the most challenging moments of his life. The old man, carefully examining the shackles, tried to remember where he had seen them before. He glanced through his memory and suddenly remembered. They were the artifacts spoken of in ancient legends. Shackles capable of assisting in difficult moments, guarding and guiding their owner. He didn't expect to see them on anyone, especially newcomers. Seeing Abram staring intently at the shackles of Zahar, Kim decided to ask him once again if he wanted them to assist him. The potential assistance was offered with genuine concern, as they were determined to unravel the mystery and aid the Grand Mage in any way they could. The old man pondered for a moment, then said that he had sworn not to leave this place, but if they helped him find the laboratory, he would generously reward them. The stern warning echoed in their minds as Abram emphasized the importance of truthfulness. He made it abundantly clear that deception was not a game to be played lightly. In the dim glow of mystical light, Abram's ominous warning hung heavy. Shadows danced, accentuating his words. A grave reminder. Deceit here exacted unimaginable suffering. Abram's gaze bore into them, evoking a shiver. Actions held grave consequences. Falsehoods promised agonizing punishment. Casting wary glances at each other, they conveyed their understanding to Abram. They vowed to diligently seek out the laboratory. Setting out on their enigmatic quest for the laboratory, Felix was curious about how Kim had come to know about it. Kim revealed it was rumors he had picked up around town. This surprised Felix. Why had he not heard of such rumors himself? He also wanted to know if searching for the laboratory was a better option than joining the Tower clan. Kim responded that if Felix didn't want to go with him, he could return to the city and join the clan. This surprised Felix. He didn't want to do that. They had become friends and needed to stick together. It would be easier to survive in this world by supporting each other. Realizing that their intentions were aligned, they continued discussing the strange behavior of the old man upon hearing about the laboratory. Kim shared the rumors that the old man used to kill other players and use them for magical ingredients. This information greatly surprised Felix. He didn't expect to hear something like this. He had thought that the laboratory was a place where the old man brewed potions without harming anyone. Fear and panic consumed him. He began to say that the old man would kill them too. Kim reassured him, saying that Abram mentioned he couldn't get there, so they had nothing to fear. They would just find his laboratory, that's all. It shouldn't be dangerous. Kim reassured himself and his companion, attempting to quell any rising apprehensions. The thought of uncovering the secrets hidden within the laboratory motivated them, and they pushed forward. The climb was a test of their agility and nerve, and with every step they edged closer to the elusive laboratory. After hearing this, Felix couldn't seem to gather his thoughts. He was afraid that the Grand Mage would find them and do something awful. Before this, they had never encountered mages and didn't know how to resist them. Interrupting Felix's thoughts, Kim approached the rock and said that this was the entrance to the laboratory. The place was quite unpleasant and ominous. "Well, we need to get in there," said Kim, directing his gaze upward. Meanwhile, word of them finding the laboratory spread throughout the village. The residents came to the cliff to see the entrance to the laboratory location. It was near the village where they lived, and such a thing had never happened here before. However, the main interest was not in the new hunting area, but in the reward awaiting them after passing through this zone. The chest stood as a vault of mysteries, shrouded in whispers that echoed through the village. Its secrets were a tightly sealed enigma, tantalizing the imaginations of all who dared to consider what wonders might lie within. Even the Grand Mage, a paragon of knowledge and power, couldn't unravel the enigmatic contents concealed within those ancient, weathered walls. Yet there lingered an unspoken assurance that something of monumental significance was held captive in the chest's enigmatic embrace. The Tower clan came to the conclusion that the effect of the contents of the chest must be colossal, given the immense height of its level. Every player was eager to obtain this chest. Dungeon, Abraham's lost laboratory, has been discovered. Stepping into the laboratory, Kim couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The shadows danced ominously on the walls, and the air was thick with the smell of must and decay. It was a place of unknown secrets and potential dangers. He knew they had to tread carefully. The rumors about monsters lurking in the depths of the laboratory were unsettling, and Kim's instincts told him to be prepared for anything. Every step echoed in the eerie silence. They received their task: explore the location and report back to the Grand Mage. It was a simple yet daunting objective, considering the mysteries that this ancient laboratory held. Kim knew that a high-level reward was hidden here. He was determined to claim it, driven by the prospect of a valuable prize. The allure of this unknown reward pushed him forward with a sense of resolve and eagerness to conquer the challenges that lay ahead. He realized that if they had joined the Tower clan, obtaining this treasure would have been more challenging than it was now. The freedom to pursue it independently offered them a strategic advantage. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Kim continually reminded Felix not to let his guard down and to remain vigilant. The eerie atmosphere of the laboratory was fraught with uncertainty, and Kim was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lurked in the shadows. Felix was puzzled and couldn't help but inquire how Abraham, the Grand Mage, could have lost track of his own laboratory, especially when it was so close. Kim revealed that Abraham had suffered a loss of his memories, a predicament that had caused him to become disoriented and unable to recall crucial information. He couldn't fathom how one could forget something as significant, but Kim speculated that there might be other reasons hidden within the laboratory that they were yet to uncover. This notion left Felix perplexed, contemplating the possibility of undisclosed secrets lurking within the laboratory. Kim's contemplations added to the intrigue, deepening Felix's curiosity about what awaited them within those mysterious walls. Felix conjectured that perhaps it was somehow related to Abraham's oath, a supposition that started to piece together the enigmatic puzzle. Kim also contemplated that Felix might be onto something. It's possible that the Grand Mage lost his memory due to some powerful spell or enchantment. The notion lingered in Kim's thoughts, adding another layer to the mystery. The more questions arose in Felix's mind, the fewer answers he seemed to have. He couldn't comprehend why the Grand Mage hadn't collaborated with the Tower clan to search for his own laboratory. Why did he keep its existence hidden? The mysteries surrounding the situation deepened, leaving Felix in a state of perplexity. Felix's thoughts were interrupted by Kim's sudden halt. He asked to stop as if sensing danger ahead. They were noticeably astonished by what they saw, a horrifying scene unfolding before them. They saw the bones of deceased players, realizing that someone had already been in this laboratory and had not been lucky enough to survive. They speculated that it was done by the Grand Mage. Kim shared that he had been killing players to conduct his sinister experiments. Out of anger, Felix gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand how someone could do such things to fellow players. They couldn't understand. Having advanced quite far into the depths of the cave, they wondered why no monsters had attacked them yet. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. They couldn't understand what was happening. A loud rumble echoed throughout the cave, and it seemed like the walls were about to collapse on them. The skeletons that lay motionless suddenly began to rise, emitting eerie sounds. The hollow sockets of their eyeless skulls seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Kim and Felix stood their ground, ready for a battle they didn't anticipate would be easy. The ground continued to tremble as more skeletons emerged from the shadows, filling the chamber with an unsettling presence. The horde of skeletons and zombie-like creatures resembling decayed humans moved menacingly towards them. Their movement was erratic, but the intent was clear: to attack. Kim braced himself for the battle, feeling his heart racing and adrenaline surging through his veins. Each beat of his heart seemed to synchronize with the looming confrontation ahead. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his muscles tensed, and his senses heightened. The anticipation of the clash was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking, a mix of determination and anxiety that fueled his readiness to face the approaching horde. The scene was not for the faint of heart. The sight of these tormented players invoked a sense of pity, yet they knew they had to obliterate them. The enemies they faced were once fellow adventurers, now twisted and corrupted by dark forces. It was a somber reminder of the consequences of failure in this perilous quest. Kim and Felix tightened their grips on their swords, eyes focused and jaws set. The eerie moans of the approaching zombies echoed in the cavern. Amidst the encroaching zombies, he swung his sword with precision, cleaving through them one after another. Each strike was a dance of skill and determination. One of the zombies leaped behind Kim, heading towards him to inflict maximum damage. They didn't know what to expect from these new monsters and were unprepared for their abilities. The creatures seemed sluggish, but a zombie's bite caught Kim off guard. Kim quickly activated his defensive armor skill to prevent the zombie's bite from penetrating his defense. Kim channeled the power from the Zaharan shackles, a surge of energy coursing through his muscles as he swung his blade. The sword seemed to blaze with ethereal light, striking with newfound force. The zombies stood no chance against these empowered attacks, crumbling into pieces as the blades cleaved through their decaying forms. After the grueling battle with the zombies, Felix, who emerged unscathed, headed towards Kim and asked if everything was okay. Bodies of skeletons and zombies they had destroyed lay around them. Everything went better than expected. They didn't anticipate that they could defeat the suddenly resurrected zombies without any harm. Felix was inspired by this small victory. The countless hours of training and dedication they had invested in leveling up their skills had paid off. The journey through the cave had been challenging, but this moment of success reassured them that their hard work had not been in vain. They started examining the bodies of the monsters they had just defeated, hoping to find some valuable items. Kim's gaze was drawn to a zombie whose shoulder seemed to be adorned with a precious gem, sparkling in the dim light of the cavern. Without much hesitation, Kim stooped down to pick up the item. Holding it in their hands, they examined it closely, intrigued by its mysterious allure. He was very surprised to see such a precious gem in the shoulder of the defeated zombie. He recognized the gem immediately. It was the impulse gem. He examined his valuable trophy, which came relatively easily to him. These zombies, though formidable opponents, were no match for Kim and Felix's skills, allowing them to deal with them effortlessly. Chimerian magic fragment. Rank, unknown. Class, ingredient. It's a fragment of magic used by the Grand Mage Abram to create chimeras. With a great amount of magic stored within, it allows the chimeras to move freely. They didn't fully understand what exactly this stone provided, but lacking better options, they decided to take it with them. Their further search for the chest in the cave dragged on for several days. The relentless pursuit of the elusive chest led them deeper into the labyrinthine cave system. Each twist and turn seemed to reveal new passageways, and the cavern's dark embrace swallowed them into a world of shadows and echoes. Stopping to eat some cookies, they discussed how long they had been in this cave. They thought that finding the chest would be easier than it actually turned out to be. Kim tried to rest as little as possible to quickly locate the chest. He wanted to finish this task as soon as possible. Behind them, there were still many zombies and skeletons attempting to attack them, but it was just a warm-up before something stronger and mightier. They pushed further into the depths of the cave and came across massive doors that were locked. It was reasonable to assume that behind these doors lay the coveted treasure chest. The doors seemed impregnable and harbored the secret of the great mage. Kim pondered what could be behind these doors. But one thing was clear. By opening these doors, they would uncover even more mysteries and get closer to their goal, the chest that could turn their world upside down. The doors were securely bound by mystical chains, emitting a faint mist that seemed to swirl and dance in the dim light of the cavern. Kim and Felix exchanged a glance, their curiosity piqued as they wondered what secrets lay behind these heavily guarded gates. Without hesitation, Felix grasped his sword, ready to sever the magical chains and unravel the mysteries beyond. With a powerful strike, he shattered the chains into pieces, the clang of metal echoing through the cave. Felix was overjoyed at successfully breaking the chains with the first strike. Kim mentioned he would open the door. The doors were large, requiring both of them to push with all their might. The ancient hinges creaked and groaned in protest as the doors slowly gave way, revealing a glimpse of the mysterious space that awaited them. Cracking the doors open a bit, they beheld the light spilling out from within, casting intriguing patterns on the walls. The air carried a scent of ancient books and alchemical brews, inviting them into the enigmatic realm that lay ahead. As they drew closer and pushed the doors slightly ajar, their amazement grew as they glimpsed what lay hidden beyond. Before them stretched a vast laboratory, adorned with numerous tomes, an array of assorted vials, and a focal point that drew their gaze. Suspended within a colossal glass flask, immersed in a swirling concoction of magical fluid, was a figure reminiscent of a human. His physique bore pronounced muscular contours, fostering the illusion that he was not lifeless, but rather in a profound slumber. It seemed like he could awaken any moment, but they were unsure of his intentions. If the great mage had created him, they anticipated nothing favorable in his reception. They opted to leave the figure undisturbed until his intentions were clear. Turning their attention to the laboratory, they found shelves lined with ancient tomes and various vials. Upon gazing at the large flask in the room's center, containing a submerged figure, they endeavored to fathom the occurrences within. The individual within the glass seemed suspended in an otherworldly fluid, shrouded in a mystic aura. As they surveyed the area, it became evident that this was the furthest extent of the cavern, a dead end. The walls of the cavern seemed to converge, leaving no passage to continue their exploration. If they were at the place where the chest was hidden, they understood that they needed to start searching for the chest. It was probably hidden somewhere in this room. Kim examined the bookshelf intently, suspecting that there might be more to it than met the eye. Perhaps concealed behind its seemingly ordinary facade lay the very object of their quest. He gripped the handles of the bookshelf and tried to open it. He glanced at the contents of the shelves. At first glance, it seemed like there was nothing valuable there. But suddenly, his gaze fell on vials of different colors. It seemed to be something valuable. Kim carefully examined the vials. Each of them represented a little world of magic, filled with mysteries and possibilities. He realized that these vials could hold the keys to unraveling the secrets of this world and the great discoveries of the Supreme Mage. He had read all of this in the diary, but he didn't know what this purple vessel was. It remained a mystery to him. Kim made the decision to collect all the vials. The mysterious purple vial, devoid of any written information, intrigued him. Perhaps it held the key to an unknown power, or hidden secrets waiting to be unraveled. They would delve into its secrets and potential later, after this adventurous chapter had concluded. Meanwhile, Felix, who was watching the subject in the center of the room, noticed that he moved. He speculated that this guy might be alive. Kim approached closer to find out what happened. Felix mentioned that the guy had slightly opened his eyelids. They decided to watch carefully what would happen. Perhaps Felix was just a little too excited, and it seemed to him that the man in the large flask moved his eyes. The man's eyes were closed, and he showed no signs of life. It seemed like he was just sound asleep. But suddenly, for a brief moment, his eyes opened, giving the impression that he was gazing at them. His eyes closed again, but the sensation remained that he could hear and comprehend what was happening around him. Kim and Felix discussed what to do. It didn't seem like an illusion. They had seen him open his eyes. After some reflection, Kim voiced his concern about leaving the man in this state. He believed that if there was any possibility the person was conscious within that flask, it would be morally wrong to abandon him to such an existence. They needed to explore ways to help him. They decided that the best course of action was to shatter the flask with a sword. Kim and Felix exchanged a determined glance, understanding the gravity of the decision they were about to make. With a swift, deliberate strike, Kim swung his sword at the glass enclosure. Sensing a presence behind him, the old man turned to find two young men standing there. He inquired about their purpose, a mix of curiosity and caution in his eyes. He was greatly surprised to hear that they had managed to find the laboratory. He hadn't expected them to be able to do it. When he gave them this task, he hadn't even hoped they were capable of it. The old man felt a surge of joy. He had been waiting for someone to find his laboratory for a long time. He desperately wanted to return there. It was his home, his life's purpose. Looking at them, he asked again, as if not believing that this could happen, and received another affirmative answer. Felix, unable to contain his fury any longer, erupted in a tempest of words, demanding that the Grand Mage elucidate the abominable deeds that had transpired within the confines of this enigmatic laboratory. The old man couldn't fathom why they were so agitated. He attempted to discern what had stirred them so profoundly within his laboratory. Kim and Felix couldn't understand. Did he truly not remember what was in the laboratory, or was he pretending to coax them into revealing the entrance? Kim inquired if it could be possible that he himself didn't remember what had happened there. It was evident that these questions unsettled the old man. He stated that he had no idea what had been happening in that laboratory. He only remembered conducting research in it, but the specifics of what and where eluded his memory. Felix voiced his curiosity, pondering why, in case the old man genuinely suffered from memory loss, he was pursuing the search so ardently. The old man's countenance hardened, reflecting the conviction that this laboratory was his rightful bastion of knowledge and discovery. Did he truly require additional substantiation to assert his indisputable ownership over this laboratory? The Grand Mage's confident demeanor proved quite persuasive. Kim and his companion exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. They had no choice but to tell the old man where the entrance to his laboratory was. Kim also inquired whether, even if he revealed the location of the laboratory, the old man would be able to access it, considering he mentioned being bound to that place. Abram assured them that he could temporarily leave this place and requested them not to torment him, urging them to disclose the location of the entrance. Despite their reservations, the urgency in Abram's tone compelled them to share the crucial details. The weight of responsibility pressed on them as they considered the ramifications of their decision, balancing the need for answers against the potential repercussions. Kim revealed that the entrance was in a cave not far from the city, providing detailed instructions on how to reach it. The duo felt a mix of relief and trepidation as they watched the old man process this information. It seemed like he was starting to remember. Memories felt tantalizingly close, just within reach, like a thread slipping through one's fingers. All that remained was to grasp onto those fragments of the past, to pull them from the depths of forgetfulness and into the light of recollection. The transformation in the old man's visage was palpable, as unbridled joy and excitement overtook him upon recalling the location of the entrance to his laboratory. It was as if a dam had burst, and the memories flooded his consciousness, restoring everything he had once known. It was a tempest of joyous emotions. The old man laughed at himself for hiding the laboratory right under his nose and then forgetting about it. Abram's face radiated satisfaction as he extended a hand, offering them a scroll that held the promise of revelation. It was a gesture of fulfillment, a tacit acknowledgement of their accomplishments. This scroll, veiled in mystery, symbolized the reward for their efforts, and yet its true significance lay shrouded, waiting for their unraveling. Abram also presented a ring to Kim, an object that not only enhanced his attributes, but bestowed an additional skill. This seemingly unassuming ring carried a hidden potential, an embodiment of untapped power waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Teleportation scroll. Anytime, anywhere, you may teleport to a village of your choice. It will be consumed upon use. Kim realized that he now held 50 gold coins in his hands. This scroll could be a lifesaver in a dire situation. He also had a ring in his hands, which was no less valuable, a gift from the Grand Mage. The Ring of Property Storage, 198, rank B. A possession of Grand Mage Abram. Specific magics are stored in this ring, so you can grant certain properties to specific strengths. Magic will be consumed according to the property. The ring can store magic. Kim was overjoyed. This ring bestowed similar abilities to the Zahara shackles, yet it was just a ring. It would enhance his capabilities significantly without occupying space in his equipment. They were thrilled with this gift from the Archmage. Now, bolstered by newfound strength and the ability to teleport at will, their journey into the depths of the cave had culminated. The Archmage was eager to return to his laboratory. He began to teleport, and he bid the young men farewell, thanking them once again for their assistance. "We'll meet again," he said, vanishing completely as if turning into mere ash right before their eyes. The events unfolded in a blur, leaving the young men astonished. They exchanged glances, grasping the potential that lay within the scroll the Archmage had bequeathed them. The possibility of wielding such incredible power was both thrilling and daunting. Setting the stage for a new chapter in their adventure, Kim expressed that he wouldn't be disheartened if they never met again. They had attained what they sought and even more. Kim had seized vials and the research of Abraham, further enriching their journey. Their paths had converged, leaving them with newfound strength and knowledge, but the future remained uncertain. Felix was unaware that in addition to the gifts left by Grand Mage, Kim had also taken vials with him. He didn't hide this fact, and delved into his pocket to retrieve the vials, showing them to Felix. Kim explained that these vials might contain valuable magical essences or compounds used by the Grand Mage in his experiments. They were like remnants of power, possibly holding the key to enhancing their abilities or unraveling mysteries of the arcane. Felix was intrigued and began to see the potential significance of these seemingly ordinary vials. Indeed, it seemed like this vial could potentially shift the tide of their journey. However, they both understood the importance of patience and caution. Meanwhile, the Archmage, upon reaching his laboratory, gazed with a mix of surprise and uncontained joy at the place where he had spent countless hours conducting various experiments. Finally, he was back in his abode, his sanctuary, where his quest for knowledge and magic had truly begun. The familiarity of his surroundings and the memories they held stirred a deep sense of belonging and purpose within him. Thank you for watching. If you need a continuation of this story, please write in the comments, as well as subscribe to the channel and like it.